Volume 2. Chapter 101, Manner, 2. Chapter 101, Manner, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. New, base. The other male claw warrior looked surprised and angry. It turned around and yelled at Angele, but Angele could not understand what its words meant. The claw warrior raised his huge claws and charged toward him furiously with a speed so fast, its body turned into a yellow flash. Angele muttered the incantation in a low voice and quickly raised his dagger to block the incoming strike. Clank. Both of them backed off upon realizing the similarity of their strength level. Angele turned around right after stepping back. His dagger drew a silver line in the air as he attempted to stab the claw warrior's head. 2 rays of red light left the tip of his dagger. One of them disappeared into the air, while the other struck its head. The warrior slowed down its action after taking the hit. Angele's dagger easily pierced its right eye and half of the blade was inside its head. He immediately pulled the dagger out, resulting in a yellow eyeball dropping to the ground as blood spurted out of the wound. The claw warrior stepped back and went down on his knees before he stopped moving. The other one was slain by Angele using the same method. It fell to the ground, and beside their bodies, a pool of blood was formed. So they need to activate the force field by themselves, and it seems they can't maintain it for a long time. My close combat spells are a great match in dealing with enemies like that. I only need to wait for a chance. Angele turned around and shook the blood off his dagger before returning it back to its sheath. The girl's knees wobbled and she crumbled down onto the ground. Her breathing was heavy and her face pale. It seemed like she was exhausted after escaping the pursuit of 2 claw warriors. Are you all right? Angele looked at her and asked. Yeah. I'm fine. The girl answered right away, thank you, but. Angele could see the wounds on her legs and arms. Good. Angele nodded. He walked toward the bodies and dipped his finger into the blood, tasting it. Unknown parasites detected. Warning. Clean your mouth immediately or you will get infected, Zero suddenly reported. Upon hearing that, Angele's expression changed. He spat the blood out and took out some leaves from his pouch before putting them into his mouth. He chewed the leaves for a while and spat everything out right after. Angele repeated this process several times. Parasites are gone. Zero finally signaled. Angele had a bitter smile on his face. He had now decided to stop putting everything into his mouth. He had never encountered parasites before, and he didn't want to get infected in the wild. He wiped the blood off his nails. Then he drew his dagger out and started cutting the claw warrior's claws. As expected, their shells were incredibly hard. Angele spent a while just to cut one of their claws off. Their skin seemed like a human's, yet the texture was akin to iron. Angele initially thought that the female claw warrior's shell bra was made from special materials, but disappointment replaced his expectation after finding out that it was just an ordinary clamshell. Let's go. Angele grabbed the claw and stood up. Hurry up, we only have 1 hour. Sure, the girl responded, I thought it was 1 hour and a half. She suddenly realized. Nope, just 1 hour, Angele whispered. They walked toward the door they came from and re-entered through it, successfully returning to the patio. Only 2 claw warriors had entered this door, while the rest had gone after the others, so the place became deadly silent again. Angele walked directly to the entrance of the garden on the other side. The girl followed him from behind, looking relieved. The garden was about the size of an average backyard. Plenty of rare plants and vegetations were planted. Angele couldn't believe his eyes as those priceless materials filled the entire place just like common crops. Angele looked around and some huge mushrooms caught his attention. Those mushrooms were about the size of an adult. Their stipes was white and their caps red. They looked attractive in a bizarre way. Paro flower. It's paro flower. The girl got excited. She ran toward the blue flowers and took out her herb-gathering equipment. Angele scrunched up his eyebrows and glanced around. Did you find any suspicious movement? Angele asked. Nothing detected. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his head. Angele held his dagger tightly and started wandering around in the garden. Again, the area was small. He could walk from one side to the other within 15 steps. It seemed like the garden was built for those rare materials. Angele found many plants that he had only read about from the books, such as the rainbow flowers, black chrysanthemum, earflowers, and maggot grasses. Angele stopped by some strange-looking mushrooms and crouched down. He felt relieved after making sure no threat was in the garden. Those mushrooms were white and tiny. There were red smiley faces on their caps, almost like someone intentionally drew faces with a pen. He had never read about mushrooms like that. Angele scrunched up his eyebrows again and slowly reached out to them with the dagger. He. Those mushrooms laughed and stood up. Hands and legs appeared on their bodies. While holding each other's hands, they quickly surrounded Angele in a circle. La 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 la, they started singing and started spinning. Angele looked at all the twisted red smiley faces. He could feel the chill creeping up his back. He kicked some of the mushrooms away and rushed toward the only path in the garden, but the mushrooms followed him from the behind within seconds. All of them were still laughing and singing. The mushrooms that fell to the ground got up slowly and caught up quickly. Although Angele knew the faces were not their expressions, the scene was still horrifying to him. What the hell? What the F***ck is this place? Angele shouted. He turned back and ran toward the exit. He quickly grabbed what he could on the way to the exit, including the dragon scale flower he wanted. The mushrooms, however, were still on his tail. They were singing, jumping, and laughing, but Angele did not look back. He suddenly heard birds chirping in the sky. Flocks of black birds started circling above him. There were so many of them that they looked like black clouds. The sky was slowly turning red. It was still gray several minutes ago, yet things changed as soon as Angele approached those mushrooms. Clouds of blackbirds, laughing mushrooms, and the red sky, everything was making the atmosphere heavier and heavier. Move! Angele grabbed the girl's hand and ran with her. However, he didn't feel the weight of a human being, so he turned his head back immediately only to see a leather chest piece in his hand. Angele had been certain that he saw the girl before grabbing her hand. Angele's scalp tingled from fear. He threw the chest piece onto the ground and quickly looked around. There was no sign of the girl, but he knew the girl was wearing a red one-piece under the leather armor. The only red things in his sight were the faces on the mushroom caps and the sky. The sky was getting darker, and he was the only one in the garden. More and more mushrooms appeared from nowhere, laughing as they ran toward Angele. Damn! Angele could feel the numbness from his scalp. He finally reached the exit and returned to the patio. He was shocked after seeing the changes that had happened to the patio. The water in the pool was gone and the bottom of the pool was cracked as if the water had never been there. The mushrooms were still chasing him, so Angele had no time to check the pool. He started running along the way he came from. 0. Record every change in the environment. He tied the claw onto his back and threw all the materials he got into one of the larger pouches. Force field is shifting intensively. You are inside a huge force field. Situation, unknown. Please leave the area immediately. Zero's voice was unclear due to the interaction with the strong force field. Goosebumps rose on Angele's skin. The mushroom's number almost tripled as they rushed toward Angele like crazy. As Angele was getting closer to the exit, he took out an arrow and knocked it onto his bow. Atoria, Masnighten. Angele shouted out incantations. A blue rune appeared at the tip of the arrow. The rune was twisted and looked like a badly written number 4. Blue lightning sparked around it, creating noises. Angele pulled the bowstring to a full moon and aimed at the sea of mushrooms. He shot the arrow without hesitation, resulting to a blue line being drawn in the air as it descended into the sea of mushrooms. The electricity-imbued arrow seemed effective as many mushrooms fell to the ground after being shocked by the electric pulse. Angele kept running, sweat covering his face. He finally found the white gate and left the patio. Outside the gate was the road built using the screaming bricks. Angele stepped on them quickly, but he did not hear anything screaming. They did not move, and they looked like ordinary bricks. Angele saw another person ahead of him. It was the black-robed man. The sky was dark, last rays of light poured onto the ground. Objects around were barely visible. Time is up. Angele checked the timer with 0. Almost an hour had passed. The mushrooms stopped near the white gate as though they couldn't go past that. The black-robed man heard the footsteps and turned his head around. Upon seeing that it was Angele, his face was filled with surprise. However, they didn't communicate and only kept running. The black-robed man had dropped down due to the wind. Angele realized it was a lady after seeing her long, brown hair and her beautiful neck. Angele was much faster than her, so he quickly left her in the dust. Ga. The blackbirds were still in the sky and their chirps were loud and strange. Angele raised his head and looked at the sky. Great flocks of blackbirds were still circling around the sky. Angele felt sick by just looking at them. Help me. I'm Princess Delania from Liliadu. Please. The lady was almost crying. Angele turned back and looked at her. Fear was written all over her face and tears were dripping down her chin. Shadows were catching up to her and they almost reached her feet. Angele knew that she didn't help him at all back at the pool, but he still decided to help her. He grabbed her hand and started running again. Angele moved much faster than those shadows, and they finally reached the sign at the forked road. They finally stepped out of the Moon Jin Manors area. The sunlight returned and the sky became clear. Angele covered his eyes with his hands since the light was still too intense for him. He could hear the lady breathing heavily on the side. Finally. We made it. The lady sat down on the ground. A manner that brings death. She muttered and wiped the tears off her face. Angele looked at the direction of the manor. The road was still covered with weeds and there were no footprints at all. It was like they never entered the area. Don't worry, we are good. The lady stood up and took off her mask. Her skin was glossy and her lips were pouting. She looked gentle and noble. Angele believed she was a princess. There was a pair of silver earrings on her ears. They were glowing, and Angele wondered if they were enchanted items. He stopped observing and checked the things he had obtained from the manor, a claw from claw warriors, and a decent amount of rare materials he grabbed on his way out. Great! Angele calmed down and felt happy with what he had gotten. Thank you for saving me. My name is Delania, and this is a small gift for you. I'll remember what you did for me there, and I will return the favor in the future. She put on the hood and covered her face with the mask again. She handed a telescope-like brown tube over to Angele. Delania left immediately after giving Angele the tube. Angele stood there for a while and looked at the path to Moon Jin Manor one more time before heading back to town. I hope I don't have to return to this damn place, Angele mumbled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Return, 1. Chapter 102, Return, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele quickly returned to Moss Town. The place was still deadly silent. No one was on the streets and not a single movement could be detected from the buildings. Mists blanketed the streets as the streaks of sunlight failed to burn them away. Angele walked slowly in the middle of the road, glancing at every direction. Angele was certain that people still hadn't woken up yet as he couldn't hear anything. A raven landed on one of the building's roof. It stood there quietly, staring at Angele with its red eyes. The raven wasn't cawing or anything, only standing there. Angele looked at it for a brief moment before he walked toward the hotel. Creak. Right after Angele opened the door, he lowered his footsteps and furrowed his brows. Beside the building, 3 carriages were still parked there, and the horses were still sleeping. Coachman Tom had his back laid on one of the carriages, snoring. Angele decided to check on him first. He released the door handle and walked toward Tom. He crouched down and started shaking Tom's shoulders. Hey, Tom. Come on, wake up. Angele kept shaking Tom's shoulders, even pinching his right ear. Ah. Tom groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Master. What happened? We need to move. Angele lowered his voice. He stood up, pinched his horse's ears and woke them up. We are done here? Tom was still trying to figure out what was going on, but he decided not to think too much. Sure, I will start preparing now. People in this town all fell asleep. We need to leave the place as soon as possible. Something isn't right. Angele felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what was wrong. Angele recalled the day he arrived at the town. People in the hotel were the only residents he met, and Tom pretty much took care of everything for him. Zero detected movements in the houses, so Angele was certain that those were human beings. Yet today, it was different. Tom walked into the hotel. Angele had told him that others were sleeping, but the place only had deathly silence. He shuddered from this as he started preparing the supplies for the trip. Angele walked around the yard and checked the carriages. He did not find anything strange. He wondered what happened to the other people in the garden. They probably died? The door on the other side would take them to a different area, so Angele had no time to check it. He made the decision based on Zero's analysis and believed he made the right choice, which was the reason why he asked Messi's granddaughter to follow him. Delania had left in a hurry, so Angele didn't acquire any valuable information from her, though it seemed like they didn't just encounter claw warriors. Angele shook his head. In any case, he wouldn't go back there. He walked out of the yard, intent on checking on other residents. On the left side of the hotel, there was a wooden house surrounded by wooden fences. It seemed like the house was built a long time ago since it looked old. The fences were closed, but Angele easily jumped over them and entered the front yard. The yard was filled up with weeds, seemingly as if the owner barely did any yard work. Angele slowly walked toward the door and pushed it carefully. Crack! The door slowly opened, and black smoke returned to Angele's fingertips. He had corroded the lock using negative energy particles. However, it was only effective when the lock wasn't complex. Angele could smell the mold in the air as he entered the room. Wait! Angele drew back and coughed several times. He used the wind particles to blow the dust out of the door. After most of the dust was gone, he finally entered the room. What? How? He was shocked. The house was empty, no one was inside. Angele saw one wooden table in the middle of the room and several chairs. A wooden bow hung on the wall, and the fireplace was covered in spider webs. Crack! Angele stepped on a spoon and he started searching around. He was sure there were people here when the first time he arrived at the hotel. Angele narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. He quickly turned around and left the house to check the other houses. What the hell? There was cold sweat on Angele's forehead. His body had warmed up due to running around, but he could only feel a chill climbing up his back. All the houses, all of them empty. There were no people around. Even a mouse couldn't be found, and all the furniture was covered in dust. It was almost like no one had lived here. Where are those people? I'm sure Zero detected them before. Angele was panicking. Angele stood in the middle of the town, being surrounded by the mist. All the hairs on his skin stood on its end. Wait. Angele took a deep breath and calmed down. He turned around and headed toward the hotel. Tom. Angele pushed the door open and entered the hotel. Tom. Hurry up, we need to go, he yelled. However, the place was silent, and Tom did not reply to him. Angele stopped for a second, his worst fear realized. Angele left the hotel immediately and went to check the carriages. The horses were still there, and they neighed, but he still did not find Tom. The place was small, so Angele was certain that Tom would hear him if he was around the hotel. Angele drew his dagger and held it tight. He quickly walked toward the backyard. The kitchen and supply shop were in the backyard, and Angele wondered if Tom was preparing the supplies. He went across the bushes and arrived at an empty ground. A small house with a chimney on top was there, it was the kitchen. Angele walked around and yelled, but he had found not a single trace of Tom. Damn it! Angele cursed. He knew he had to leave. He grabbed what he could and returned to the carriages. Angele jumped onto the driving seat and shook the reins. Let's go, Dot. He left the hotel quickly, and the carriage started moving along the street. Tom is gone too. Angele felt numbness in his scalp. He was talking to me not so long ago. Is this place an illusion? But I talked to the owner and I ate all the food. They were real for sure. The dust coated the furniture in the houses I checked, and it seemed like no one touched them for years. Angele kept thinking, but he could not arrive at a conclusion. The whole incident was too strange. Giddy up. Angele shook the reins again and increased the speed. 10 minutes later. Angele had left Moss Town. He passed the forked road and started heading back using the same route he had come from. The chilling wind was blowing over his face, which cleared his mind. He started to see the tall pine trees on the roadside and the ground covered with gray stones. Angele remembered his meeting with the squirrel when he was trying to touch the mushroom. He looked at the left side of the road. Angele wanted to meet the squirrel again. For some reason, he had the desire to talk to any living being. The carriage advanced slowly along the bumpy road. After some time, Angele finally encountered the squirrel once again. It was sitting on the grasses and biting a pine cone. Halt! Angele stopped the carriage and jumped off it. He walked toward the squirrel quickly. Hey, you are here again. The squirrel greeted Angele and raised its head. So how did it go? What did you get? Angele forced a smile. Well, I got what I wanted. He crouched down, feeling a bit relieved. The elder of the forest wants to meet you. Will you accept the invitation? The squirrel asked. The elder? Yeah. Actually, he wants to buy some of the snacks you give the last time. We live very close to the road, so we can talk to the merchants passing by easier, the squirrel added. I didn't take too many snacks with me. Angele hesitated. It's fine. I'm sure you still have some left, the squirrel waved its claw and said. All right. Angele felt relaxed after talking to the squirrel. Follow me. The squirrel held the pine cone in claws and started moving toward the forest. What about my carriage? Angele questioned. My mates will look after it for you. The squirrel pointed at the carriage. Angele turned back and saw a black squirrel waving toward them on the roof of the carriage. Alan, take care, the black squirrel was waving his claws. Bam! Alan threw his pinecone toward the carriage and it hit the black squirrel's head. Come on, do your job. Alan clapped with its claws. All right, let's go. Angele smiled. So you have a name? That's my nickname. Alan shrugged. They quickly disappeared into the forest. Alan! We are done. The black squirrel yelled from behind, my sister too. I'll not allow her to talk to you anymore. Angele followed Alan to a lake after going across the forest. Mist rose from the green lake. It was huge, such that Angele couldn't see the other side of the lake. A long, brown wooden dock was built upon the lake. Angele could see the long legs supporting it under the surface of the water. The dock looked like a bridge that led to the middle of the lake. Angele felt speechless after seeing what was at the end of the dock. It was a cat standing upright on its hind legs. The cat had put its hands on the back and was mumbling something. Also, there was a fishing rod behind its feet. The strange scene made Angele think that the cat had already witnessed the vicissitudes of life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Return, 2. Chapter 103, Return, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, darkgem/frappe. Alan, did you bring the guest here? The white cat turned around. Its voice was deep and gravelly. Yes. Elder. Alan yelled, he has what we want. Why are you yelling? Angele was speechless. He did not expect a squirrel to have such a loud voice. Well, the elder is having trouble with hearing. Alan shrugged. You mean salty peanuts? That's my favorite. The elder nodded. How much peanuts you got there? It asked. Angele thought for a second. About 1 kilogram, I believe. What? You're not selling them? The elder asked. It's 1 kilogram. Alan ran to the cat and yelled to its ears. 1 kilogram, the elder nodded. I wanted more, but I'll take them. Sigh, I haven't had salty peanuts in a while. When I was in Santiago, there was a town named Coto by the north of Liliadu, and people there made damn good salty peanuts for me. Alright, Alan, let him choose the item he wants. Got it. Sorry, I have a question actually. Do you know Moss Town? Angele decided to ask, what happened to it? No one lives there? The elder didn't hear his question but Alan did. You mean Moss Town? It was abandoned about 10 years ago, why do you ask? Alan stared at Angele confusedly. What? 10 years? Angele was shocked. Nothing. I'm just asking. Fine. 10 years ago, one of the people that survived from the Moon Jin Garden went crazy and killed everyone in the town. No one tried to rebuild it after that. I told you before, Moon Jin Garden is extremely dangerous. 9 out of 10 people who enter it will die. I'm actually surprised that you made it out in one piece, Alan explained. Alright, let's go claim your item. But the information I collected didn't mention any of it. Angele was sure the food he ate was real, and the hotel owner he met was not an illusion. He thought for a while and realized the information he obtained came from books of the distant past. 1 hour later, Angele left the forest with a small gray egg, and a group of squirrels took the snacks from his carriages. As Angele jumped onto the carriage, Alan appeared from nowhere and jumped onto the back of the horse. Wait, Angele, the elder has a message for you. The curse of the garden is not lifted yet. Also, do not travel alone. Alan was speaking in a serious tone. What? Don't travel alone? Angele hesitated. He did not know why, but he started to feel a chill again. He had thought he was already done with the garden. Tell the elder that I appreciate his advice. Angele forced a smile. I think I'll be fine, I'm usually very lucky. I hope so. Alan jumped off the horse and walked toward the forest. Angele shook the reins and the carriage started moving. Angele, take care. Alan yelled from behind, I hope we can meet again. Angele heard Alan's words and smiled. Angele traveled for 5 days at full speed and he finally left the Moss Mountain. He arrived at a small town and rented a room in a hotel. Your oil plum cake and milk, enjoy. Angele nodded, watching the owner's daughter putting down a cake served on a plate and a glass of milk. She left after making sure the order was correct. Angele grabbed a piece of brown cake and took a bite. The cake had been cut into pieces. It tasted sweet and sour combined. Angele had several pieces and even drank a whole glass of sweet milk. He put down several silver coins on the table and returned to his room on the second floor. Angele's room was by the end of the hallway. He needed a quiet place to meditate and to process the materials he acquired from Moonjin Manor. He needed to preserve them before they dried up, so he rented a relatively quiet room to perform the procedures. Angele locked the room and closed the windows. He lighted up an oil lamp and released some energy particles in the air. He wanted to make sure no one was trying to peek through the door or the window. Those energy particles would alert him when people were nearby his room. Angele took the large claw out of a black bag and put it down on the table. The claw weighed about 5 kilograms, and its surface was coated with translucent oil. It was shining under the light. Angele applied the oil he acquired from the school for preservation. Angele took out a black bottle out of his pouch and removed the wooden stopper. He poured some white dust onto the surface of the claw and started rubbing it thoroughly. Time passed by and darkness fell before Angele could notice it. He rubbed his eyes, stood up and stretched his body. Suddenly, something strange caught his attention. Angele saw a girl wearing a red one-piece standing behind him from the reflection of the window. "Please, help me," the girl cried. "I saw them again just now, but no one trusted me." Angele turned around immediately. He recognized the girl. It was Messi's granddaughter. Her eyes looked as if she had no soul, and her words were disorderly. Moreover, she kept crying. The red one-piece was nearly torn apart. "How did you get in?" Angele asked. The room was locked, yet the girl just appeared in the middle of the room. Angele could barely understand what she was saying. "Please." The girl stared at Angele, her eyes unblinking. It made Angele feel uncomfortable. Angele took a deep breath. "What are you talking about? Where did you go that day?" The girl hesitated. Angele was sure she was wearing the red one-piece he had seen that day, and she was badly wounded. The light from the oil lamp disappeared for a second. Angele turned his head around to check, but no one was around the table. The girl disappeared after Angele tried to talk to her again. Chillness crept upon his spine. "I need to go. I can't stay here anymore." Angele started packing up. Angele left the town and started heading back. The girl did not come to him after that night at the hotel. However, she came again several days after. Angele was sitting beside the campfire at night, surrounded by the shadows of the trees. The moonlight was the only thing that made things visible. The girl walked out of darkness. Fear and anxiousness were written all over her face. "Help me, please." She was groaning. "I really don't want to. I really don't." Angele stood up and stepped back. He tried to keep a safe distance from the girl. "What do you want from me?" Angele shouted. "Help me. Please, help me." The girl cried and started approaching him. "You didn't answer my question last time. Now, answer it." Angele knew he was probably not dealing with a living human. The girl was strange. She did not seem to have a soul and she could locate Angele's location easily. "Question? What question?" The girl stopped for a second. "Where did you go that day?" "At the garden?" Angele asked in a gravelly voice. "Garden? What garden?" Suddenly, wind put the fire off for a second. Angele's sight became blurry and the girl disappeared again. "Damn it!" Angele cursed as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 10 days later, Angele was 1 day away from the Lenin city. He decided to spend the last night in a small town, then go straight back to the city after. Angele thought the girl would not appear if he kept traveling. Although he barely rested these days, he felt relieved. Zero never alerted him when the girl appeared, nor did it not make any records. It was very strange. Angele could not determine what the girl actually was. Also, it seemed like the girl's time was frozen at the last minutes in the garden. She was begging Angele to help, and she only appeared when Angele was alone at nights. Maybe I'm too far from the garden now? And the strange power can't reach me anymore? Whatever, I need a break anyway. Angele rubbed his temples. He was very tired at the moment. He stood up and poured himself a glass of water. "Please, help me." The girl's voice suddenly appeared from behind. Angele froze. The voice was very close, almost as if the girl was yelling beside his ears. He slowly turned back and saw the girl standing at the corner quietly. There was no window in this room and the locked door was the only entrance. "Please help me," the girl yelled again. She stared at Angele's eyes without blinking. "F***CKU." Angele shouted. He raised his hand and threw the dagger toward the girl. Pawn. The dagger stabbed into the wall and the girl disappeared again. The room became quiet again. Angele wiped the sweat off his face with hands. What the hell? Angele was getting nervous, and his expression looked horrifying. Damn it! What's going on? If it's a curse, something should happen to me, and I'll be able to find the solution. Angele walked around the room and saw a ray of bright light shot through his bag. Angele hesitated for a second and got excited. He quickly ran to the bag and opened it. There was a gray robe inside, and the cross on its back was flickering with light. It's Master. She's summoning me. I can finally return. This was the first time that he couldn't wait to see the cute face of that old witch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Return 3. Chapter 104, Return 3. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The light from the cross slowly vanished after several minutes. Angele put the robe down and packed everything up quickly. He hid the large claw into a black bag separately. Angele calmed down quickly. He was still thinking about that girl who really creeped him out. I'm heading back to the school first. Angele gritted his teeth. He pulled the dagger out of the wall and returned it back to the leather sheath. I must have triggered some hidden trap left by the previous owner of the manor. Angele searched through his memory. He thought that the tall red cap mushroom he saw when entering the garden was the problem. He remembered seeing it somewhere before, but he was not sure if Zero had a record of it. Zero, try to catch any change happening in the energy field around and get me the data of that red cap mushroom, Angele ordered. Mission created. Searching. Data not found. Analyzing. For possible matches, red mouth mushroom, 45% similarity. Dragonfly mushroom, 34% similarity. Aria mushroom, 13% similarity. Devil's cap, 11% similarity. Angele was disappointed at the result, but there was nothing Zero could do at the moment as he hadn't yet collected enough data. Most of the data in the database were collected during his travels across the answer plane. On top of that, he did not have enough information on special materials or plants in the world of wizards. Alan had said that the survivors from the garden went crazy and did many cruel things after. Angele thought he was probably in the same situation. The girl would not appear twice a night, so Angele wasn't worried that he had to face her again today. Still, he decided not to sleep. He spent the rest of the night meditating, so he could respond immediately to anything that could happen. The next morning, Angele left the town as soon as the vibrant sunlight began to warm the day. He started heading toward the Ramsota College at full speed. Trees in the area were thick and old, but the leaves already started falling as the winter approached. Wheels of the carriage crushed the dried-up leaves on the ground into pieces. Angele sat tight on the driver's seat, checking the surroundings constantly. Angele was very close to Lennon City, but he decided to head to the school first. He needed Master Liliana's help to lift the strange curse. He kept advancing along the main road. Angele barely stopped since he wanted to get there as soon as possible. Angele arrived at the logging site where they had hunted the glowing elephants after traveling for a while. Almost there. Angele was relieved. Seeing something familiar to him made him feel better. Angele did not stop. Although he could change routes and visit the city first, he decided to deal with the more important matter. A chilling wind was blowing over Angele's face. It felt like needles pricking his skin. Several days later, the ruin above Ramsota College. The sky was blue like a huge sapphire, and puffy clouds were floating above the muddy land. A black carriage was approaching the ruins quickly between the yellow trees. Its wheels were spinning fast, and its noise drove the birds away. The carriage looked like a black dot swimming in the sea of trees. It was fast and steady. A young man with brown hair was driving the carriage. Several tree leaves dropped down to his face because of the blowing wind, but he did not seem to care. The man was staring at the road in front of him. Slowly, the yellow ruin appeared in his sight, and the man looked relieved. Finally, I'm back, Angele said. The girl had appeared once during the days when Angele stopped to rest. It seemed like nothing could stop her from tracking Angele down. Angele was hoping he could find the solution in the school. Halt! Angele pulled the reins and slowed down the carriage. He parked it by the bridge. He jumped off the carriage and wiped the dust off his clothes before taking the large, black travel case with him. He walked toward the bridge. Gaga. A raven circled above Angele and landed on the stone bridge. It was staring at Angele with its blood-red eyes. Master Morocco? Angele stopped and asked. Are you heeding the summoning call? You are an apprentice, right? Morocco's voice was sharp and high-pitched. It was the voice Angele knew. Yes, Master. Angele bowed. Morocco nodded. Angele's body reflected in its ruby-like eyes, and strangely, there was a girl right behind him. Their bodies almost overlapped. The girl had no expression on her face, and she was just standing there quietly. That's a strong curse. You may enter now, I think your master is already back, Morocco spoke in a light tone. Angele hesitated for a second, and then he smiled, thank you, Master Morocco. Wait, before that, Morocco opened its beak and laughed. The beak split from both sides, which looked horrifying. A countless number of sharp teeth appeared in its beak, almost looking like an alligator's mouth. When Morocco flew into the sky, its body started expanding. Black feathers dropped down its body, and the raven transformed into a 7-meter-tall, 4-meter-wide monster within seconds. G.A. The strange roar almost paralyzed Angele. Morocco's wings blocked the sunlight and covered Angele within its own shadow. How dare you! You filthy soul! I'll make you pay for what you have done. Morocco sneered, hovered in the air for a while and charged toward Angele. Its speed was much faster than an average knight. Angele's sight blurred for a second. Ah! He heard someone groaning from behind. Morocco swung its wings and flew toward the stone bridge. Morocco's body shrunk back to the normal size as it landed on the bridge. Good, you may enter now. Morocco looked satisfied, licking the beak with its snake-like tongue. Angele was not sure what exactly happened, but he now felt relaxed. It seemed like Morocco lifted the curse for him, so he immediately bowed again in thanks. Angele took a small box out of his pouch and put it down beside Morocco. I appreciate your help. Angele stepped back after putting down the box. He entered the ruin after seeing Morocco nodding its head. Morocco opened the box with its claw. There was a red pearl inside it. My favorite snack. Great. He knows my taste. Morocco nodded again. Angele found the entrance quickly. Nothing had changed. The door to the tunnel was still closed, and it was hidden in a dusty room. However, the surface of the door was new. He was unsure whether it was replaced or not. Angele knocked on the wooden and invoked the incantation. A black coating appeared on the surface of the door and disappeared after several seconds. Creak. Angele pushed the door open and saw the bright tunnel and a staircase in front of him. He looked around and walked down the stairs. Angele quickly disappeared around the corner, his footsteps echoing down the tunnel. The wooden door closed by itself slowly. A thin layer of black coating flashed upon its surface again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Angele kept advancing in the tunnel. The lights on the wall had brightened the whole place. He walked past two fellow wizard apprentices in the hallway. It seemed like they just returned to the school as well, but they did not greet each other. They just nodded their heads as a courtesy. Angele reached the faculty of necromancy quickly. He stood by the entrance of the hallway and he could feel the chillness in the air. Angele held the travel case in hand and reached a door by the end of the hallway. He lightly knocked on the door. Please come in. The door opened to a room with a dark interior. Angele carefully pushed the door open, and he saw a ray of light in the middle of the room. Master Liliana's horrifying face was right under the light. That was a strong curse, Liliana spoke in a low voice. Yes, it was, Master. Angele already got used to Liliana's appearance. He closed the door slowly, turned around, and bowed to her. I seek your help, Master. You should really thank Morocco. He did not just simply eat your curse. You'd be dead already if you didn't come back to the school in time. Liliana smiled, you're brave. I don't know how you made it out, but Moonjin Garden isn't a place for wizard apprentices to head into. How did you even find out its location? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Return 4. Chapter 105, Return 4. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Why is that place so strange? Angele was currently relaxed. He asked out of curiosity. The garden is a playground of banshees and infant spirits, and most of the rare plants there were soaked in negative energy particles. It's a place full of traps and dangerous creatures, Liliana explained. Good thing is, you are familiar with necromancy and negative energy particles. Those creatures did not affect you too much. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Come here and sit down. Liliana pointed at Angele, and a black chair appeared behind him suddenly. Angele looked at the chair for a second before he sat down. Ghosts and the other creatures inside the manor don't care who you are. They are just a bunch of strange monsters that want to drain the life energy from you. I'll help you with the sequela. However, don't ever go there again. There are reasons why we formal wizards don't adventure in that place, Liliana warned. I won't go there again, Master. Angele nodded. Good, I'll cure you first, Liliana muttered. With an oil lamp in hand, she turned around and opened the drawer on a small cabinet. Liliana took a small, white accessory box out of it. She walked toward Angele slowly and sat down. She pointed in the air again, and a black table appeared between the two. Liliana put down the accessory box and pushed it to Angele. This is the best I have. If you want to stay alive, you must wear it for 3 years. Don't just take it with you, you have to put it on the back of your hand. Its roots will go into your veins. Liliana had a serious look on her face. 3 years? Angele finally understood what he was dealing with. Even Master Liliana could not cleanse the curse in one attempt. Alan was not exaggerating at all, the garden was extremely dangerous. This is the first step. I'll take care of the rest later. Your soul attracted a lot of disguising spirits. Liliana stopped for a second. As payment, give me half of what you got there. I'm asking too much. For sure. Angele nodded immediately. Wizards often adhered to the tradition of bartering. Angele himself knew that Liliana would not help him for free. Put it on your hand then. Liliana pointed at the white accessory box. Angele grabbed the box and opened it carefully. His expression changed after seeing what was inside. There was a diamond-shaped silver accessory laid on a piece of white silk, with complex patterns engraved to its surface. Where do you want to put it on? Liliana smiled. Angele stared at the palm-sized accessory. On the back of my right hand, I guess. Liliana nodded. She did not do anything, but the silver accessory floated in the air and quickly stuck onto the back of Angele's right hand. Angele did not feel any pain. The accessory had already mounted on the back of his hand before he could realize. It became a part of his hand, and the whole process was a bit strange to him. Next, let's treat your sequela. Those monsters found you charming, and did not do too much damage to your body. What? They liked me? Angele was speechless. He almost went crazy after being haunted by that girl. They did not intentionally cast any spell on you. You're just affected by their natural evil force field. Those monsters have a different magic system from us, so it's hard to explain. Liliana stood up and asked Angele to follow her action. She waved her hand in the air and all the objects around disappeared. The whole place became dark again. The only source of light was the oil lamp in her hand, but it barely made their faces visible. Eye of darkness. Liliana raised her left hand with her palm facing up. Suddenly her palm split in half, and a crimson, empty hole appeared from the gap. Angele heard the sound of the wings of insects vibrating, and a small mosquito flew out of the empty hole on Liliana's palm. It was a gray mosquito the size of a bean with translucent wings. The mosquito left the hole quickly, shook its wings and flew into the air. After that, a pile of gray smoke rushed out of the bloody hole. It looked like a pole, but Angele knew it was formed by countless gray mosquitoes. There were so many of them that they looked like a pile of smoke. The noise they made filled up the room. Angele stood at the opposite side of Liliana, and those gray mosquitoes climbed upon his body quickly. He was not feeling well, but he knew they were probably doing something about the curse and he decided to stand still. The tiny mosquitoes were all over Angele's body. Around his clothes, skin, neck, and hair, all those tiny insects were climbing. Goosebumps rose upon his skin. He was trying his best not to move. After several minutes, the gray smoke stopped coming out of the hole, and the gap slowly closed. Some of the mosquitoes were hovering above Liliana's head. They formed several gray lines and made the bridge that connected Angele and Liliana. Those lines lasted several seconds and the mosquitoes started to form a gray ball between them. The mosquitoes that were moving around Angele's body left him and joined the ball that had the size of a human head. Gee! The ball floated in the air and it was cracked open by a red eyeball. Angele could see the veins on the white surface of the eyeball and the red pupil was staring at Angele. The eyeball turned around like a surveillance camera from time to time. Suhurik, Rose Lice, the eyeball asked in a strange tone. Liliana's lips moved, but Angele could not hear her words. It seemed like she was talking to the eyeball. The eyeball turned to left and right, almost like shaking its head. Liliana scrunched up her eyebrows and said something again. They were trying to reach an agreement. The eyeball hesitated for a second before it nodded. Suddenly, a seemingly endless hollow space appeared in the middle of the eyeball. A strong white arm that had red pimples all over its surface reached out to Angele from the hole. As the white arm hit his head, Angele tried to dodge, but Liliana stopped him. He could feel the chill on his skin. It was almost as something was moving around inside his body. It was an unpleasant experience. That arm felt like a mudfish. Wet, sticky, and it stinks, he thought. The arm moved around Angele's head. It was looking for something but failed, so it reached out toward Angele's back. A high-pitched female scream came from Angele's behind. It was the voice of that girl in red. Angele had recognized it immediately. He thought the girl had already been eaten by Morocco. Angele turned his head around and saw a translucent girl's shadow being pulled out of his body by that white hand. The hand grabbed the girl by the neck and dragged her into the abyss right away. The hollow space closed slowly and the gray mosquitoes covered the eyeball immediately. They slowly separated from each other and turned into gray smoke poles. Liliana raised her hand, and the crimson hole appeared on her palm again. All the mosquitoes flew back into the hole at full speed, and the room became silent again within seconds. She lowered her hand slowly. It's done. She smiled. Angele was relieved. He now felt much better after the treatment. He grabbed his case and opened it up. 10 minutes later. Angele walked out of the room with a half-empty case. He had a gloomy expression. Liliana took away half of the rare materials he obtained. Although he knew he needed to pay Liliana, he still felt a bit downcast. Finally. It had been the most dangerous adventure that Angele ever had. It was dreadful, as he hadn't had a good sleep in a long time. He was afraid he would be killed by that girl in his dreams. Zero could not detect her presence at all, so he had to stay alert. Now, I need to go to the potion store and I need to get my hands on the water of ASU. Also, I need a good defensive spell model. Angele mumbled, I'm still too weak. I want to be able to handle things by myself. Angele almost died during his first solo high-difficulty adventure, and he learned how dangerous those ancient wizard resource points were. He was not prepared like the others, and he still lacked the ways of obtaining helpful information. Wizard. I need to break the limit and become a formal wizard. Angele rubbed the silver accessory on the back of his right hand slowly. He was unhappy that there was nothing he could do at the manor and at the town. Messie's granddaughter was swallowed by the shadows, and he lost Tom as well. If Angele was strong enough, he could have at least saved 2 lives. Most importantly, he wanted to be able to protect himself. Angele was mad at himself. He knew he was still way too weak. The excitement of using spells was already gone, and he realized how much a difference was between wizard apprentices and formal wizards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Choice 1. Chapter 106, Choice 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Inside the darkroom, Liliana put down her oil lamp on a black table. Countless tiny cracks suddenly appeared behind her, and groups of mosquitoes flew out of her body to form the gray ball again. The ball split in half and the white eyeball revealed itself. What do you think? Liliana spoke in a grave tone. Although her voice was still cute and sweet, she sounded serious. We had an agreement with Moon Jin Garden. It was just an accident. They were not trying to kill your student, the eyeball responded. An accident? If he hadn't been summoned back to the school, he would already be dead. Liliana was not happy. I need an explanation. They can totally hide those materials from him. What was that monster thinking? The eyeball turned around. As an intermediary, I certainly don't want you two to misunderstand the situation. That young man was affected by their hatred. It's not a big deal. Bam! Liliana pounded the table. That was not some simple hatred. They were clearly trying to devour him. Although Morocco ate the main threat and I had his body cleansed, there's something nasty left deep inside him. They must give me an acceptable reason for doing that. Reason? What reason? A high-pitched female voice echoed in the room. Chi. Some blood mist exploded at the corner and turned into a head-sized object that looked like a jellyfish. The red object floated in the air, glowing. It was the source of the strange voice. Your student was trying to steal my materials. You should apologize to me first before trying to blame me for that, the jellyfish shouted. I knew it. Liliana's expression changed. There were worms squirming between the gaps of her face. It's the Northland Alliance, right? Are you working for those filthy scums now? I'm not going to comment on that, ha? The jellyfish sneered. Wait, don't tell the plague in the east is, Don't blame everything on us. You damn prick. My children were so kind that they didn't kill your student. The jellyfish spoke in a cold tone. Northland Alliance tried to ambush him on his way back, and they wanted to make it look like we did it. My children saved him. He'd be dead already if my children were not around him. Is that so? Liliana calmed down a bit. Angele's mentality is very close to a formal wizard's. Your children were not kind at all, they just couldn't kill him. Also, I think he's capable of escaping the ambush of Northland Alliance. If he's a low-rank apprentice, his mind would have already been crushed by your children. Christina, you really think I'm that dumb? Whatever, the jellyfish yelled, not refuting Liliana's assumption. Calm down you two. Christina was just trying to take revenge for what happened at Rinwell last year. Liliana, what you did there was a bit over the line. The eyeball turned around again and started mediating. Northland Alliance's plan was to alienate you from Christina by killing one of your students, so we can't let that happen. Fine. I will forgive you this time. Liliana snorted. They forced us to abandon our school for a while and now they want to alienate us. We must make them pay. You're right. We have to plan it out. Liliana, how many apprentices are summoned back? The eyeball asked. We need a plan for sure. We sent the message to about 120 apprentices, but only half of them came back. Liliana lowered her voice. Wait. I have a sad message for you, the jellyfish interrupted. One of my babies just found a dead body. It's your student. What? Liliana opened her eyes and her body started glowing. What? Say that again? My child found your student's dead body a while ago. The jellyfish stopped talking. Some of the red mist separated from its body and created a thin oval mirror on the side. The mirror was covered in a thin meat barrier. The surface was white initially, then it turned into pitch black for a second before bringing up the image of a remote area. It was cloudy at the area and a huge area was burnt black in the middle of the grassland. A young girl was lying on the burnt area. Sadly, she was killed before she could realize it. Her body was sliced in half and there was no blood coming out of the cut. It was almost like she was not hurt at all. I already checked it. Her organs were gone, and there was nothing in her stomach. I'm sure Jeremy did this, the jellyfish explained. Jeremy. Liliana's expression changed and lowered her head. Damn it. I don't know if you're telling the truth. I need to check it myself. Fine. We are leaving now. The jellyfish disappeared with the eyeball, and the gray ball became complete again. It was still floating in the air. After several seconds, Liliana suddenly screamed like crazy, damn it. Jeremy. One day I'll make you pay. I'll devour your whole family. Angele was walking down the underground tunnel slowly, thinking about how the place was empty. Before the war, he would see wizard apprentices walking around in the school and yet, he had not seen anyone in the tunnel today. He heard the footsteps coming from the corner as he was thinking. A young-looking, middle-aged male apprentice appeared at the corner. His face was yellow, and there was a black handkerchief inside the pocket on his left chest. Angele could see the noble suit and flower family insignia under the man's gray robe. Angele walked past the man and had a glance at his face. He probably just came back from a funeral. The man had a depressed and serious look on his face. He looked nervous as well. I wonder how much damage the Northland Alliance did to the school, Angele thought. He was walking toward the potions department. He met several other apprentices that just came back from the funeral as he advanced. They all looked sad and nervous. It took Angele a while to reach the potions department. The potions department was built inside a large, empty cave. The wall was yellow, and there were 4 huge glowing sapphires set on the top of the cave. The 4 different runes engraved on the sapphires represented the 4 basics of potion study. There were more than 10 people inside the large cave. They looked like ants standing on such a huge empty field. People did not even notice Angele's presence. Most of the people had black handkerchiefs on their chests. All of them had serious looks on their faces. They were chatting in groups at the side. Angele thought something was not right. He quickly walked past them and reached the counter. The counters were set up for selling the potions and there were several potion labs behind them. There was only one person at the middle counter at the moment. It was a middle-aged woman. She did not have a pretty face, but she looked gentle and elegant. She's a noble. Angele guessed. After all, he knew what nobles looked like. Angele stepped forward and stood in front of the counter. Greetings, I want to purchase the... Angele saw the woman shaking her head before he could finish his sentence. Sorry, one of our resource points was taken, so the potion storage is almost empty right now. We decided to stop selling potions for a while, the woman spoke in a low voice. Also, Potion Master Benjamin was killed in the war, so there's no estimated date on when we will reopen the shop. The woman made everything clear. One resource point was taken and they were short on materials. Angele felt speechless upon knowing this. Potions were always rare and expensive due to the difficulty in crafting them. A potion's price could be 10 or 100 times the price of the raw materials, but now they decided to close the shop. Angele wanted to purchase the water of ASU today, but it seemed like he would not even be able to get regular potions. Also, the waitlist for water of ASU was based on the wizard apprentice's talent levels. Angele's talent level was low, and water of ASU would only be sold to apprentices with high talent levels first. If they kept joining the waitlist, Angele's turn would never come. The middle-aged woman was kind. She decided to explain a bit more after seeing Angele's regretful face. It's not just us. Liliadu and Northland Alliance are short in potions as well. Many resource points were destroyed or taken during the war, so... Angele heard her words and sighed, I understand. It's just I had high expectations. I've seen expression like yours many times these days. There was a bitter smile on her face. Wait. I have some rare materials in my pouch. Can I still exchange them for magic stones here? Sure, we are in need of materials. We'll buy them for twice the original price. It's a good time to sell whatever you have in hand. The woman smiled again. Angele took out the preserved dragon scale flowers and a single eye flower he obtained this time. He had taken them in a hurry, so they did not have nice appearances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Choice 2. Chapter 107, Choice 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The woman inspected the materials and handed 5 black cards to Angele. 1 black card could be exchanged for 1,000 magic stones. As a matter of fact, these were actually reshaped high-quality magic stones. Those black cards could be used anywhere, and 5,000 magic stones could be sold for a great amount of money. The woman had seen a lot of rare materials like the ones Angele provided, so she was not surprised that they were worth thousands of magic stones. Trading involving a large amount of magic stones usually happened between large families. Thanks for the help, Angele said in low voice, and he kept the black cards into his pouch. You're welcome. Angele turned around and left the counter. If I can't buy the water of ASU right now, I'll have to search for a defensive spell model first. He wasted no time and started heading toward the spell department. About 10 minutes later, Angele stood in front of the large wall. He raised his head and looked at the listed spells on it. There were about 8 other people around. Some were old and some were young. Most of them were staring at the wall. Several people were checking the price with the clerk. The hall was quiet. 2 people had even started meditating on the ground. Angele looked at the list and checked through the fire, wind, and necromancy spells. There were only 2 level 0 wind spells, lightweight and lesser agility boost. For the fire spells, he saw flashing and ignite. There was no low-level defensive spell models for those 2 categories. There were 3 defensive spell models in the necromancy category. Weapon control, effective on weapons with wooden handle. The weapons will attack their owner. Range, 3 meters. Angele stopped reading after seeing it was only effective on weapons with wooden handles, and the spell itself was weak. Death Coil, surround the caster with death energy and create a weak force field around. Range, 2 meters. Good for close combat. Weakness, ranged weapons. This one could be taken into consideration. And the last one. Bone armor, cover oneself with bones. The stronger the bones, the higher the defense. Great for defending physical attacks. Weakness, energy attacks. Angele furrowed his eyebrows. He knew those ones were the best sellers in the school, and they were helpful during basic combats. However, Angele did not find the one he wanted. He walked toward the clerk. It was an old woman wearing glasses. What do you want? Can I have a look at the level 1 defensive spell models? The ones on the list are not suitable for me, Angele lowered his voice. The old woman raised her head and looked at Angele after hearing his question, seemingly a bit surprised. Only rank 3 wizard apprentices that were trying to break the limit would purchase high-level defensive spell models. She was surprised because Angele looked so young. On the contrary, she had spent her whole life reaching rank 3. She opened the drawer and took out a thin booklet. These are all the level 1 spell models we have right now. You can take a look. Some of the spell models are created by formal wizards, so they may not be practical. Angele had 5 black cards on him, so he skipped the price list. He started searching the spell he wanted in necromancy, fire, and wind category. He looked at the wind category first because the wind energy particles loved him. Angele thought the reason was the enchanted ring he used before, but he was not sure about it. There was a whole page of wind spells, but a lot of them had similar effects. There was a spell called Wind Blast. It had many variations, but they shared the same name. Some had the range of 5 meters, and some had the range of 7 meters. They were modified by different wizards, and spells with a smaller range usually could do more damage than the ones with a larger range. There was also something called the party spells such as Summon Wind. It would produce wind within a very large area and was mostly used for large parties. Angele skipped all the random spells and started looking for the defensive spells. The spells on this booklet were all level 1 spells and only wizards could cast them. Actually, only wizards were able to cast defensive spells, so Angele had to be able to cast level 1 spells to be recognized as a formal wizard. Angele kept checking the list. A spell called Berlin's Haste caught his attention. It could boost up the projectile speed, and he thought he could use it to increase his arrow's damage. This spell was similar to the agility boost. If Angele could cast it on his boots, he would be able to move faster. The price was only 10 magic stones. There were not many defensive spell models in the wind category, so Angele turned the page to the fire category. The page that listed fire spells had a red background. Angele quickly went through the damage and support spells, then located the defensive spells quickly. There were about 8 of them. High temperature field, create a fire force field around the caster and it will cause whoever approaches the field to lose water. Opponents will be exhausted. Range, 3 meters. Flaming iron, create a piece of high-temperature iron and it will attack whoever tries to hurt the caster. Needed material, iron shard. Heatwave, create cold and heat waves in a 2-meter radius, enemies will lose their balance after entering the air. Heat drain, creates an energy field. Radius, 3 meters. Enemies' body temperature will be lowered, and their actions will be slowed down. Flame guard, enemies will be stricken with fire within the effective radius. Radius, 2 meters. Fast, low damage. Defensive fire spells were actually good choices to Angele, but he was not sure which one to get. Therefore, he decided to check out the necromancy category as well. The background of the necromancy page was black, and the words were written in white ink. Angele found the defensive spells and started reading. Body harden, caster can harden part of his body and increase one's physical defense greatly. Weakness, fire. Mosrin's death coil, surround the caster with death energy. The energy does constant damage to enemies within the range. Range, 10 meters. Combat spell. Ranged eliminator, works on any ranged wooden ranged weapons. Projectiles such as arrows will be destroyed. Minimum distance, 12 meters. Not effective if the enemies are inside the 12-meter range. Interference field, enemies within 5 meters of the caster will be disoriented. Debuff, fear, exhaustion. More effective on enemies with weak minds. Abyssal Eye, eyeball buff. People within the caster's sight will start seeing illusions, and if they cannot distinguish them from reality, they will be exhausted. Universal debuff, stamina drain, fear of battle. Those were all 5 defensive spells in the necromancy category. 2 of them needed to be cast by wizards. Meanwhile, Mosrin's death coil, interference field, and ranged eliminator could be set up as a passive spell. Angele considered himself as a close combat wizard. He trained himself well and his physical attack combos were strong, so most of the time he would be charging toward the enemy. If the enemy had a defensive spell on, he would consider ranged attacks. He needed a passive defensive spell, so he could save time casting it during battles. For that reason, the passive spells in necromancy category would not work well for him. There were many ranged spells that did area damage and he could cast them easily if given enough space. However, he needed a way to deal with enemies that were strong on their own. Those 3 passive spells were focused on dealing with groups of enemies. Angele had his eyebrows scrunched up as he turned the page back to fire category, but none of them could help him defend physical attacks unless his enemies could be taken down with basic flame attacks. He looked at other categories. Water and plant category had many spells that could help defend physical attacks, but Angele was not so familiar with those energy particles, and he would not be able to reach the full potential. Angele learned a lot from the ancient wizard books. He knew that he needed to focus on one or two types of energy particles. Wind and fire energy particles liked him the most, so he should try to use as many wind and fire spells as possible. Otherwise, his spell power output would be lower than other wizards. The better he could control the energy particles, the stronger his spells would be. What should I do? Angele furrowed his eyebrows again and kept checking the spells listed in the booklet. The ideal defensive spell for him was one that could defend up to a certain level of physical attacks, one that included ranged and melee attacks. Also, he needed a barrier to defend the energy strikes, but spells that fulfilled his requirement did not seem to be level 1 spells. Spells like that would be weaker than spells that could only defend physical or energy attacks. The high temperature field was good for close combat, but it was weak against ranged attackers. If the enemies used ranged metal weapons, the spell would make their attack even stronger by raising the temperature of their projectiles. It would not be a wise choice for Angele. The other one caught Angele's attention was the heat drain, but it was an area spell with certain duration and it was weak against strong attacks that focused on a single target. Apparently, fire spells were more focused on offense and wind spells were focused on auxiliary. Even the defensive spells had those characteristics. Angele still wanted to main fire and use wind to support. He no longer wished to spend all his time on necromancy. The first defensive spell of wizards was extremely important because they could solidify it into talent spell. If Angele made the wrong choice, it would greatly affect his future progress. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Formula 1. Chapter 108, Formula 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The talent spell was the most important spell for a wizard. After all, casting it would not cost the caster any mentality. There was nearly no limitation on this spell, and it could be cast instantly. Talent spell separated wizards from wizard apprentices, and that was the reason why formal wizards were much stronger than rank 3 wizard apprentices. Angele finally made the decision after thinking for a while. He purchased all the defensive spell models he saw. Angele had more than enough money to do it and he would have something in storage in case he had to leave the school again. Besides the defensive spells, Angele also purchased various types of damage spells since he wanted to gather more information for his database. He purchased all the wind and fire spells available in the school, and he spent about 1,000 magic stones for that. Ramsota was famous for necromancy and shadow spells, so the wind and fire spells he purchased were all the school had. Angele purchased about 100 spells, and he handed one black card over to the clerk. The clerk then gave him 3 magic stones as change. Those magic stones were medium-quality magic stones that could be exchanged for 30 regular magic stones. The clerk asked several wizard apprentices to carry the spellbooks back to Angele's room. Angele led them to his room. Each of the wizard apprentices was holding a large box in their hands. The boxes were filled up with spellbooks, and they were heavy. After the apprentices helped Angele organize the books, they said goodbye to him and left. Angele stood beside the door and looked at the dorm's hallway. Most of the doors were locked, and the floor was covered in dust. He could see their footprints on the floor clearly. I'm the only one here. Angele sighed. Wizard apprentices from necromancy, enchantment, and energy modifying department lived in this area. There were 10 rooms in this hallway, but it seemed like Angele was the only one who came back. The dust on the floor explained everything. Not all rooms were taken when I first arrived here, but now I'm the only one that came back. Angele was a bit depressed. The hallway was dark. The oil lamps on the wall were put off as no one lived here for a while. The only light came from Angele's room. It was once a noisy place. People were talking all the time, but now there was no one around anymore. Angele stood beside the door. He looked at the dark hallway, loneliness filling up his mind. Ka. Angele walked into his room and closed the door. He stared at the oil lamp on the desk for a while. The yellow light made him feel relaxed. It'll take me at least 5 minutes to walk from here to the other side of the hallway. There were not that many people in the school even before. Now, the war made the situation even worse. Angele shook his head. He walked toward the large boxes and crouched down. The boxes' edges were covered with silver iron strips, but they were not locked. Angele opened the boxes easily. All the spellbooks were inside the boxes. The spell boxes were covered in white shells, and the names of the spells were written on the front in black. Angele grabbed a wind spell book named Lightweight. He sat down by the desk and started reading under the light. At the same time, Zero started doing its job. Zero could easily record everything Angele read, which was the reason why Angele could learn so fast. An average wizard apprentice needed months to completely finish a spellbook. Wizard apprentices with high talent levels could study faster, but they still needed at least 2 months because learning a spell required basic corresponding knowledge. For example, the lightweight spell was based on the 2 courses, Wind Spell Basics and Support Spell Basic Models. People first needed to finish these 2 courses before they could actually understand the spell model. For the same reason, although Angele purchased about 100 spellbooks, he needed a lot of knowledge to help him understand the spell models. It cost Angele several magic stones to gain access to the library being repaired. In the next 3 days, he did not actually learn anything, but he kept reading all the books he needed and stored most of the information in the database. With the database, Angele could check the information anytime he wanted. Comparing to other wizard apprentices, Angele's learning speed was extremely fast because he only needed to read the book once and Zero would take care of everything else. After Zero analyzed the new information Angele acquired, it gave Angele a surprise: database is far complete than before. You can choose to enhance the spells, and how strong the spells will depend on how much mentality you have. Angele was reading at the library, and he looked happy after hearing Zero's report. The library was similar to the ones on Earth. 2 large red wooden bookshelves sat in the middle of the library, and the shelves were filled up with various types of books. Several elder wizards were putting up force barriers beside the shelves. They wanted to make sure the wizard apprentices had enough mentality to check the knowledge in the wizard's books. The principal was close to the first wizardry book Angele obtained. His mind would be destroyed by the book if his mentality was not stable enough. Angele was sitting at the corner of the room. The library looked a bit like a meeting hall. The floor was red and the roof was yellow. Yellow glowing crystals were inserted into the walls on the side, which were the source of light in the room. The temperature here was always in the comfortable range. It seemed like someone had cast a spell to modify the temperature in the room constantly. There were 4 other wizard apprentices reading books beside Angele. They were very quiet, and the only noise was made by turning the pages. Wizard apprentices usually did not read at the library. They would borrow the book and read somewhere else because books in the library were thick and there were many parts that were hard for wizard apprentices to understand. They needed time to think about every important point. Angele was still excited about Zero's report. Choose and enhance the spell now? Zero asked. What are the requirements? Check how much mentality is required for enhancing high temperature field, Angele ordered. Time needed, 3 months. 2 mentality will be consumed every day. 3 months, Angele muttered. He hesitated. How strong the spell will be after the enhancement? Success rate, 87%. Result, effective area increased, temperature limit increased, energy required increased. Angele furrowed his eyebrows and put down the book in his hand. I need to set up a standard to measure the power of the spells. I don't have enough practical experiences yet. Once I set up the standard, I'll ask Zero to start enhancing the spells I need. 20 minutes later. Angele was walking down a long hallway slowly. On both sides of the hallway, there were doors and a counter. A thin old man sat behind the counter. He was reading a red booklet. He noticed Angele's presence and raised his head. 2 hours, 1 magic stone. Pick the room yourself. From 1 to 10 only, other rooms are reserved for formal wizards, the old man said in a light tone. Angele nodded and put down a magic stone. The old man gave him a wooden tag and Angele tied it to his left wrist. He then turned around and walked toward room 7. The door was made from white metal. It was heavy. Angele raised his left palm and pressed on the surface of the door. Some red light flashed on the door and a black number 7 appeared on the black wooden tag. Ka. The door opened, Angele stepped in and passed through a long, dark tunnel. He arrived at a large empty room. The room was large, about the size of a basketball court. The floor, roof, and the walls were covered with black stone bricks. Strange runes were engraved onto those bricks, and they started flashing in random order. The red glow appeared on one small area and disappeared soon after another area started shining. A large candle chandelier was hanging from the ceiling, the candles brightening the whole room. There were 2 other wizard apprentices in the room, one was rank 3, while the other was rank 2 according to Zero's report. They were training at the right and left side corner. Angele did not care though, as he walked straight toward an empty area on the side. This was the spell lab. It was used for target practices and spell power testing. There were several targets and dummies around Angele. The area was nearly similar to an archery training ground. The rank 3 wizard apprentice was a blonde middle-aged woman who was using the safe practice area. The safe practice area was protected by defense magic circles, so she could test the debuff spells here. She cast several debuff spells on herself, and the magic circles would cleanse the debuff under her order. The rank 2 wizard apprentice on the other side was a young man. He was about 20 years old, testing debuff spells on himself as well. His body was covered in a blue glow. ED note: if you see any mistakes, leave a comment. We'll address it right away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Formula 2. Chapter 109, Formula 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele did not care what the two were doing. He turned around and stared at a target in front of him. 0. Start recording my spell power. Use degrees as the measurement. Recording. Angele raised his hands slowly. Some black mist rose from the tip of his finger. He snapped his fingers loudly, and the wind energy particles blew the black mist toward the target. Chi. After several seconds, the yellow wooden target turned gray, but no visible damage could be observed. Angele furrowed his eyebrows. Reporting results, as well as the power data. Necromancy energy particles need 5 degrees of energy to be effective. Enemies with a stamina lower than 1. 5 will take fatal damage, enemies with a stamina over 1.5 will take mild damage, and enemies with a stamina higher than 3 will take almost no damage, 0 reported. Angele finally understood how much damage he could do with pure energy particles. Casting spells would do much more damage than hitting enemies with energy particles. Also, the cost was way too high for what the energy particles could do. It means 5 degrees of energy will only damage normal human beings. When enemies have night-level attributes, those energy particles won't do anything. I should have tested it earlier when I had the chance. Casting spells will conserve my energy and do much damage to my opponents. Angele thought with furrowed brows. How much energy do I need to destroy the wooden target? 19 degrees, 0 replied. Angele narrowed his eyes. He drew his black dagger and walked toward the target. Chi. Angele was surprised that his slash did not break the target. He stood still and applied more force to the slash. Crack! The wooden target was split in half. The upper part dropped to the ground. I had to slash it with more strength. It means my physical attack equals about what 19 degrees of energy can do, Angele thought. He tested other types of energy particles after. With 0 storage function, Angele had a total of 30 degrees of energy in his body, but different types of energy particles had different densities. Wind energy particles had low density. Angele destroyed a wooden target with 19 degrees of energy. The wind he summoned was almost like a small tornado. Angele left the lab after he used up all the energy. The next day, he went to the lab again. He tested fire energy particles this time, summoning a small fireball with 19 degrees of energy. The wooden target was easily destroyed. Angele assumed, degrees is the universal unit for calculating basic energy consumption. Different energy particles do similar damage when the consumed energy is the same. Generally speaking, all the negative energy particles do pretty much the same damage, the only thing that matters is the energy consumption. That's how the unit is created. In addition to that, the density of energy particles does not really matter. 0 probably noticed it, but I didn't. Angele left after he had no energy left and returned to the lab again the next day. He stood in front of the target he just destroyed, and thought, if I can set degrees as the unit for my spell power output, I can probably start measuring my actual combat power and it'll be much easier for me to record the data. Water of ASU is essential to me, but there's no way I can get it right now. I should keep doing experiments right now. After several days of testing, Angele learned the limit of his physical attack power, which was 20.1 degrees. It was a bit weaker than his pure energy particle power, which was around 22 degrees, but that was the best he could do. With the new unit, Angele now had a way to measure how strong his enemies were. Although fights were not only focused on power, he would have a general idea about how he should fight the opponent. The other 2 wizard apprentices he had met before came to the lab every day as well. The middle-aged woman was Kelly Navister, a rank 3 wizard apprentice who specialized in enchantment. The other young man was a rank 2 wizard apprentice. He was initially afraid of joining their conversation, but when Angele approached him and asked what he was practicing, he finally started talking. The man was named Michel, Kelly's nephew. His father was a rich merchant. He was the hope of the family. Bam! Angele hit the wooden target with a ray of green flame. The target was covered in green flame and started burning immediately. It turned into a pile of ash within seconds. Heart of the glowing elephant. Flame strike. Damage type, energy. Spell power, 12 degrees. Mentality consumed, 1, mana consumed, 0. Angele was satisfied. He nodded and put the heart back into his pouch. He could only cast Flame Strike twice a day, but it could be cast instantly and its damage was acceptable. 12 degrees of power could penetrate normal armor pieces and could injure a knight greatly. Grand Knights had their own energy barriers. It was likely that it would not do too much damage to them. Angele still had the one-time bomb made from the other heart. He thought the power of that bomb would be much higher than the heart. Clap clap. Angele heard someone clapping hands. Kelly smiled and walked toward him. The woman had an average-looking face, and her brown hair was draped over her shoulders. Her lips were thin and she had sharp eyes. "Angele, how are your experiments going?" she asked. The woman was smiling, but Angele could not sense the kindness from her smile. "Almost done." Angele nodded. He was not trying to hide anything from others. The glowing heart was just an average enchanted item, and the only thing important to him right now was the new spell models he was testing. "Kelly, is there anything you would like to discuss with me?" Angele turned around and smiled. The reason why Michelle was afraid to talk to them was due to their ranks. Rank 3 wizard apprentices were far more significant to the school than rank 2 wizard apprentices. It was hard for the wizard apprentices to go from rank 2 to rank 3, so that made rank 3 apprentices rare. Although all the wizard apprentices had the chance to visit the wizard masters, masters would not spend too much time on them as they had more important matters to take care of. Rank 3 wizard apprentices created their own group. They would not spend too much time with wizard apprentices of lower ranks. Not many apprentices were summoned back this time. "I heard several formal wizards were killed during the war," Kelly whispered. Michelle just stood there and listened. He was smiling politely, but Kelly was not interested in him at all as he was just a rank 2 wizard apprentice. Michelle was already 20 years old, and it was very unlikely that he would become a wizard. Although Michelle was her nephew, he was not valuable to her. It was an unspoken rule that rank 2 wizard apprentices should only talk to rank 3 apprentices when asked. "Really?" Angele wiped the dust off his gray robe. After all the tests, his robe was covered in dust. "No one is applying to the missions listed on the board right now. Many masters lost their disciples in the war as well." Kelly wanted Angele to guess what she was trying to imply. "So what?" Angele was not concerned. "It means, the school needs us. There are many unsolved events around the area. People will think Ramsoda is weakened, so they will try to take advantage of that. It's not our problem anyway, I'm just letting you know." "Angele, you asked if I had any special potion formula in my family, right?" Kelly smiled. "I thought you said you didn't?" Angele asked her about the formula collection the last time they chatted, but Kelly said she didn't have any formula in hand. "We don't, but I found someone who did." Kelly wanted to get close to Angele. Angele reached rank 3 at 18 years old, which was an incredible feat. There were not many talented wizard apprentices left in the school at the moment, and Angele would become a disciple of one of the masters soon. It was the best time for her to do Angele a favor, and she was hoping that Angele would do something for her in return in the future. "Who? And what formula?" Angele's expression changed. He asked in a serious tone. "The authentic formula of Griffin's Nightmare. Their family specializes in collecting rare materials. It's not a big family, but they declined my offer." Kelly laughed. "Why?" Angele's eyes narrowed. "Thanks for the information, Kelly. Can you tell me more about the family, if you don't mind?" "Sure." Kelly's expression turned serious. "They sell all types of materials. The family got stronger because one of them became a wizard apprentice using a special method. The wizard apprentice was from our school. He learned from a wanderer who was a wizard. The wizard was a potion specialist who was being pursued by his enemies due to Griffin's Nightmare. He acquired the formula from an incident, but he burned it in front of the people chasing him because he did not want to get involved anymore. However, the old wizard tricked everyone. He actually made a copy of the formula and gave it to his student. After the wizard apprentice died, the formula was passed down for generations as a family heirloom. Someone in my family discovered their secret not so long ago, but Griffin's Nightmare. Angele read about it on a book not so long ago, Griffin's Nightmare. I heard it could make water of ASU more effective. It's a lost formula. I didn't think it was still in someone's hand. Since they declined your offer, I guess you want me to help you to take it from them? Tell me, what do you need me to do? The formula was too valuable for Angele to pass. He was hungry for power, and he would not mind getting his hands dirty. However, Angele had his bottom line. He would not do something that was too cruel. Kelly's expression did not change after Angele questioned her. She already knew that Angele would help. The potion will help you break the limit easier, and it's extremely rare, so we are the only people that know about the situation. I already took care of the family members who sent me the message. Kelly stopped for a second. She was trying to tell Angele that it should stay as a secret between them. We almost wiped them off the land. However, a rank 2 wizard apprentice suddenly appeared and interrupted my plan. His spells were very strange. My nephew was hurt during the fight. Kelly looked at Michelle, who was still listening to their conversation by the side. Michelle rolled his right sleeve up after hearing Kelly's words. Angele saw a long silver scar climbing up his arm, which looked horrifying. Angele was a bit surprised. He had never seen a silver scar. Did you ask other rank 3 wizard apprentices to help? Angele asked. I did. We only told them about the name of the potion. Most of them had no idea what it was. They were not into potion study, but since you asked me about the formulas, I decided to discuss the matter with you, Kelly smiled and answered. Angele doubted if they were the only ones who knew about the situation. Griffin's nightmare was also relatively known as the nightmare potion. Although it was rare, rank 3 wizard apprentices did not really care about it. The materials required to concoct the potion were all very rare, and the success rate was low. Even if they could acquire the formula, they would not be able to afford the cost. Kelly probably did some research after Angele asked her about the formulas, so she knew that Angele needed something like this badly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Riverside, 1. Chapter 110, Riverside, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Wait, so I'm the only one in the school who decided to help? Angele narrowed his eyes and asked. Kelly was not trying to hide anything from Angele. Well, you're right, but you need the formula, right? Actually, I'm not going to get too much benefit from just the formula. Is there anything else you can offer? Angele spoke in a light tone. He decided to ask for more, so Kelly would not get suspicious. Kelly probably knew the success rate of crafting nightmare potion was low, but she did not know Angele had the chip that could help him increase the success rate. Kelly was not surprised to hear Angele's question. She nodded. As a reward, I'll gift you 500 regular magic stones. What do you think? 500 magic stones. Although Angele had 4 black cards on him, he was surprised nonetheless. He did not expect Kelly to offer so many magic stones. Angele worked very hard to get magic stones before the war started, and this time he almost lost his life for obtaining those rare materials. Although he was shocked by the offer, his expression did not change. Deal. Just send me the message when you're ready. Angele drew a snake-shaped rune about the size of an egg in the air as he spoke. It looked like a snake that was about to pounce forward. He then pushed the rune with his finger. The rune turned into a black flash and sank into Kelly's gray robe. Kelly quickly drew a strange insect-shaped rune in the air and pushed it into Angele's robe as well. Good, now we've exchanged our rune sigils. Angele nodded. We can contact each other through it directly later. Sure, I'll talk to you soon. Kelly smiled. Angele checked the time using 0 after leaving the spell lab. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. His plan was to head back to his room and have some rest before study the books stored in the chip. However, he suddenly realized that he had no idea how the wizards were ranked, so he decided to spend some more time in the library first. He was the only one in the library at the moment. The place was empty. Angele walked past the 2 large bookshelves and started checking the glowing shelves. The red ones required the readers to have the mentality of a rank 3 wizard apprentice, while the black ones could only be read by formal wizards. Angele checked several red bookshelves before he finally found the book he wanted. He carefully touched the red glow with his finger. A hole appeared on the barrier, which fitted Angele's hand well. He grabbed the book with a black cover easily. He did not take the book to the table, only standing beside the bookshelf as he started reading. On the surface of the book, there was a gray mouse with a pair of blue glowing eyes. It looked it was about to strike whoever was planning to read the book. The blue glow almost looked like a flame, and there was smoke coming out of its eyes. Angele noticed the strange mouse. He rubbed its eyes with his left hand. Gee! Angele's hand was hurt by the heat. It meant the flame was real. He was surprised. The flame looked identical to the flame on the glowing elephant created. The only difference was the color. He opened the book and started checking the wizard's ranking system. Wizards control the power and the rules of nature. Living beings who understand this power and rules are called wizards. That was the first sentence on the first page. Angele continued reading. 6,000 years ago, various races started the war against each other due to the 300-year-old hatred between them. Countless wars were declared by humans, demi-humans, merfolk, and inhuman. Many mortals and wizards died. The stronger wizards decided to make a scale to measure the strength of their opponents. That was the prototype of the ranking system. The scale could be applied to any ancient race. It was also the first scale used to decide the ranks of wizards. 3,000 years ago, the scale was improved due to the extinction of many races. Human wizards were the strongest at that time, so they changed the ranking system to provide a better measurement for the wizards. And the one we are still using was created in the year 1429. Angele furrowed his eyebrows. 1429? That's 100 years ago. How old is this book? He thought for a while and started reading again. Titles of the wizards. Wizards are ranked on how many spells one can cast without getting a backlash. Based on the level of the spells, there are 9 general ranks. He saw a chart under the explanation. The 9-level system was carefully explained beside the chart. Details on how each level was determined were written inside the chart. There was a signature spell between each stage, which was used to measure wizards' ranks. Also, the power of wizards at the same rank varied due to the difference between the talent spells they had. The power difference between the ranks was tremendous. The same spell could deal 10 times or even 20 times more damage when cast by a wizard at a higher rank. That was the reason why a low-rank wizard had to show respect to high-rank wizards. They never know what would happen if a high-rank wizard became infuriated. There were 9 ranks for wizards, each rank differing in the way they communicated and how they pay respect to wizards at higher ranks. Angele finished the book quickly. He skipped some of the lore, but he had a general idea about the wizard's ranking system. 9 ranks and 9 class levels. Angele returned the book to the bookshelf and started thinking. At the end of the book, it mentioned the most famous wizards in the 6,000-year history. They were all rank 7 wizards, but they were far from reaching the top rank. Although they did not reach the top rank, everyone related to wizards on this land knew about their names. Based on all the information Angele collected recently, he had a better understanding about the landmarks. Ramsota College, Liliadu, Santiago, and Northland Alliance, all those wizard organizations were founded on the southern side of the land. They were close to the coastline, and they all had their territories. 10% of the land was controlled by wizard organizations. On the other side of the Ramsota Empire, there was a huge desert, and by going across the desert, people could reach the wizard organizations on the northern side of the land. Communications between southern wizard organizations and northern organizations were hard due to the long distance. The area Angele was in right now was called the Dark Land of Wizards by wizards from other areas. It meant that the place was for wizards who focused on destruction. Ramsota and Northland Alliance liked the nickname because the damage spells they created were incredibly powerful than the ones created by other wizard organizations. Angele recalled the days when he was on the ship. They stopped by several docks and wizard apprentices went to different wizard organizations. Yuri went to a place called White Tooth Castle. It was very far from Ramsota and would take Angele years to reach there on foot. It seemed like there were many wizard organizations on this land, but they could not communicate with organizations from other areas due to the travel distance. Angele thought for a while and started wondering how the other apprentices he met on the ship were doing. Goody Guy Yuri, Unruly Nancy, Talented Jared, Luke Lando, and Velvet, they all went to different organizations. Loneliness filled him up from within. He barely had any friend at the school. Benedict was the one Angele had the most conversations with, but he was from another organization. I don't have anyone to talk to here, Angele looked around and thought. He looked around. The library was still silent. Angele missed the days he spent at the Baron's territory and the days he had at Marawa Harbor. He decided to pursue his goal alone, but sometimes he wondered if he made the right choice. Angele shook his head. One day, I'll meet them again, he muttered. He left the library and decided to check every area of the school. He had always wanted to learn more about the school since he was accepted, but he did not have the time to do so. The main hall could only be entered by formal wizards. There was a black barrier blocking the entrance. Wizard apprentices could not even peek inside. There were only 3 vendors left at the trading area. One of them was the place Angele purchased his first set of potion concoction equipment. The mission hall was the place he accepted requests. It was empty as well, but there were still many requests listed on the board. The school was huge and it could easily fit more than 10,000 apprentices. There were many faculties in the school, and there was a huge selection of programs offered by the faculties. For example, energy modification offered more than 10 different programs, enchantment and necromancy offered more than 20 programs. However, most of the programs had no student, and masters would only be sent to teach the program when there were enough registered students. After the war, many masters and students had not returned yet. Angele doubted if courses were still being offered by the faculties. The library, potions department, lab area, and service department were the places Angele already visited. The dorm was separated based on the faculties. There was one last area that Angele would like to visit, the garden area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Riverside, 2. Chapter 111, Riverside, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Most of the people who went to the garden area just wanted to relax while observing different plants. The area also helped the air circulation underground. There was a small artificial lake in the middle of the garden, and several high-quality, white stone benches were built beside the river. The lake was clean and the water was still. Angele picked a white bench and sat down under the tree. He felt relaxed just by looking at the beautiful scenery. A large, triangular golden crystal was inserted into the middle of the ceiling, rays of gentle light shining upon the lake. The light was simulating the sunlight, and it made the whole garden area bright. Angele sat on the bench. He could feel the chill from the stone as he pressed the surface of the bench with his hands. It was strangely smooth, as though the surface was coated with a special translucent paint. The wind blowing over Angele's face was warm and smooth, tree leaves and grasses started shaking in the wind. The large, triangular crystal cast the reflection upon the surface of the water. It almost looked like there was another piece of a crystal inside the lake. Angele rested for a while. As he was about to leave, he heard people talking from the other side of the lake. Several people walked out of the bush. They were wearing gray robes. There were female wizard apprentices and 3 male wizard apprentices. They looked young. One of the girls had an attractive body and a charming face. She was talking to a male wizard apprentice on the side. The 5 were walking toward the benches on the lakeside. They were here to relax, that was what Angele assumed. They were not too far from him. With the help of Zero, Angele could easily hear their conversation. For real? The charming girl opened her eyes widely and asked admirably. The male wizard apprentice by her side nodded. It looked like he was proud of himself. Yes, I almost finished learning my first spell model. The basic courses are finally done. I spent a whole lot of time studying before I returned to the school. Come on, you spent most of the time eating and sleeping. You only learned the spell model because your talent level is high. The other male apprentice laughed. I'm very close to finishing the first spell model as well. I spent a bunch of time studying as well. I'm so jealous of you too. The girl shook her hand with a depressed expression. Lisa and I am still learning spell arrangement. For some reason, we just can't get the hang of it. We probably still need 1 or 2 more years before we can learn our first spell models. Malfa is very close to the top level of rank 2, so we can rely on him after that. I think Malfa's family will spend all the resources on him, right? My dearest Malfa, the other girl mocked. The 5 were having a good time around the bench. Most of their conversation topics revolved around the male wizard apprentice named Malfa. The other 4 asked him questions about courses from time to time. One of the girl wizard apprentices was cute and vibrant, while the other was quiet but sexy. Angele sat on the bench and listened to their words and laughs. He had this thought on his mind that he was not the fresh apprentice anymore after all the time he spent learning and meditating. He had already reached the limit as a rank 3 wizard apprentice. Time really flew by. Angele watched the young wizard apprentices on the other side of the lake. He knew he was already at a much higher level than them. He needed to set his goal higher. He sat there for several more minutes before he stood up and started heading back. There were still things he needed to take care of, so he did not want to waste time anymore. He quickly disappeared at the corner of the only path behind the bench. Coco, what are you looking at? Lisa saw her friend was looking at the other side of the river. It looked like she was attracted to something. You guys saw the man on the other side? He gives me a feeling that he... Coco thought for a while, but she did not find the right word to describe her feeling. The 3 male wizard apprentices raised their heads and saw the lonely shadow of the man who was heading to the exit of the garden. He must be a rank 3 wizard apprentice. Malfa sounded jealous. How do you know that? His friends all stared at him. His mentality is incredibly strong. Malfa lowered his voice, much stronger than mine. I saw him looking at us when we were talking. His eyes were glowing. What? Someone yelled. All of them were shocked. His eyes were sharp, but I didn't see them glowing. I could feel it. Being stared at by him wasn't pleasing. It felt like there were needles stabbing into my skin. Lisa furrowed her eyebrows. Malfa nodded. That's what my grandfather told me before. When a rank 3 wizard apprentice reaches the limit, it means his mentality is nearly to that of a formal wizard's and his eyes will start glowing. My mentality is strong enough to observe the energy particles around his eyes. We should stay away from wizard apprentices like that man, and we should never provoke him. So, his almost has the mentality of a formal wizard. You're kidding, right? Malfa, this man looked like he is at our age. I'm not joking, Malfa spoke in a deep tone. The 5 stopped talking. Their achievements were nothing compared to what the man had at his age. Malfa almost felt ashamed of talking about the first spell model he learned in front of the man. Well, there are geniuses in this world, and they'll do anything better than us anyways. Malfa sighed, and he laughed. Yeah, let's continue with our earlier conversation. The other young man nodded. They recovered from the shock and started talking again. It almost looked like nothing had happened. However, the girl named Coco was still peeking at the direction the man headed toward from time to time. I must move forward. I need to stop wasting my time, Coco thought. She put her hands behind her and clenched her fists. Angele walked down the tunnel. He had no idea that his strength gave a stranger motivation, but he would not care even if he knew what happened after he left. There were many things he needed to do now. He needed to find the substitutes for the required materials of Potion of Tranquility, choose his talent spell, and try to break the limit. In order to become a wizard, Angele needed the Water of Asu and a suitable defensive spell. Zero could help him calculate his success rate on breaking the limit. Zero could help Angele determine the success rate before he actually tried to break the limit. He would not attempt it if the success rate was low. He would try to keep increasing the success rate by collecting necessary resources. There was no point for him to simply rely on luck like other wizard apprentices. This was why Angele believed that he could become a wizard. If he could obtain the formula of Nightmare Potion from Kelly, he could use it to increase the effectiveness of the Water of Asu. According to the information he collected, Nightmare Potion could increase his success rate of breaking the limit by 30%, which was an incredible figure. However, Nightmare Potion was one of the 5 hardest potions to make in Potion Study, and it was also the most complex one in the mid-level potions. Only potion masters could concoct them, and the success rate was low. That was the reason why other rank 3 wizard apprentices were not interested in Kelly's offer. Spell enhancement requires mentality and energy particles. After this is done, I need to return to Lennon City with the formula and enhance the spells I use. Although things may not go as planned, I still need to try my best. Angele made up his mind. Angele spent the next 2 days doing potion experiments. He used the stored information on materials and created multiple experiment plans. He then asked Zero to keep simulating the process and collect the results. He also started learning the knowledge he recorded and the spell models he bought. There was so much information that he felt tired by just searching through the database. Angele had a hard time understanding all those spell models even with the help of Zero. He wondered how difficult it was for others to just learn one spell model. Other wizard apprentices needed to memorize a huge amount of knowledge and information every day. Moreover, they needed to review the things they learned from the courses so they would not forget. Angele could progress much faster than them because he had Zero's help in making his learning pace more efficient. After reading the explanations about wizards on the book, Angele already knew wizards generally had better memory ability than others due to the amount of knowledge required to learn spell models. However, the books did not mention about wizards having a photographic memory, and the things they needed to memorize became more and more complex in the later stages. No matter how fast one could learn, he would still slow down when there was too much information. Also, with the help of Zero, Angele had a different learning curve than others. People usually had to keep reviewing the learned knowledge and convert it into long-term memory. However, Angele only needed to understand the things he wished to learn once, and Zero would take care of the storage of his memory. Although his talent level was low and it seemed like he was unlikely to become a wizard, he still managed to speed up the process with the chip's support. He could increase his success first and try to break the limit after finding the right timing. It would take him some time, but it was totally worth it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Procedure 1. Chapter 112, Procedure 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Under the dim light, Angele stood beside the lab table as he looked at the huge yellow claw on it quietly. The shadow of his head covered a small part of the table. Adjusting. Energy output increasing, dissolving the materials, 0 reported. Angele raised his right hand slowly. There was a thin layer of red coating on his palm, almost like he dipped his right hand into some paint. He carefully pressed the yellow claw with his palm. Gee! The noise sounded like he was grilling meat. The large yellow claw started melting from the area Angele pressed. It became a ball of yellow slime after about 10 seconds, which stuck on his right hand. Angele used his left hand to draw runes in the air. Those runes were surrounded by red glows and were flashing. Those runes looked strangely beautiful inside the dark room. The yellow slime on Angele's right started solidifying as the red runes disappeared. The slime ball started boiling, bubbles forming on its surface. The room was filled up with the steam coming out of the slime ball that stank. 0 kept providing information to Angele by putting up holograms in his view. Angele's eyes were wide open as he stared at the slime ball carefully. As time passed, the slime ball was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed like the heat was reducing the ball's volume. Half an hour later, the slime ball was reduced to the size of a palm. Angele closed his eyes slowly. He had not rested for a while, and he stopped drawing the runes in the air as well. Finally, "It's done," Angele mumbled. He opened his eyes and started observing the small yellow ball on his palm. Had to use the special method to melt the hardest part of a claw warrior. This purified ball is one of the best materials for making the inner armor. Its magic resistance is high. Angele nodded. He carefully covered the ball with a piece of black cloth and placed it inside a box on the floor. He then took out a gray egg out of his pouch. Angele had traded his snacks for it on his way back, but he had no idea what it was. He asked 0 to scan it, but the result only indicated that there was an unknown species inside the egg. Information about it was not included in the database. Angele asked Alan and the Elder, but they said it was just a random egg. They assumed it was a scorpion's egg. Angele put the egg under the light. He rotated it around and kept observing it. The egg was actually quite heavy, about 1 kilogram to 1.5 kilograms, and it did not have any distinct smell. Its surface was gray and coarse. 0, do you know what this egg is? Based on all the data I collected recently? Angele asked. Please determine the shell's component first, 0 responded. Angele nodded and crouched down. He searched through the box and took out a round, black case. He put down the case on the table and touched the lid with one of his fingers. A small green light dot rose upon the surface of the lid, unlocking the case immediately. Angele opened the case carefully. There were 5, petal-shaped, small containers inside. 4 were at the corners and 1 was in the middle. Each of the containers was filled up with gel, liquid or dust. Those colorful materials were crafted by Angele not so long ago. Angele grabbed a slim glass rod and added some green gel on the tip of it. He then carefully applied the gel onto the gray egg. His eyes started glowing again, and he stared at the egg, checking. Analyzing its reaction with acid. Some green smoke rose from the surface of the egg silently. The probability of the egg being of the red needle dark scorpion species is 81.3%. It could also be an egg of the white needle dark scorpion species, the probability is 12.9%. Angele guessed it right, I knew it was an egg of dark scorpion. Based on the information I acquired from the book, a grown-up dark scorpion would be about 1 meter and was an aggressive creature. Problem is, this scorpion does not do any poison damage, and it could only do basic physical damage. I can tame it, but 1 scorpion won't do too much for me. If I can tame more than 10 scorpions, I can order them to guard my manor after I become a formal wizard. Angele shook his head and put down the scorpion egg. Although it was not rare, it was still one of the rewards he obtained from the trip. There were not many scorpions in the market, so he could probably sell it for several hundred of magic stones. He put the egg back into the box and covered it with silk. There was one last thing he needed to do today. Angele took out an ancient telescope from the box. It was made from copper, and it could be retracted by pulling either end. It's probably used for communication. Angele found a small door on the left side of the telescope. He opened it right away by pulling the handle. There was a diamond-shaped notch inside and 3 black metal strips on the side. All right. Angele grabbed a magic stone and inserted a magic stone into the notch. The 3 metal strips held the magic stone in place. He then closed the door after making sure he did everything correctly. Angele knocked the scope 3 times and started waiting. The telescope started shaking. It was almost like something was dragging it toward a certain direction. It was the first time Angele saw something like this. He released the telescope and it started leaning toward a certain direction after floating into the air. Chi star. A ray of white light came out of the scope and dropped to the ground. A lady in a white robe appeared in the shell-shaped light. It was almost she was right in front of Angele, but he knew it was something similar to a hologram. We meet again. The lady was about 20 years old. Her brown hair draped over her shoulders. The lady looked gentle, but Angele could sense a hint of arrogance from her eyes. I'm Delania. Do you remember me? Delania? Angele furrowed his eyebrows. Princess of Liliadu? Princess Delania? Sorry, I didn't recognize you. He leaned forward and bowed to Delania. It's fine. It's just a title, I don't really have any power in hand. You lent me a hand back in the garden and you saved my life, Delania spoke in a light tone. Since you figured out how to use the telescope, we can communicate through it in the future. Liliadu is not too far from Ramsoda. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude to what you did for me in the garden. Tell me what you want, I can probably send you some. Angele had something on his mind. If you do wish to help me, I'm wondering if you could get me some water of ASU? Situation in my school is bad, the potions department doesn't sell it anymore. Angele knew Liliana would take him in as her disciple since he already reached rank 3, but the school would not simply share water of ASU with him. His talent level was 2, and he needed more water of ASU than wizard apprentices with higher talent levels. Delania scrunched up her eyebrows. Water of ASU. I don't have much left. How much do you need? How much can you send me? Angele was excited that Delania actually had it. 2 servings, Delania shook her head. That's all I can send. I need it as well. Although I'm a royal member, I can't just simply send a large amount of water of ASU to you. That's so generous of you. 2 servings would be great. Angele nodded and smiled. Delania nodded. Great. When do you want me to send them to you? She was happy that Angele was satisfied with what she could offer. I'm on a mission, and I'll return to the school in half a month. I'll take the telescope with me, and I'll contact you when I arrive at my destination. You can ask someone to send to me after that. Sure. Did you harvest any rare material from the garden? Can you share some with me? Delania asked. Angele thought for a second and responded, I traded most of them for magic stones. I don't owe you anything, so we should probably follow the rule. We can trade. What do you want? Delania asked, I can see that you're going to try to break the limit. I'm actually very close to that as well. Do you need enchanted items? Or defensive spell models? Or maybe some weapons? Do you have any wind or fire defensive spell model? Angele wondered if she could offer something better than the ones he bought. Wind or fire? Delania hesitated for a second, but her expression did not change. I have many fire defensive spell models, but not many wind spell models. I have a class line here. I can give you half of it, but I want a modified defensive spell model. However, if modified defensive spell models are hard for you to obtain, I'll take basic defensive spell models as well. Angele lowered his voice. Modified ones? That's nearly impossible. Delania scrunched up her eyebrows again. Well, basic models will be fine then, but I want 2 of them. Also, can you give me some potion formulas? Angele shrugged. Forgot to mention it to you that I'm currently majoring in potion study. Sure. I can't leak my organization's modified spell models to you. Potion formulas are not a problem to me, but I can only get you the basic ones. I'll send you, maybe 3 basic potion formulas. Delania lowered her voice as well. She suddenly turned around after finishing her words. It seems someone was behind her. Someone is looking for me. I'll talk to you later. All right. Angele nodded. Chi. Delania disappeared as the light from the scope disappeared. Angele caught the dropping telescope with his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Procedure 2. Chapter 113, Procedure 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele held the telescope in hand and pushed the tip to make it retract to its original length. he pulled the door open again. The magic stone inside the door already turned gray. It seemed that using it to communicate required a fair amount of energy. Angele closed the door again and tied the telescope with a strong black rope. The telescope was important to him at the moment, so he decided to keep it safe. Water of ASU. I saved her, but I didn't expect her to repay me something so valuable. Angele rubbed his chin and smiled. He looked around his room and flicked his finger. The wind energy particles put the fire in the oil lamp out and the room became dark. Angele crossed his legs as he sat on his bed. He closed his eyes and started meditating. 2 days later. Early in the morning. Inside the border of Liliadu. A shell-shaped gray city was surrounded by the sea of trees. It was almost like the city was a huge burnt mark in the middle of a forest. Tall, black stone walls separated the city from the forest. There were 4 entrances on 4 sides of the city. People were entering and leaving the city constantly. It was a sunny day, and the wind was soothing. Several white birds circled above the city while chirping. At the west side of the city, a gray carriage was slowly advancing toward the city gate. The carriage was mixed within the travelers. There was no fancy decoration on it. The carriage belonged to a foreign caravan. Most of their carriages were gray, and all the coachmen were wearing white scarves. The men in the caravan all had a thick beard on their chins, and most of the women were chubby. The caravan was noisy at this moment. Greenwood. One more. Do it one more time. People on the street were yelling. They were staring at a carriage in the middle of the caravan. The coachman of the carriage had a strong body and was wearing a gray scarf as well. The man was in a colorful noble suit, and he also had the thick beard on his chin. There was a black hawk standing on his right shoulder that was stretching its wings. Greenwood. Show them what you can do. The man patted the hawk lightly. The hawk flew into the sky. It screamed and started hovering around. Its cries sounded almost like it was singing rhythmically. People watching the hawk all started cheering and clapping. Some people even stopped what they were doing and they were attracted to the hawk's screams. Greenwood won the hawk singing contest in the southern province not so long ago, the man shouted proudly. There's no such contest. Come on, old bass. Someone laughed. Oh, I'm sure he's telling the truth. He held the contest himself. Someone else mocked. People started laughing after hearing those words. The atmosphere there was electric. A young man with blonde hair stuck his head out the window and glanced around. The man's face was pale. He was wearing a yellow tight noble suit and looked quite handsome. The young man had a pair of sharp eyes. He looked gentle and calm. It seemed that he was not concerned about the singing hawk. We've arrived at Emma City, master. The young man closed the window and talked to someone inside the carriage. Oh, we arrived already? Another young man with short blonde hair opened the window on the other side and started looking around. We are getting close to the stable. Go notify the people behind us. Understood. The young man with a pale face nodded in affirmation. He opened the door and jumped off the carriage. He then started heading toward a carriage in the back. 3 carriages slowly left the caravan and the coachman of the carriages reported to the guards. 4 people got off the leading carriage. They were all wearing noble suits with different colors. 2 of them were wearing gray robes and there were black crosses drawn on the back of their robes. The guards bowed to them immediately after seeing what they were wearing. Greetings, the guards shouted after bowing. They placed their right fists over their heads and straightened their backs. The crowd waiting to enter the city got noisy after seeing their gray robes and started backing off in fear. It's the mysterious men. Mysterious men. It's Master Michel from the Nunnally family. I know him. The other one is Master Kelly. I saw her once about 10 years ago. People started whispering. Michelle and Kelly walked toward the carriage in the middle after being greeted by the guards. A young man with brown, short hair opened the door and jumped the carriage. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's eyes and he was wearing a gray robe as well. He glanced around and the crowd tried not to make any eye contact with him. Is this our destination? The young man with brown, short hair asked in a low voice. It is, Master Angele. Kelly smiled. Angele nodded and pulled his collar up. He started stretching. Hurry up, I have something else to take care of after this. Angele sounded like he was the one giving orders, but Kelly and Michelle already knew how strong Angele's mentality was after doing some research. Thus, they decided to fulfill any requirements he had. They knew Angele could kill them easily if they made him enraged. Sure, everything is going as planned. Angele, have some good rest tonight. We will finish him off tomorrow. Kelly spoke in a light tone. Angele nodded. He suddenly turned to the right and looked at the hill before entering the city gate. What? A young girl in a green one-piece crouched down immediately after Angele looked at her direction. She had been scared witless that she dropped the copper telescope in her hand. He was looking at me? How is that even possible? At this distance? How? The girl's face turned pale from fright. She was certain that the young man was looking at her, and felt uncomfortable right after making eye contact with him. Why is he helping Kelly? The girl was still feeling sick and her eyes started aching. I need to report the situation to Gundor right now. She recalled the moment Angele stared at her and shivered. Those people. Gundor is so kind and gentle, why are they trying to kill him? She held her fist tight. It seems like Nunnally family hired someone strong assisting them this time. I need to hurry up. The girl ran down the hill right away and disappeared into the forest. The study's main tone was yellow and was filled with luxurious decorations. There were 2 small bookshelves beside the wall, but only several brown books were displayed on it. There was also a white table in the middle of the room. Beside the table, there were 2 armchairs. Angele and Kelly were sitting opposite to each other. Rays of bright sunlight went through the windows and streamed into the room. The curtain floated in the stiff wind, but Angele still felt relaxed in the chair. There were about 6 maids standing beside them. A girl in a short gray skirt was pouring them drinks from a small copper pot. 2 cups filled with blue liquid were gently put down on the table in front of them. A sweet, milky aroma pervaded the air. Kelly grabbed one of the cups and smiled. Try it. It's a local specialty, silky milk tea. Angele held the silver cup in his hand and shook it slightly. The blue liquid inside the cup was clear and charming. Angele knew it must be something special just by looking at it. He took a sip. The first thing he tasted was the milk, but then he felt the kick that was the sweetness and sourness from the special ingredient. Actually, the tea almost tasted like a rich and aromatic strawberry yogurt. Well, get to the point. Who's our enemy? Angele put down the silver cup and asked in a light tone. Kelly's expression changed. We'll take care of the others, the problem is Gundor. Some old guy is helping him and he was the one who attacked us from behind the last time based on the intel we collected. Please make sure the old guy doesn't bother us when we're finishing off Gundor and the rest of his family. That's it? Angele nodded. Lure him out and I'll take care of it. Thanks a lot, Kelly chuckled. Would you like to meet the leader of my family? Nah, it's fine. I want to have some rest. Just give me a room. Angele declined her offer. Sure. Kelly clapped her hands. You, lead Master Angele to his room. Yes, Miss Kelly, the girl that poured them tea responded. After Angele left the room, Kelly laid her back in the armchair and started sipping the milk tea. Mississippi Kelly, you're finally here. A middle-aged nobleman rushed into the room and yelled, I'm wondering if you can take that punk out this time? Don't worry, I'm sure we can swallow the Stephen family this time, Kelly sneered. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, Kelly gritted her teeth and spoke in a cold tone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Forest, 1. Chapter 114, Forest, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Angele was given the best guest room in the Nunnally family. The decorations, furniture, and the carpet all looked gorgeous. The main tone of the room was yellow and silver. This place feels like it was built by a parvenu, Angele thought. He crossed his legs as he sat on the bed. Angele held the glowing heart in hand, and he asked Zero to help analyze the item. Zero was putting up a huge amount of complex data in front of his eyes. Pa! The candles were burning on the large candle stand and the flame was dancing. The data started disappearing after a while. Angele spun the heart in his hand and smiled. Finally, the damage of this heart has been calculated. More than 40 degrees of negative energy burst, impressive even for a formal wizard. Not a lot of mentality is required to use it. The only thing I need to do is to detonate the energy inside. I'll use it when necessary. Angele carefully returned the heart into his pouch. I assume the one with the formula of Nightmare Potion has the same skill level as Kelly, but I still need to be careful. I wonder who was behind all this. After the mission is completed, I'll stay here and wait for Delania to send me the items. Angele had notified Delania before he left the school and told her his destination. They arranged the time, location, and set up the secret phrase. Delania said she would send someone she trusted here since it was impossible for her to come here by herself. After Angele sat on the bed for a while, he blew off the candles and started meditating. Angele stayed in his room for the next several days. Kelly said she needed a bit more time to prepare, so he decided to spend the time on learning the spellbooks. He burned all the physical copies already after adding them into the database because he did not want to risk the possibility of losing them. Besides eating and sleeping, Angele spent most of his time meditating and studying. He was not interested in the vendetta between Nunnally family and Stephen family. Even more so, he did not want to know who was right and who was wrong. The only thing important to him was the potion formula. The head of Nunnally family visited Angele 2 days ago. He praised Angele and gifted him some gold coins. The family had asked if Angele would like to have some fun with the girls in the family, but Angele declined the offer. Of the Nunnally family, Kelly and Michelle were the strongest wizards' apprentices they had, but they barely showed up in family meetings. The daily matters were usually solved by the leader and the elders. Kelly would only come back when there were problems the leader could not face alone. Kelly told the leader that Angele was much stronger than her and that they must show respect to him. The leader was happy that someone finally came to assist them, and he decided to fulfill any requirement Angele had. Angele asked Kelly to bring him 2 high-quality crossguard swords. After all, his sword skills were far better than his dagger skills. He also asked for some special materials and made the poison for weapons in order to prepare for the incoming battle. After about 6 days, the day of reckoning finally approached. It was early in the morning and the room was still dark. Angele tied his chainclaw, dagger, crossguard sword, knives and pouches to his belts. His gray robe was great for hiding those weapons. I doubt there's a formal wizard helping the guy, but I still need to be cautious. Angele looked down the yard through the window and he saw maids walking toward his room with candle stands in their hands. They protected the candles from being blown off by the wind by leaning their body to the side. Angele pressed the bomb made from the glowing heart in the pouch with his right hand. Even if there's a formal wizard, I can surprise him with this. Knock knock. The maids arrived. Master Angele, are you awake? One of the maids asked. Are we leaving? Angele knew that today was the day the two families had decided to once again confront each other. Yes, they're waiting for you, the maid spoke with a loud voice. I'll be there in a minute, Angele responded. He clapped his hands and a red glow flashed upon his robe for a second. The dirt and creases on the robe disappeared with the red glow. Angele was satisfied. He opened the door and left the room with the maids. The chilling wind was howling. Below the gray cloudy sky, it was the sea of trees at the north side of Emma's city. Countless small hills made the land bumpy. The wind was blowing over the trees, and the noises made by the leaves muffled the birds' chirps. 2 groups of people were confronting each other on a slope. On the left side of the slope, it was a group led by a black-haired young man. Most of them had a serious look on their faces. They were wearing gray leather armor suits and the weapons in their hands varied. Some of them were nobles while some of them looked like hunters. The group's formation was unprofessional. It seemed like they stood wherever they wanted to. However, they were ready to fight. A girl wearing a green one-piece was standing beside the black-haired young man. The girl held the young man's left hand tightly with a worried look. Don't worry, Winnie. I'm right beside you. The young man had a pair of sharp eyes. There was a 1-meter-long silver scimitar on his back. On the other side of the hill was a much larger group of people. They outnumbered the young man's group and had much better equipment. The other group was led by 2 people in gray robes. One of them was a middle-aged woman with long brown hair. She had an unfriendly demeanor, and the other one was a young man with blonde hair. He was smiling, but he kept staring at Winnie. It seemed like she was the only reason he came here. There were about 30 people in that group, all wearing standard brown leather suits. People with crossguard swords were standing at the front, and several of them who had scimitars in their hands were on the side. They were all protecting the archers behind them. Alongside the 2 people in gray robes were people all wearing caps with white feathers on top. Miss Kelly, do you really want to do this? The young man with black hair questioned in a serious tone. The woman in gray robe laughed coldly. What do you mean? If you agreed to join my family and give us your potion formula, we'll not do anything to you guys, Kelly shouted. Oh, wait. Winnie, I thought you were Michelle's fiancé. Why are you holding Gundor's hand? You're making my family look bad. I'll make you pay for what you have done today. Tell me, what do you want? Are you really just going after the formula? Gundor stared at Kelly and yelled, let me tell you something, Stephen family won't just follow your orders. You already forgot what happened last year when you tried to attack us. Kelly gritted her teeth, I'll never forget what happened last year. No more talking, Gundor. We finally caught you here. You shall pay for your insolence. Kelly waved her hands. Her family guards charged forward as the archers started firing. Hail of arrows flew toward the other side of the hill. However, those archers did not receive proper training. Most of them could barely pull the strings to full and their aim was dreadful. Note, medieval stormtroopers? They drew their swords after emptying their quivers and started charging to the other group of people. Although several soldiers from Stephen family were hit by the arrows, most of them could still fight. They drew their weapons and started defending themselves. Gundor withdrew together with Winnie and took out a yellow paper bag from his pouch. He shook the pouch and the yellow powder inside the bag spread into the air. A strange whirlwind came from behind and blew the powder toward the Nunnally family. This again? Sick bastards. Kelly and Michelle were trying to cast spells, but they immediately covered their mouths and noses with sleeves upon the sight of the yellow powder. Kelly quickly finished her incantations and waved her left hand. A strong wind that came from nowhere blew all the yellow powder away before it could reach her guards. Kelly looked at Gundor. He stood in front of Winnie, focused on completing the incantations. A small ball of silver liquid had already appeared in front of his body. Although the forest was dark, the silver ball still caught everyone's attention. The rest of the Stephen family formed an encirclement around Gundor, doing everything they could to protect the silver ball. I won't let it happen again. Kelly took out a small bottle from her pouch. She removed the stopper and poured a black tablet into her mouth. Kelly chewed several times before opening her mouth. She was aiming at Gundor's direction. She quickly drew two strange runes in the air with both hands. A high-pitched scream came out of Kelly's mouth. People in front of Kelly were all paralyzed after being struck by the sound waves and they became deaf temporarily. Kelly's spell covered a large area in front of her, and people in the affected area all stopped moving after being stunned by the scream. Kelly kept screaming. Everyone around her, including Michelle, were all trying their best to stay away from her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Forest, 2. Chapter 115, Forest, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Darkgem/Frappe. Gundor's spell was interrupted by the scream as well, and the silver liquid disappeared into the air slowly. He was having a hard time focusing on his incantations. He covered his ears with his hands. Winnie's eyes rolled up, and she put her hands on her temples. Most of the Gundor's family members were affected by the scream and were paralyzed due to the constant shockwave. They were in a very passive position. Two of the hunters in the front had been taken down within seconds. Kelly was satisfied with the power of this spell. Her mouth was wide open and the screams kept coming out of her throat. The two light red runes were still floating in front of her, blinking several times. Michelle started channeling a spell after dodging the scream. There was already a ball of green acid slime on his palm. The ball was about the size of a human's fist. Michelle looked at Gundor and smiled at him. "Farewell, Gundor," Michelle muttered. He pointed at Gundor as he finished his sentence. The green slime ball spun once and drew a green line in the air as it flew toward Gundor. Some of the acid droplets fell onto the ground while the ball was traveling in the air. The ground was corroded by the acid, and green smoke rose upon the tiny holes. The strange smoke brought a sour and stinky smell to the place. Gundor and his family members were still paralyzed by Kelly's spell. The only thing they could do was to watch the acid ball fly toward them. As long as Kelly could keep her spell working, they would not be able to dodge Michelle's attack. The acid ball was slow, but it was getting closer and closer to them. The green light reflected upon Gundor's pale face. Winnie and the other Stephen family's members despaired. Woo! A sharp noise came from the side. A large black shield howled in the air and dropped into the mud. The shield stood in front of Gundor and became a metal wall. Chi! The acid ball hit the shield and the noise sounded like water dropped onto a heated board. White steam immediately permeated the air. Kelly's scream stopped as the shield hit the ground. A tall man appeared behind Gundor with a lowered body. Kelly did not see the man's face, but she could see the silver greatsword at his back. The man charged toward Kelly at the speed of an arrow. He was so fast that the guards around Kelly could not even react to the situation. The man grabbed his silver greatsword and slashed toward Kelly. Kelly was still in shock when she saw her own face reflected upon the blade. Dang! After the sudden clash, the man had been blown away. He stepped a few steps back before he steadied himself. A crossguard sword spun in the air and dropped to the ground at high speed. The man's attack was blocked by the sword. People still did not understand what happened. Michelle was similarly in a stunned state. Kelly would have almost gotten killed if the man's greatsword was not blocked by the crossguard sword that fell from the sky. "Ha, you came." Kelly looked relieved. She gazed at the man in front of her. She slowly walked to the side, and a young man appeared from the bushes behind her. The young man had a pair of sharp eyes. His face was hard to see due to the shadows, but his eyes almost looked like two shining stars in the dark. He was staring at the man that just attacked Kelly. "Master Angele, thanks for saving my life," Kelly spoke to Angele respectfully. Angele slightly nodded his head. He was holding a sword with his left hand, and there were more than 20 swords on the ground beside him. People finally realized that it was Angele who had blocked the attack. "You're that mysterious old man who protects Stephen family?" Angele questioned in a light tone. The man that helped Gundor was wearing black. He had a serious expression on his face. The man held his greatsword tight in his hand. Kelly finally saw his face. The old man's hair and beard were white, and there were wrinkles all over his skin, but his body was still strong and his stance looked like a veteran's. For some reason, the man reminded Angele of a wolf that had been driven out of its pack. "Gundor is my student, young man. I can see that you're not here because of any evil cause. Can you tell me what that woman promised you? Please?" The old man's voice was loud and clear. Gundor and Winnie stood up slowly, and they stared at Kelly with hatred in their eyes. Angele saw Kelly getting nervous after hearing the old man's request. "I'm here for the nightmare potion," Angele told him without hesitation. The old man was hoping Angele would ask for something else. "Well," he muttered. Angele decided not to waste any time. He threw the sword in his left hand toward the old man. He did not stop after throwing the first sword. There were about 20 swords on the ground. Angele threw them toward the old man one after another. The crossguard swords formed a spinning circle in the air, traveling toward the old man at full speed. The old man had nowhere else to go to. He had to protect the people behind him. "Ah!" The old man roared and raised his sword to block the incoming attack. Dang 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 dang. The old man felt like his greatsword had been slammed by iron hammers. Each time he blocked a sword, he had to take a step back. "Run!" He turned his head around and shouted at the people behind him. "Teacher!" Gundor was nervous. "We shall retreat together." "Uncle Rock, start moving," he yelled at a hunter beside him. Crossguard swords were still hitting the old man's greatsword. The noise of metal colliding was the only sound that could be heard in the forest at the moment. Kelly and the others were not sure if they should assist Angele, but some of them had already started retreating. Gundor's family members started retreating as well. They needed each other's support as they were still recovering from the dizziness. The old was trying his best to hold his position. His face was turning pale and his ears had started bleeding. The constant impact from his greatsword was hurting his organs. After several minutes, the old man vomited blood. "Nihan Mura," he suddenly shouted. Balls of silver liquid appeared from nowhere and gathered around his body. Their sizes varied, but they had the same shape, same color, and even the same silver glow. More than 10 silver balls floated in the air. "Metal impale," the old man roared. Those 10 silver metal balls turned into sharp spikes. "Shichichi!" Those silver spikes immediately flew toward Angele after the old man yelled. Angele just stood there and grabbed 2 crossguard swords. Blue light dots appeared in front of his eyes. He smiled after seeing the oncoming spikes. He jumped toward the left and dodged the first spike. After that, he leaned toward left and right to dodge the rain of spikes while charging forward. He could always detect the gap between the spikes. However, Kelly and Michelle were not able to dodge every spike. Kelly's right shoulder was pierced by one of the spikes, and Michelle's right arm and right leg were wounded. He fell to the ground and could barely move. The rest of the guards already escaped. They hid in the bushes out of fear of the old man's power. Bam! Angele kicked the old man's blade. He then rotated his body and started slashing the old man with the swords in his hands. Once again, they started trading hits. Angele's sword skills almost had no flaw. His strikes were steady and accurate. The old man blocked Angele's slashes with his greatsword, but he was losing his strength as time went by. Angele's speed was so fast that his body became blurry. He had not even revealed his real power yet. The old man had no way of countering Angele's attack. He was forced back every time. They disappeared into the deep bushes together after several seconds. "Teacher!" Gundor was furious. "Uncle Rock, please take the family back first, I'll go help my teacher." Gundor turned around after saying these words. He started heading toward the bush the old man and Angele disappeared into. Gundor left before Winnie and the other family members could realize. They heard what he said, but they were not able to stop him. Gundor! Winnie shouted. She was about to follow Gundor from behind. However, a middle-aged man with a beard on his chin struck the girl in the neck. The girl rolled her eyes up and fainted. Don't blame me, Winnie. You can't help Gundor. The man grabbed Winnie gently. Hurry up, everyone. Master Aqua is there and Gundor will be fine. Let's head back and wait for the good news. Yeah. Master Aqua is our hope. One of the hunters said. He helped us go through so many unfortunate events. I'm sure it'll be fine this time. Guards from Nunnally family are coming for us. Move out, everyone. The middle-aged man saw that Kelly and Michelle were already recovering. He himself knew that he had missed the chance to finish them off. He waved his hands and started to flee along with the other family members. Gundor was following the two's traces on the ground between the trees in the forest. He was running at full speed, continuously stomping across the bushes. An empty ground appeared in front of him, and he heard the noise of metal clashing against. Gundor was happy that he had made it in time. He kept moving. However, he was shocked after seeing the scene on the empty ground. The young man had stabbed one of his swords into his teacher's chest. He could see the tip of the sword coming out of the other side of Aqua's body. Aqua went down on his knees. The grass beneath him was soaked in his blood. It seemed like the young man had noticed Gundor's presence. He was staring at him. Gundor looked at the young man who had a blank expression on his face. The young man was strangely calm after winning the fight. No! Gundor roared furiously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Thoughts, 1. Chapter 116, Thoughts, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Chi. Gundor's scimitar drew a white line in the air. It landed on the ground and cut down some grasses. Angele took a step back. He was about 1 centimeter away from being struck. He stared at the crazed Gundor, who charged out of the bush and pulled the scimitar out of the ground. Gundor turned berserk after seeing what Angele just did. However, his strikes were all dodged by Angele. Angele moved agilely. He stepped back and leaned his body to the right and the left, dodging all Gundor's attacks. The battle was one-sided. It almost looked like they were playing a game. Stop! Gundor heard a deep voice coming from his back. I'm not dead yet. Gundor hesitated and suddenly slashed forward. Chi! Angele jumped backward and stared at Gundor calmly. He did not try to counter Gundor's attack, only stabbing his swords into the grassland. Alright, give me the formula. I have no interest in the feud between Stephen family and Nunnally family, Angele spoke in a light tone. Aqua had a bitter smile on his face. He stood up with the help of Gundor. I guess I'd be dead already if I didn't say my offer quick enough. You're pretty good. Of course. My plan was to kill you and search your body. Angele shrugged. However, your offer was very charming. Angele took out a small green tube and threw it toward Aqua. Aqua caught the tube and removed its stopper before he sniffed at it. Some sort of healing gel? Thanks. Aqua asked Gundor to help him sit down by a large tree, and tore off the clothes around his wound. He then poured some gel onto his palms and applied it to the wound. Some green smoke came out of his wound after the gel was absorbed and Aqua groaned in response. Teacher! Gundor got nervous again. He wanted to grab the tube in Aqua's hand. Teacher, are you alright? What happened there? Calm down, I'm fine. The hit I took was not vital because Angele intentionally avoided my organs. I just needed to stop the bleeding. Aqua forced a smile. Angele stopped watching them. He started walking around since he wanted to check if there were any unknown plants around. It took a while for Aqua to explain everything to Gundor. Master Angele, sorry for the wait. Aqua struggled as he stood up. It's fine. Angele smiled and turned around. Can you give me the formula now? And the spell model of the spell you cast? Also, those data you promised. I'm very interested in metal spells. I hope I can combine them with my sword skills. Sure. It's a fair trade. Aqua smiled as well. Gundor looked relieved after listening to Aqua's explanation about the current situation. Thank you, Master Angele, for the gel. For everything actually. I misunderstood you. Gundor bowed and apologized to Angele. Angele was surprised. Are you apologizing to me? He questioned. Are you dumb? I just stabbed a sword into your teacher's chest. Gundor straightened his back and shook his head. I can understand why you did that. You did nothing wrong. My teacher was your enemy, but you still let him live. I know that the only thing you want is the knowledge we have now, Gundor spoke in a serious tone. Aqua just stood there and listened to their conversation silently, but Angele knew Aqua was satisfied with what Gundor just said. Angele thought Gundor would hate him because he almost slew Gundor's teacher, but he really did not expect an apology coming from Gundor. Angele thought that Gundor was mocking him, but it seemed like Gundor was sincerely apologizing to him. I wish I can become someone like you one day. I admire that you would do anything to obtain knowledge, Gundor continued. It was the first time for Angele to be praised like this. Well, thanks. Let's finish our trade first. Angele stopped Gundor from saying anything else. Aqua, can we start now? Aqua had more experience than Gundor. He delayed the trade because he had not fully trusted Angele yet. What if he kills us after obtaining what he desires? Aqua hesitated. Don't worry, teacher. People like Angele keep their promises. He's just pursuing the knowledge we have. We should trust people who love to learn, Gundor said while smiling. He knew what Aqua was thinking. It was almost like the Gundor who had attacked Angele was a totally different person than the one was talking right now. Angele's face twitched a bit. He really wanted to tell Gundor that he was not such a respectable person. After seeing Gundor's sincere smile, goosebumps started rising upon his skin. Well, let's trade then. He planned to let Aqua live after seeing his metal spell. Moreover, he wanted to obtain the knowledge Aqua had. A dead Aqua would only leave Angele with a formula. However, a live Aqua had a lot more to offer. Angele did not keep his promise with Kelly because the only thing he cared for was who could offer him more. At this moment, letting Aqua survive was the right choice to make. Helping Kelly would only give Angele short-term benefits, but he could get some great long-term benefits by siding with Aqua. Angele raised his head and checked the weather. He then walked toward Gundor and Aqua and sat down with them on the grass. Metal spell is a branch of the ancient spells. There's barely any information about it left in this world. Also, you don't need to meet certain requirements to learn it, the same with water energy particles. People inherently have metals in their bodies. Wizards call everything that hardens substances as metal spells. Those spells are mainly used in architecture and crafting. However, a wizard apprentice successfully developed his own metal spell system, and he started using those spells to fight. Metal spells are not strong. You need high mentality and mana to be able to channel them. Aqua drank some water his disciple brought him and continued to explain. My metal spells were found in an abandoned ruin. About 100 years ago, I was hired by a team of mercenaries. The leader was a wizard apprentice who wanted to adventure in the ruin. I was the only one who survived the trip. I obtained the apprentice's notes. I'm relatively talented, and with all the information I acquired from the wizard apprentice and the rune, I became who I am now. Angele nodded. So, metal spells are good for close combat? You can say that, but you need a wizard's body to learn such special system, and you need a long time to prepare the spell. Metal spells are not meant to be used for battles. Even if you mastered them, you'll probably not achieve anything great. I think it will become a lost art sooner or later. Wizard apprentices don't think spells like those are worth to learn. Aqua sighed, looking a bit depressed. I'm interested. Angele put his right hand on the handle of his sword and held it tight. I already told you it'll be hard, but if you insist, let's make the trade. If you stop helping Kelly and fighting against us, I'll provide you with all the metal spells models I know and the necessary information that can help you learn them. Aqua smiled. Great. Angele nodded. The most difficult part in metal spells are the spell models. They are complicated, and you must have enough mana. Aqua started explaining everything about the system to Angele. Gundor crossed his legs and sat down by the side, listening to his teacher's words quietly. 3 hours later. Angele walked out of the bush slowly. He turned his head around and saw Aqua and Gundor watching him leave. I didn't expect his research to be so complicated. A lone wizard apprentice with such knowledge is incredible. I wonder what else I can find in this world. Angele mumbled. Zero, have you finished creating the system of metal spells? Angele asked. System created, 13% completed. 1 spell model acquired. Spell enhancement potential is 54%. Spell enhancement potential was set up by Angele. He wanted to know how much improvement he could do to a certain spell. 0% meant the spell was already perfect and it did not need any improvement, but if it was 100%, it meant the spell could be greatly improved. The percentage would decrease after each improvement was done to the spell. Basic spell models usually had a high spell enhancement potential. Angele wiped the bits of grass off his body. With the nightmare potion formula in my possession, I think I already obtained everything I want. Angele smiled. As a compensation, he gave several high-quality magic stones to Aqua. Nightmare potion was probably worth a lot more than that, but Aqua was satisfied with the trade. Angele walked directly toward the Emma City after walking down the hill. It was noon, but the dim sunlight did not warm up his body. After about 10 minutes, he saw the main road to Emma City. Carriages were passing by, and there were several travelers with heavy bags on their backs. A middle-aged man was looking for herbs in the forest with a basket in his hand, but Angele's presence did not place any concern to any of the people on the road. They only looked at him for a second. Angele was not wearing his gray robe, so he looked like a normal hunter. He left the forest and joined the people that were about to enter the city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Thoughts, 2. Chapter 117, Thoughts, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele was reviewing the information Aqua taught him while walking. Although they did not have too much time, Aqua still told him most of the system and he gifted Angele a tiny book that recorded the methods of how to learn the metal spell system. It was also the book Aqua made notes and recorded spells on. It was a common behavior for a wizard apprentice to carry notebooks because they did not have a storage in their brain like Angele did. They needed to revise the information they recorded in the notebooks when necessary. Angele quickly reached the city gate of Emma. There were many carriages and travelers waiting to be checked by the city guards. There were several guards from Nunnally's family noticed Angele and they reported to Kelly. Angele wandered around the vendors for a while and returned to the manor of Nunnally family. What? Kelly's shoulder was bandaged. She stood up from the chair, completely infuriated. Her high-pitched voice drew the attention of several maids outside the door who were now peeking through the windows curiously. Master Angele, you must be joking, Kelly said, slightly calming down. Kelly and Angele were the only people in the hall, and Angele was sipping the special milk tea the maid brought him. I'm not joking. Angele put down the glass cup. I've got what I wanted. Stephen family fulfilled my requirement, and they offered me extras, so I decided to quit this fight between the Nunnally family and the Stephen family. What? You're questioning my decision? Well, I'm not. Kelly's face turned pale and her voice was shaky. She was trying her best to calm down. If you already made the decision, I can arrange a carriage for you. It's fine. I'll stay here for several more days. I still have something to take care of. Also, I hear that there'll be a celebration event in the city later. I'm quite interested. Angele smiled calmly. Well, have fun, Kelly spoke in a deep tone. Now, if you will excuse me. Angele stood up and left the meeting hall. He heard the glass cup shattered on the floor as he closed the door. 3 days later. Early in the morning. The street was gray. There was a small house built from dark-colored bricks by the corner and white smoke was coming out of the chimney on top of it. The wooden door of the house was black, decorated with tiny white flowers. A tall man in a black coat was standing in front of the house. He had a black cap worn on his head. The street was empty and the wind was chilly. A black carriage slowly passed by. The ringing bell around the horse's neck was a bit annoying. The young man took off his cap, his short, brown hair waving in the wind. The man was Angele. The carriage disappeared around the corner. Angele wiped the dust off his clothes with the cap and knocked on the door. Knock knock. He waited for a while, but no one answered. Anyone? Angele asked in a deep tone and knocked on the door again. Coming. Someone finally responded. Creak. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with black hair appeared by the door. He had a smile on his face. You are? Angele was a stranger to the man, so the man stopped smiling. I'm a friend of Gundor, may I come in? Angele smiled. Of course. The man nodded and smiled again. He turned around and shouted, Gundor, come. Your friend is here. I'll be there in a second. Gundor's voice came from inside the house. Angele was invited into the house, and he started checking around. The wooden floor was red, and the black fireplace had flames dancing inside. There was a small wooden table in the middle of the living room surrounded by several chairs. Several white flowers were lying in the middle of the table. There was barely any decoration in the living room. Angele only found a painting hanging over the fireplace. There was a knight advancing forward on a grassland with his horse. The painting was black and white, and the color balance was a bit off. The middle-aged man looked identical to Gundor. He wiped his hand on the white apron he was wearing. "Have a seat. Gundor will be here in a minute. I need to take care of the kitchen." "Sure, thanks." Angele nodded politely and sat down on a chair. A girl walked out of a bedroom on the right as the man returned to the kitchen. She was wearing gray pajamas. It seemed that she had just been sleeping several minutes ago. "Did we have a guest?" The girl was about 4 or 5 years old. Her waist-length black hair was a bit messy. She was rubbing one of her eyes with her right hand, and she looked sleepy. "It's your brother's friend." The man's voice came from the kitchen. The girl stared at Angele curiously, and asked, "Where is my brother?" "In his bedroom. Go tell him that lunch is almost ready." "Okay." The girl started walking toward a bedroom on her left, but then she tripped on her own feet. "Pa!" The girl's face planted itself to the ground. "Mom! My head!" the girl cried loudly in pain. Angele was a bit speechless. He had not seen people tripping on their own feet in ages. Gundor opened the door and walked out of his bedroom. He raised his head and noticed Angele immediately. It seemed that he was surprised to see Angele in his home. "Why are you here?" Gundor ignored his crying sister and looked at Angele. "Oh. Yeah. You are here for the thing my teacher prepared for you, right?" Gundor recalled the agreement they reached back in the forest. Aqua had promised Angele about that had metal spell model's detailed explanation written on it. "Help your sister get up first." Angele pointed at the crying girl. "Oh." Gundor walked toward his sister immediately and helped her get up. He patted her head and rubbed her face. It took a while for the girl to stop crying, and Gundor seemed relieved. "Please wait here, I'll go grab it now," Gundor stood up and said. He returned to his room and grabbed a thin leather book with a brown cover. Gundor walked toward Angele and handed the book over to him. Angele grabbed the book and started observing it. The book was not well made. There was no decoration on its cover. The title was written in black ink, Fundamentals of Metal Spell. The book was written in ancient Byron, a language that was commonly referred to as the Devil's Language because people believed Byron contained mysterious powers. The characters of Byron had strange shapes and sometimes they would rearrange themselves into special runes or glyphs. The title was written in Byron. The words looked like a twisted black centipede, and there was a red eye in the middle of the centipede. It was staring at whoever was trying to open the book. Angele found it strange and a bit horrifying. Angele lightly pressed the book. It was soft and thin. He was not sure what kind of leather it was. The book felt like a pile of clothes. It was light. "Great. Thank you. I'll be leaving now." Angele stood up. "Wait. Would you mind having lunch with us?" Gundor said, "My father is a great cook. I believe you'll find his dishes charming. Even the picky dwarfs adore his cooking skills." "Dwarfs? You mean halflings?" Angele smiled. "Yeah. Halflings." Gundor laughed and scratched his head. He looked like a naive boy. Although he was at the same age as Angele. The book was the only reason Angele visited Gundor, but his family was so kind that Angele decided to join in their lunch. Angele was a bit curious about Gundor's family anyway. They sat down at the table in the living room. Dishes were on the table. The first dish was cabbage rolls with black sesame sprinkled on top of it, and it smelled great. There was also a whole plate of golden crispy crepes. They were cut into triangles and there were green veggies and minced meat between them. There was also a plate of foie gras covered in black sauce, and a bowl of colorful veggie salad. There were a small plate and a bowl in front of Angele. The iron silverwares were put down beside them. The fragrance of the dishes actually made Angele a bit hungry. "Help yourself, try this." Gundor's father kept putting food onto Angele's plate. "You should visit us more often. Gundor barely invites his friends to our house ever since his mother left. You and Winnie are the only ones visited us." Angele was a bit speechless. His plate was completely filled with crepes. "Thanks, sir. I can't eat that much." Angele was not used to be treated with such pure kindness. Gundor's younger sister was chewing the cabbage rolls while staring at Angele curiously. Gundor did not say anything. He just kept eating. It took him only several minutes to finish about 500 grams of crepes. Angele was eating the food on his plate slowly. It was quite tasty, and Zero told him the food was not poisoned as soon as he put the crepes into his mouth. It seemed like Gundor's father did not care who he was, which made Angele feel a bit speechless again. Gundor's father and sister probably did not know what had happened in the forest, but Gundor knew. He treated Angele like a true friend, and it seemed like he believed Angele was a very nice person. Angele was actually a bit worried that Gundor's kindness and naivety would lead him to death one day. Angele finally realized that it was the kind family environment that made Gundor trust people easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, The Trip, 1. Chapter 118, The Trip, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele left Gundor's house after lunch. He just could not get used to being treated like that. They were kind, but they were naive. It was still noon. Rays of sunlight shined upon the street. They were not strong, and the air was refreshing. The street was getting busy. There were more carriages and pedestrians passing by than this morning. Angele walked down the street slowly. He enjoyed the time with Gundor's family. However, he thought that having tender feelings would only slow him down. The main problem was still the water of ASU. Angele quickly returned to a hotel he found when he came back to the city. It was impossible for him to stay in Kelly's manor anymore since he broke his promise. He spent several days studying and meditating in his room. Angele was waiting for the celebration to begin, and Delania would send a messenger to meet him that day. Delania would bring him water of ASU, the resource that would help Angele become a wizard, and it was essential. Angele noticed strangers who were trying to peek his room through the window when he first checked in. He knew that it was the spies from Nunnally family. They must have followed him to Gundor's house and saw him leaving with a book in hand. They probably thought Angele started helping Gundor, so they wanted to collect any intel they could. However, Angele was not concerned. He did not care if his location was detected. After all, Kelly and Michelle were not threats to him. He would not even come here if Stephen family did not have the nightmare formula. There was no point for him in communicating anymore since he had already acquired it. He admired Gundor's family life, but he would only help him if huge benefits could be foreseen. Angele and Kelly were from the same wizard organization, but he could not fight against her just because he sympathized with Gundor's situation. In the manor of Nunnally family. Kelly sat on the main seat in the meeting hall, listening to her servants report. Family head Gother and several other family elders were on the side seats. They all had serious looks on their faces, and the servant was the only one talking at the moment. Master Angele rented a room in the hotel run by the Cates. He never left his room. We fear his power, so the spies did not get too close to him. Kelly bit her lips and thought for a while. Wizards and wizard apprentices are all very selfish. The reward we provided was not good enough. It's fine that he decided to stop helping us. However, we are from the same school, so we shall leave him alone. I thought it over already, and I believe Angele won't join the fight between Stephen family and our family anymore. We have no reason to spy on him anymore. Ask them to come back. But Miss Kelly, we treated him very well and he's just going to leave, one of the elders asked in a low voice. Everything we spent on him was just a waste? Well, that old man, Aqua, was injured by Angele. Although it wasn't critical, it'll take him some time to recover. He didn't keep his oral promise, but what he did was still beneficial to us. I didn't know that Aqua had such horrifying power. Kelly smiled. I learned one thing from that battle: Aqua won't try to kill me and Michelle. We're from Ramsoda. He fears the school's vengeance order. You mean we should take this chance and finish off the Stephen family right now? Gother asked. You're right. They're extremely vulnerable at the moment. One last hit and they'll disappear from this land. Kelly nodded. 2 days later, evening. Emma City was busy and noisy. There were no carriages or horses on the street. The main roads were filled with people celebrating. Most of them were wearing tiny red flowers. They all looked happy and relaxed. Emma! Wait for me! A boy shouted and ran past by Angele. He was wearing a red flower over his head, but it looked a bit strange. Angele sat on a long chair beside the street quietly, watching the kids chasing each other. The sky turned dark, and the atmosphere in the city was light and charming under. Several residents were selling their orange cakes on the street double their regular price. Still, parents were still buying their kids cake. Otherwise, their kids would just keep annoying them. There were also carts selling bread and toys. Angele saw some of the kids holding small spinning glowing sticks while running around. Those sticks were made from wood with tiny wheels attached to it. The edge of the wheel was brushed with the paste of glowing mushrooms and they looked quite beautiful with the blue glow. Angele watched people partying in the exciting celebration, but he was not here to have fun. 2 more minutes and Delania's messenger should be here. Angele checked the time with 0. He had no expression on his face and he was glancing around. Bark! Angele heard a dog barking from his left side. Angele turned his head to the left. An old man was walking a white dog with wing-shaped ears slowly. It seemed like the old man was blind as Angele could not see his pupils. A man in the gray-white cloak was following the blind man in the back. His face was covered by the hood and his body was hidden under the oversized robe. Angele recognized the person behind the blind man immediately. He stood up and started walking toward the man in the cloak slowly. The man leaned toward Angele and nodded slightly. Angele had great eyesight. Otherwise, he would not notice the gesture. The man in cloak joined the crowd and walked toward a certain direction after nodding his head. Angele followed him from behind. They were moving across the busy street and the distance between them was getting longer. Move! A team of city guards that was led by a knight was patrolling the city slowly. The knight was chubby and his armor was waving in the air like pieces of clothes. It was amusing. The city guards separated the crowd from the middle as they moved forward. The man in the cloak followed the people on the left side and turned into a back alley. Angele followed him into the alley and saw a kid trying to take the bread from another kid's hand by the corner. He walked past the kids and followed the man into the alley. The noise from the celebration lowered as Angele proceeded further. The man in cloak finally stopped and turned around after 2 minutes of walking. Long time no see, Angele. She took off her hood. Her long brown hair and pretty face were revealed. Long time no see, princess. Angele smiled and bowed. Don't mention my title here, just call me Delania. Delania furrowed her eyebrows. The thing you asked for is here. I assume you brought the item I wanted too. Of course. Angele nodded. I just didn't expect you to come here yourself, The value of the item is too high, and I can't find any trustworthy people to do it for me, so I decided to come by myself, Delania explained. Well, let's do the trade then, I can't stay here for too long. Sure, Angele nodded again. Wait, do you have the orbuculum that helps transfer information? No, I believe only wizard apprentices or wizards from Northland Alliance have those things, and using the orbuculum is same as forcing your brain to accept that information. You won't be able to transfer that short-term memory into long-term memory, Delania spoke in a deep tone. There's no shortcut in absorbing knowledge in this world. I'd suggest you not to spend too much time on those gimmicks. Ah, thanks for the suggestion. I understand. Angele nodded. He then took a round, gold metal ball out of his pouch and put it on his palm. His empty hand turned red within seconds, and he moved his red hand toward the ball slowly. Chi! After several seconds, the yellow ball was chopped into half by Angele's hand. He threw half of the ball toward Delania. Delania threw 2 small bottles toward Angele after catching the ball. Angele caught the bottles safely, but he was surprised by her action. Well, please be careful next time, if I fail to catch them. It won't break even if you drop them. Delania stopped Angele from continuing. The bottles are made from vulcanized crystals. They're harder than the back shell of underground devils. You can't scratch it even with an axe. Is that so? Angele held one of the bottles in hand and started observing it. The cylindrical bottles were translucent. They were about the size of a finger. The liquid inside was light golden and clear, glowing slightly. Those small bottles were surprisingly heavy. It felt like he was holding 2 iron bars. Beautiful. I'd call them tubes rather than bottles. 2 tubes of liquid, 2 servings, Angele shook them slightly and put one of the tubes into his pouch. He held the other one in his hand and raised it above his eyes. After a flick of a finger, some golden light dots dropped out of the surface of the tube, which slowly dropped down to the ground. The light reflected on Angele and Delania's face and disappeared after it reached the ground. Delania waited for Angele to check the items she brought him quietly on the side. Angele checked both tubes and made sure everything was right before saying anything. And the spell models, I brought them here as well. She took out a thick leather book from her robe and handed it over to Angele. You have the basic knowledge in your school as well, so I'll just leave you with those important models. Angele grabbed the book. It had a brown cover and it was about cooking. The title was Christian's Kitchen Tips. Angele checked several random pages, and a green glow rose upon them. The cooking recipes turned into lines of spell information recorded in ancient languages. There were also hand-drawn three-dimensional mentality models. They were presented in spiral lines and they were black and white. Those mentality models looked somewhat like DNA graphs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, The Trip, 2. Chapter 119, The Trip, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. The spell model recorded in the book was named Twisted Barrier. It could be cast using any type of energy particles, but the effects would vary, and two types of energy particles were needed in order to set up the barrier. The two different types of energy particles would collide and form a force field that could help defend against both physical and energy attacks. It was the spell Angele chose from the list given by Delania after contacting her recently. Many wizards chose this spell before they broke the limit. However, most of them failed to accomplish their goals. You need to be able to master two types of energy particles. It'll affect your future developments as a wizard, but it's your own choice and I respect it, Delania advised. I understand. Angele nodded. He already knew the importance of focusing on one type of energy particle, but he knew fire and wind energy particles fairly well. Therefore, he decided to study the fundamentals by learning this spell model. After seeing the metal spells Aqua used, Angele suddenly found the possibility of developing a combat style that suited his fighting skills, which was the main reason why he did not kill Aqua. He wanted to combine Twisted Barrier with High Temperature Field and modify them with metal spells after understanding the basics of all those spells. He wanted to create a special passive skill that would create a field around him with metal spell wherein this field would enhance his weapons or gears automatically. When he was equipped with a crossguard sword and slashed forward, countless metal spikes would come out of the tip of his sword. When his slash was blocked by the opponent, the blade's shape would shift and his opponent would be hit in surprise. Also, if he shot a metal arrow toward a group of enemies, the arrow would turn into a lot of metal spikes in midair. Angele's opponents would not be able to figure out what Angele's next actions would be if he successfully developed such skill, and his fighting ability would be greatly improved. This was probably the strongest way of using metal spells. Casting metal spell required a great amount of resources. Its spell model was complicated, so making it into a passive spell that worked like talent spells would be the best choice for Angele. This special spell would assist Angele in offense and defense at the same time. Angele had the metal liquid he made with the large claw, which had high magic resistance. It was a great carrier for metal spell. Angele thought for a while, realizing after that Delania was waiting for him. He had an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I got a bit distracted. It's fine. One last thing, Delania took out several scrolls from her pouch. Those brown scrolls were sealed with several black strings. Those are the potion formulas you asked for. They're low-rank formulas, but that's all I have. No worries. Thanks. Angele grabbed the scrolls and untied them. Angele checked the content of the scrolls. The formulas recorded on them were 3 basic potions: Sleeping Powder, Jacqueline's Neutralizer, and Ghost Voice. Delania used the Sleeping Powder in Moss Town to drug the residents. Jacqueline's Neutralizer was mainly used as a potion component. When the reaction was too strong, adding the neutralizer into the potion would restrain the reaction and reduce the chance of explosion. Ghost Voice was used to record vocal messages. The recorded voice messages could be stored for 1 up to more than 10 years based on the quality of the potion. Angele looked at the formula for Ghost Voice and chuckled. I heard the Ghost Voice made by the sirens were very popular in the world of wizards about 200 years ago. This is not the formula the sirens used, though I liked their singing voices. Delania smiled. Sadly, they extinguished. The only way I can enjoy their songs is by using the Ghost Voice. The good thing is that those potions last for years until they dry off. Otherwise, I won't be able to listen to those heavenly voices anymore. True. Angele tied those scrolls up and put them into his pocket. We spent too much time here. Thanks again for bringing those items to me. It's nothing. You saved my life there. Delania stopped smiling. She looked very calm. If you need anything else, just contact me through the telescope. Farewell. She put on her hood again and lowered her head. Farewell. If you need any help, just let me know. Angele responded. He stood there and watched Delania leaving the alley. Angele rubbed the pouch that had water of ASU in it. He couldn't help but laugh. He stood there waiting for a while before he walked out of the alley slowly and returned to the busy street. Angele saw a bard wearing white clothes on the side of the street. He was holding a black harp in hands, playing relaxing music. It was the first time Angele watched a bard playing the harp in person. He learned about the bards when he was at Maroa Harbor. He was told that they were traveling all the time. Most of the bards could fight, and they were welcomed by the people most of the time because they were great storytellers and the people were interested in what they experienced during their travels. Most of the bards were raised in noble families. They were usually modest and kind. However, not all of the bards were honest. Some of them would make up stories just to attract people. The bard Angele saw after leaving the alley was sitting on a long chair, surrounded by the kids. Several adults were listening to his songs as well. Ah, the beautiful bush warbler on the beefsteak plant, the flower of the empire, Princess Mirani. She was married to Duke Leluchlin of Santiago. She's beautiful and elegant. I saw her once in the Empire's celebration, but she was not shining like diamond anymore. She was depressed and haggard. Maybe it's her destiny. Ah, sad and lonely, how unfair it was. The end of the song. Angele's eyebrows furrowed and goosebumps started rising upon his skin. The bard's voice was feminine and his vocal trilled by the end of the lyrics. It looked like he immersed himself in his own song. Well, if all bards are like him, I'd be disgusted. Angele buried his opinion deep in mind. Great. Nice song, the crowd cheered. Angele's face twitched. He watched the kids and adults cheering around the bard and felt a bit speechless. Angele walked away from the bard and started strolling around the street. A young couple was dancing in the middle of the audience. Everyone was clapping their hands rhythmically and yelling in a dialect that Angele did not understand. A group of men held a beer drinking competition sponsored by several pubs in the town. The participants sat on beside a long table, and they kept drinking beers from large glasses. There were many beer lovers cheering for them by the table. Angele walked around for a while and sat down in front of an old man that was performing puppetry. The thin man was wearing gray linen clothes, and the surface of his outfit was coated with oil. His white hair was messy and he stank. The man smiled at the pedestrians from time to time, trying his best to please people watching him. There were translucent strings tied to his fingers, and he controlled two palm-sized puppets to fight each other. The puppet wearing white one-piece represented a girl and the puppet wearing a black suit represented a boy. The old man was doing voices for the two puppets as Angele approached him. There were two kids sitting by the side watching the puppetry with keen interest. He knows nothing about what happened. He saw Julia take his toys away. No! Julia! You can't do this. The old man was faking the boy's voice. He then moved the string a bit and switched the girl's voice. Why? Why can't I do that? He's mine, so why did you gift my belongings to Adolphe? Even if he really wanted it, you can't just, Angele did not find the man's puppetry attractive. He shook his head and walked away. He was just curious and he wanted to know how people on this land entertained themselves, but sadly, he did not find anything worth trying. Angele decided to return to the hotel. He packed everything up before he paid the bill and walked toward the city gate. Beside the city gate, there was a livery stable. Several merchants were bargaining with the clerks. The owner of the stable was helping a chubby nobleman carry goods to his carts. The place was busy. A clerk approached him as Angele arrived at the stable. What do you need? A carriage? A horse? Or you want to mail items or letters to someone? The clerk had a business smile on his face. A horse, please. I want to travel faster, Angele responded. Sure, follow me please, I will take you to pick the horse you want. The clerk was happy after hearing Angele asking for a horse. Selling horses would bring the stable the most profit, carriage rental and post service were cheap. Two other clerks walked toward Angele after hearing he was buying a horse. One of them looked like a manager. They led Angele to the backyard. Angele picked a strong black horse after several minutes. The black horse was good for traveling at night. Its color made it hard for others to detect it. Have a safe trip, the manager smiled and said with a loud voice. Angele nodded. He applied pressure to the horse's girth and turned around. He started heading toward the city gate slowly. The nobleman stared at Angele for a second and started chatting with the owner again. Nunnally family and Stephen family are still fighting. The lord of the city ordered us not to help any side. They can do whatever that want in the south of the city, the nobleman sighed, it'll probably end in several days, both families had strong backgrounds. Yeah, they will have a battle again soon. We should just lay low in the city. The city guards reduced their patrol shifts. They chatted and watched the workers carrying the goods. I'll probably stay outside the city for a while. I don't want to get involved in their fight. The nobleman looked worried, so many things going on. True. The owner of the stable sighed as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Return, 1. Chapter 120, Return, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Rays of the morning sunlight shot through the gaps between the branches in the dark forest. The branches were barely visible, and the glowing mushrooms by the root of the trees were not shining due to the dim sunlight. Trees, grasses, and leaves all sank into the darkness. Angele was advancing slowly on his horse. He glanced around, but everything was dark. He could barely see the road under the morning sunlight. It was silent in the forest. No birds, no insects, the only noises were made by the galloping horse. It's probably the darkest time of the day in the forest, Angele mumbled. There were glowing mushrooms bringing the light to the road during the night, much better than the early morning sunlight. He rode on the black horse with a crossguard hanging beside his waist, and his body was slightly shaking as the horse moved forward. The dim sunlight hit him from the side, and the light was coated with a strange blue glow. The air was wet and cold. The smell was like grass mixed with mold. Angele narrowed his eyes and looked at the road ahead. He kept controlling the direction the horse was going with the reins in his hands. It had already been a day since Angele left Emma City. He wanted to make sure everything had gone as he planned, since he was carrying water of ASU with him. He couldn't afford to lose those 2 precious tubes, since it was impossible for him to obtain more water of ASU at the moment. Angele picked all the shortcuts since he left the city. He found those small paths on his way here, and with the help of Zero, he created the simulation of the best route on his map. Based on Angele's calculation, he needed about 2 more hours to reach the outer area of the school after daybreak. Choosing a route like this would eliminate the possibility of being followed by the spies who saw him trading with Delania. Also, he wanted to go back to the school as fast as possible. Although Master Liliana had a horrifying appearance and Angele heard rumors about her eating someone alive, she would still try her best to protect her students. Masters in the wizard world were usually very kind to their talented wizard apprentices, because those wizard apprentices would become a part of their force after being distributed to different kingdoms. The network they created would be incredibly helpful, and it would be stronger than any large family on this land. A strong wizard started to recruit disciples when he decided to create a strong force. Formal disciples of the wizards would reunite from time to time and would form a strong alliance to fight against others. A network like this was named as School Faction. As a top wizard in the Ramsota College, Master Liliana's name was well known in the enemy wizard organization, Northland Alliance. If one could be taken in as a disciple by her, he would be able to gain strong power from Liliana's faction. Angele needed to take this chance. If he successfully became a wizard, he would be taken into this unknown faction. However, his talent level was 2, so he was worried if 2 tubes of water of ASU was enough for him. Master Liliana would gift him 1 serving of water of ASU after she took Angele in as a formal disciple, and with 3 servings of water of ASU, the chances of Angele successfully breaking the limit would be greatly increased. Also, as a disciple, he would probably gain access to the material shop. He wanted to craft the nightmare potion to increase his success rate again. Taka taka taka. The horse stomped upon the leaves on the ground, the noise echoing in the silent forest. Angele suddenly pulled the reins and stopped after traveling for a while. Distance limited again, need to scan again, Angele thought as he halted the horse. 0, enabled the objective sensor. Objective sensor enabled. Scan radius, sensor limit, 32.1 meters. Threats will be marked with red, 0 reported. The radius was determined by Angele's sensory limitation. If he was on a high ground, the radius would increase. Angele's sensory ability would change based on the environment. Angele closed his eyes and opened again immediately. A flash of blue blinked through his black pupils. Chi! Everything in Angele's sight was coated blue. It took several seconds for the color to disappear. A moving red crosshair appeared in the middle of his eyes, and various information was displayed beside it. Angele looked to the left. The red mark stopped at a large black tree. A list of data appeared beside the tree. Black skin tree. 132 years old. Not a threat. The hardness, humidity, usage, and environment requirement were all displayed beside the tree. Angele glanced around. His eyes were wide open, and there were blue light dots flashing in his eyes. After several seconds, he looked relieved. I'm very close to the school. It seems like there's no threat around. The crosshair in his eyes suddenly started flashing as he thought. Warning! Warning! Strong creature detected. Distance from you, 103 meters, dot. Angele's expression changed and he looked at the marked area. There was a grassy ground on the left side of the trees. Something black was lying on the ground. It seemed like there were many black strings moving around its body. The creature had the size of a bull. The creature was not roaring. Angele could only hear people laughing and clapping their hands. It sounded like there were many children dancing around, but the black creature was the only thing in Angele's sight. I should choose another path. He held the reins tight and tried to turn his horse around. However, the horse just stood there and refused to move. The horse was anxious and was breathing heavily. No matter what Angele did, it just would not follow his order. Damn! Angele cursed. He jumped off the horse and tied it to a tree beside. The creature is approaching you. Distance, 102 meters, 100 meters, 98 meters, 96 meters, 0 reported as it detected the creature's movement. Angele realized that he had already been detected. He was trying to steer away from trouble, so he chose another route as he was carrying some rare materials. However, the horse was stunned due to fear. It needed some time to calm down. Angele drew the crossguard sword without making too much noise. He lowered his footsteps and started walking toward the creature. As he got closer, he finally obtained a clear view of the black shadow under the morning light. A black cactus, but the needles were replaced with moving arms. That was Angele's first impression of the creature. The black shadow revealed itself. It was a ball-shaped creature with black human-like arms all over its body. It had about 80 arms, each hand having a dark red eye in the middle of its palm. Angele's presence made the creature that was covered with a huge number of arms excited, and it pointed all of its eyes on the palms at him. Ha! Ka! Kakaka! Some strange noise came from the middle of the arms. Hundred-eyed monster. It's the hundred-eyed monster. 0 finally displayed the information in Angele's sight. Hundred-eyed monster, strong mid-sized creature. Strength 5. Agility 3. Stamina 21. Mentality 5. Ability unknown. Data incomplete. Please keep a safe distance from the creature, 0 reported as the hundred-eyed monster approached. The monster was marked with a red glow by the chip, which meant the creature was a threat to Angele. Angele blinked his eyes and disabled 0's scan function. He held the crossguard sword tightly with his hands and stayed alert. He had heard about this monster before. He was told that this monster had an extremely strong physique and it was highly aggressive. Hundred-eyed monster enjoyed swallowing its prey in whole. It was very strong when it became an adult. However, the one in front of Angele was still in its younger stage based on its size. An adult hundred-eyed monster weighed more than 10 tons and was larger than a glowing elephant. Barely any information about its actual battle ability was recorded, so the only way for Angele to find out was to actually fight it. Kaka kaka. Kaka. The monster waved its arms, which sounded like it was trying to say something. Angele was about 10 meters away from the monster, but he could not understand a single word it was trying to say. Thus, he just stayed there and observed its movements. The bull-sized monster did not get any response from Angele, so it became furious. Kaka. The high-pitched voice came out of its mouth and it started charging toward Angele. It tried to embrace Angele with its dozens of arms. The bloody eyes on the palms were blinking and they were trying to grab Angele from all angles. Angele's scalp numbed. He stepped back immediately. Bam! The creature grabbed a tree behind Angele with its arms and broke it into half. Many leaves were dropping to the ground as it raised the tree trunk into the air. The tree trunk was swung toward Angele in full speed. The hundred-eyed monster charged forward while the tree trunk was still flying toward Angele. The monster's large body and countless arms left no chance for him to dodge its attack. It almost looked like a huge black slime trying to jump on Angele. Chi! It sounded like clothes were torn apart. Angele jumped backward and escaped the incoming arms. He landed on the grassy ground that was several meters away from the creature. He had no expression on his face, and there was blood dripping down the tip of his silver crossguard sword. Several arms of the monster were cut off by Angele and dropped to the ground. The fingers on the hands were trembling, and the bloody eyes still blinked several times. The hundred-eyed monster charged forward again. The tree trunk in its hands was howling in the air while being swung toward him. Angele simply stepped back and dodged the tree trunk. Istaman. Zio! He roared and pressed the blade with one of his hands. Blue electric pulses immediately rose upon the blade and covered the whole sword within seconds. The silver crossguard sword turned blue, and the electric pulses were sparking. Intense electricity kept flickering around the blade. The noise it produced was irritating. When Angele saw the hundred-eyed monster trying to swing the tree trunk again, he lowered his body and charged forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Return, 2. Chapter 121, Return, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The crossguard sword was infused with electricity. It hit the incoming arms from the monster hard. More than 10 arms were cut off easily within seconds, and the pulses electrocuted its wounds. The blue electricity kept flowing through the hundred-eyed monster's body. Angele then stabbed the monster's mouth furiously with his sword. Its mouth was wide open, but there were no teeth inside. The force Angele applied on the sword was not enough, only the tip of the blade pierced through its body. He felt like he was stabbing a piece of extremely hard wood. His strength was much stronger than an average human being, but he failed to truly damage the monster's body. Bam! As Angele tried to pull his sword out of its body, the monster hit him with one of its arms, and Angele was blown away by the impact. The crossguard sword was left in its body. Angele quickly drew his second crossguard sword and held it in his left hand. His right arm had twisted to a strange angle, its bones broken. He could feel the constant pain coming from his broken bones. He furrowed his brows and took several steps back. Angele started carrying 2 crossguard swords after the fight in the forest. The hundred-eyed monster had high physical resistance, so Angele decided to wield the sword with both of his hands. However, his right arm was injured and he had to find another way to deal with the creature. No, this thing recovers so fast. I won't be able to kill it just by stabbing it, and I'll lose if the fight lasts too long. Angele knew how hard it was to kill the hundred-eyed monster. It had a fast regeneration and a high defense. He had no effective way to damage it at the moment, and it was almost impossible for him to slay it by himself. If this monster did not block his path, and his curiosity did not overcome his fear, he would not even approach it. The monster grew new arms rapidly. It almost looked like he was never hurt by Angele. It was the reason why it did not back off just because several arms were cut off by Angele. Angele stepped back again. He stared at the monster with his eyes unblinking. He crouched and picked a black arm up. It was the first time he saw something like this, so he decided to do some research on it after he got back. Rare monsters like that were usually hard to find. Angele thought he would find something helpful after studying its body part. The skin was hard and cold. It felt like holding a wooden stick in hand. Hundred-eyed monsters inherited the blood from the ancient monster, Hundred-eyed Ghost. Hundred-eyed Ghosts can connect itself with the nightmare plane by using parts of its body. I might dig out some valuable data from it. Angele kept withdrawing. The monster was still paralyzed by the electric pulses, and its actions were slowed down. With the black arm in hand, he ran back to his horse, untied it and jumped on it. Go! He applied pressure to his feet and shook the reins. The black horse neighed as it raised its front hooves and stomped toward the right. Angele rode on the horse. He did not whip the horse, but it was running away from the monster at full speed. He could still hear the hundred-eyed monster roaring closely from behind. It seemed that the monster had already recovered from the paralysis. Angele was not worried. He was already close to the outer area of the school. The guardian of the gate, Master Morocco, could easily finish off a creature like the hundred-eyed monster. Hundred-eyed monsters were stronger than glowing elephants. It had high magic resistance and physical resistance. Furthermore, it had strong strength, fast speed, and with its incredible regeneration ability, it was hard to be defeated. To compare its power level with wizard apprentices or wizards, it was likely to be stronger than a rank 3 wizard apprentice but weaker than a formal wizard. However, they usually lived in mountains or swamps and was actually rare to see them in the deep forest. 0. Do a basic scan on the monster's arm. Mission created, scanning. A 3-dimensional hologram of the arm appeared in Angele's sight. It was rotating. Rows of data were listed beside the arm. Please provide a sample of the blood. Angele put his hand on the ragged wound and some of the slimy dark red blood stuck onto his palm. Basic scan completed. Scan result, 81.75% of the sample is identical to human blood. Parasite similarity, 13.11%. Blood activity similarity, 0.21%. After a list of scan results, a sentence suddenly appeared by the end of the data. Based on the simulation of the model, you can extract the high-energy parasites from the sample and inject it into your body. I can modify the energy. There is a 51% of chance that your gene limit can be broken. There is a 23% of chance that it will have no effect on you, and there is a 26% of chance that unknown effect will be applied. Accurate experiment is required. High-energy parasites injection? Angele was a bit confused. Is anything related to it mentioned in the wizard's books? No record is found in the database. There is a 93% of chance that wizards have not discovered high-energy parasites yet. Angele knew the reason why wizards were yet to discover it. There were many research data recorded in wizards' books, but nothing about cells were mentioned in them. It was possible that they could enhance their eyesight to help them detect relatively smaller objects, but it was impossible for them to actually see bacteria or parasites. They spent most of their time studying macro-energy because they did not have accurate microscopes. Wizard apprentices and wizards of necromancy knew more about biology but were only studying the general structures. Basic scan brought me so much information, I need to head back and experiment as soon as possible. There are still many things I need to test. Angele felt a bit relaxed although his right arm was broken and the monster was still chasing him. Kakaka. Suddenly, he heard sharp voices coming from behind. Angele turned his head around. What he saw frightened him. Another 100-eyed monster appeared running beside the previous one. They were both going after the black horse like crazy. They were running with their arms. Some of the hands were clapping and some of the arms were swinging furiously. Damn! One was enough. Angele cursed. He could handle the attack from 100-eyed monster, but he could only run when chased by 200-eyed monsters. Electric spells were Angele's strongest damage spells at the moment, but the monster's magic resistance was extremely high. They were fast, strong, and their arms were nimble. Without high damage, single target spell, Angele would not be able to hurt it. He whipped the horse and shouted, "Faster!" The black horse increased its speed, but the two monsters were pursuing after them. When they passed through many trees, Angele suddenly saw campfire ahead and heard people chatting. Those people were alerted by the intense noise made by the hooves and the monsters. The horse went across the bushes and appeared in the sight of the people around the campfire. They stood up and looked shocked after seeing what was chasing the horse from behind. God! 100-eyed monsters! 2 of them! Run! Hurry! There were 2 men and 1 woman beside the campfire. They were all wizard apprentices based on the look of their gray robes. Their expressions changed as they saw the monsters, untying their horses right away and attempting to escape. The 3 rode on their horses and started moving forward, however, their speed was slow. Angele and the monsters were right behind them. Angele was a bit speechless. He did not expect to see any wizard apprentice from the school here. He pulled the reins to the right side and started turning right. He did not want to bring any trouble to those apprentices. Annie! It's too late, one of the male apprentices shouted. The female wizard apprentice turned her head around and looked at Angele while moving her lips. Gee! A long white ray came out of her hand and landed on the black horse's chest accurately. The white ray turned into ice lance, and Angele's horse neighed in pain. It tripped its own front hooves as it fell down to the ground and died. Angele did not think she would attack him without saying one single word. His right arm was broken, so he supported himself with his left arm as the horse fell to the ground. He rolled several times on the grasses to reduce the inertia. King hell. Angele was enraged. He stood up with the support of his left arm, but the arm of the monster was dropped somewhere while he was rolling. Bam bam. The 200-eyed monsters landed in front of Angele. Their heavy body hit the ground and made a loud noise. They tried to grab him with their arms. Boom! A ray of green fire came out of Angele's hand. The monsters retreated together, their bodies lit by green flames. The light from the fire brightened the dark forest. However, the flames disappeared quickly as the monsters recovered. I'm in deep sh*t. Angele held the crossguard sword with his left hand, stared at by hundreds of red bloody eyes. Goosebumps rose upon his skin. He had a bitter smile on his face. Selfish bastards. Angele cursed in a deep tone. The woman did not even hesitate after she heard what the male wizard apprentice said. The woman knew the monsters would stop for Angele, and the best way to do it was to slay his horse. Angele already decided to change the route as he did not want to drag the strangers into his fight. He only needed to reach the outer area of the school, and Master Morocco would take care of the monsters for him. The Guardian would never allow such threats to stay in the school's territory. The 3 miscalculated their distance from Angele. The monsters would not hurt them had Angele turned right in time. However, the ice lance from the female wizard apprentice completely ruined his plan. The ice lance landed right in the heart of the horse while it was galloping at full speed, dying within seconds. The death of the horse bought the 3 some time for their escape, but Angele was left behind instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Promotion 1. Chapter 122, Promotion, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Kakaka. The 200-eyed monsters roared with their high-pitched voices and were clapping their hands in a certain rhythm. Angele was retreating slowly. He carefully put his hand into his pouch and grabbed the bomb made from glowing elephant's heart. The surface of the heart was coated with a light green glow. He stared at the monsters in front of him as he took out the heart. "I didn't want to use it," Angele spoke in a low voice. "All right, come on. I know you understand my words." The monster on the left leaned its body to the left. All the red eyes on its palms blinked once, staring at the heart in Angele's hand. "A bomb made from the heart of glowing elephant? We underestimated your power." A high-pitched voice came from its body that was covered with arms. "Why bother talking to him, Murmura? He's just an apprentice," the other monster interjected. Angele chuckled. "Try me, this bomb was hard to make. I was lucky enough to successfully make it on the first try." Angele raised the bomb above his chest with his left hand. He was holding the bomb and the sword with the same hand, as though he could detonate it any time he wanted. The monsters remained silent after hearing what Angele just said. The three just stood in the middle of the forest as they kept staring at each other. After several minutes. "Fine, you can leave," the 100-eyed monster on the left finally spoke again. "I won't cover your ass if the elders ask about this, Murmura," the other 100-eyed monster shouted before it turned around and began to leave. Its bull-sized body quickly disappeared into the bushes. The monster named Murmura looked at Angele. "Tell me your name." "It is the first time I'm failing my hunting mission," it spoke in a light tone. Angele smiled. "If." Boom. A white boulder suddenly flew out of the bushes, stopping Angele from speaking further. His expression changed. He wanted to dodge the stone by stepping back, but he saw another boulder thrown by Murmura coming at him. Those stones were about 1 meter tall, which eliminated Angele's escaping path. Dark shadows covered Angele's body. Bam! Green flames exploded around him. 2 boulders broke into pieces due to the explosion and turned into a large pile of ash after several seconds. The green flames were spreading around as a circle. Rays of green light were howling across the forest. Everything at the place turned green under the light. "Oh! God!" The other monster hid behind the tree. His eyes on the palms were staring at the explosions. The furious green flames blew straight to the sky, and the green light rays cast a reflection upon the clouds. Most of the trees around Angele were burning. Crack! A large tree broke in half and smashed to the ground. It became the fuel of the fire. The heavy smoke blurred Angele's sight. Murmura. Murmura died? Unbelievable. Someone mumbled, "How strong was that bomb?" Angele heard people's voices coming from the burning woods. The surviving monster took one final look at the flames before it jumped into the bushes and disappeared. Angele hid behind a tree, still thinking about what just happened. He saw 2 boulders flying toward him and noticed that he had nowhere to hide, so he decided to throw the bomb directly at Murmura. Angele did not expect the power of the explosion to be so strong. He was thrown away a distance away from the explosion radius by the flying boulder thrown by Murmura before it disintegrated in the flames. Ugh! Angele spat out some blood onto the grass. He put his left hand on his chest. "Thank God the stone blocked the flames for me. Otherwise, I'd be dead already." The power of the explosion was incredible. 0. Check my body condition. 2 broken ribs. Right arm broken. Internal bleeding. Immediate treatment is a must, 0 reported within seconds. Angele heard people who must have seen the explosion walking toward him. He struggled for a while and made sure that the other 100-eyed monster was gone. He then quickly ran toward the edge of the burning area. It was still here, great. He picked the broken arm from the monster and made sure it was not burnt before he ran toward the other side of the forest. After Angele escaped the fire, he started advancing once again but with greater caution. He tried not to alert any living creatures detected by 0. He finally arrived at the outer area of Ramsota College on the second day. "Finally, I'm back." It was already afternoon. Angele walked out of the forest and surveyed the yellow ruin. The sunlight was a bit too strong for him, so he covered his eyes with his left hand. There was a black crow hovering above the dusty ruin. It was Master Morocco. Angele did not stop. With a flick of his finger, his gray robe was coated with a red glow, and the dirt was cleaned right away. He arranged his messy hair a bit, his right arm already temporarily fixed in place with a piece of modified plank. After everything was done, he started walking toward the ruin. Morocco looked at him for a second. It knew Angele was a wizard apprentice of the school, so it did not descend to check. Angele bowed to the sky and ran to the entrance of the school. He performed the gestures, which opened the door to the underground tunnel, and went straight back to his dorm. Angele met several other wizard apprentices on the way, but he had no time to greet them. Bam! The door of his room was slammed shut. The hallway was still quiet. No one had cleaned the dust off the floor. Only Angele's footprints could be seen on the floor. It was obvious that others had not yet returned. Angele pointed at the door after entering his room. Light green smoke came out of the tip of his finger, which stuck to the door immediately. He then pointed at the oil lamp on the desk and sent several specks of red light into the lamp. Gee! The oil lamp was lit, causing it to brighten the room. Angele walked toward the desk and removed the random items from it. He quickly took out the tubes that contained water of ASU, the formula scroll, the arm of the hundred-eyed monster, and laid them down on the desk. The book containing the spell model of Twisted Barrier had already been burnt by Angele after he stored everything in the chip. I must not carry these around in the school. There are wizard apprentices missing every year due to unknown reasons. I need to be as cautious as possible. Angele mumbled as he quickly put everything on the desk into a bag beside one tube of water of ASU. This small tube was shining under the light. The liquid inside almost looked like dust particles glowing with a golden hue. Angele grabbed the tube before he shook it several times and rubbed its surface. Red light slowly rose upon his palm, which climbed up the tube. A row of tiny twisted runes appeared on the translucent crystal surface. The incantation is... Angele checked the runes carefully. The eternal soul shall return to the motherland, he read the sentence in a whisper. The stopper of the tube started rotating as Angele finished the incantation. He could hear it moving and the stopper broke into 6 silver spider-like shaped petals right away. It almost looked like a silver flower blooming at the top of the tube. Angele narrowed his eyes, looking intently at the 6 sharp petals as he poured some water of ASU onto his palm. Close, Angele said in a light tone. The petals slowly returned to its original shape, reforming into a stopper. 0. Simulate my success rate of breaking the limit, and analyze the water of ASU. Analyzing. Simulation started. Time required, 11 hours and 32 minutes, 0 reported in its mechanical voice. Angele returned the tube into his pouch and watched his skin absorb the golden liquid. He then stood up and sat on his bed with his legs crossed. He had not sat on the bed for a while, as the sheet was still a bit cold and wet. He sat there without the blanket and closed his eyes. Angele started meditating, trying to absorb the life energy particles in the air to help him recover. Time flew by. The room was getting darker and darker. It seemed that there was not much oil left in the lamp, which was finally consumed equals from the last drop of the oil after a while. The room sank into the darkness. Simulation completed. The success rate is 17% to 33% with the help of 2 servings of water of ASU in the defensive spell model. Zero's voice suddenly echoed in Angele's mind, causing the latter to be woken up by it. He slowly opened his eyes, and the green light dots around him disappeared. What if I acquire 1 more serving of water of ASU? Calculate the success rate again. Calculating. The success rate will be 47% to 59%. Add Nightmare Potion on top of that? Angele kept questioning. Potion effect unknown. Creating model. Analyzing. Possible increment in the success rate, 6% to 9%. Angele stopped asking. After several seconds, he had a smile on his face. Clap clap. A group of people in black robes were standing in a room with yellow walls. All had glasses of wine in their hands. They were all looking at an old woman in a black robe and a young man with brown hair in the middle of the room. The young man looked a bit shy while being stared at by so many people. He raised his glass above his head. Thanks for coming, everyone. As a new disciple of my master, I hope you could lend me a hand when I need help in the future. Thanks again and cheers. Cheers. People raised their glasses together. The old woman's skin was covered with patches, almost as if her entire body was sewn up. She finished her wine in 1 sip, and put down the glass. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Promotion, 2. Chapter 123, Promotion, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. As a rank 3 wizard apprentice, Angele has already met the requirement for breaking the limit. Following the school's rule, I'll distribute 1 serving of water of ASU to him. Liliana had a strange expression on her face. Angele could not tell if she was laughing or crying. She took a small tube, similarly made from vulcanized crystal, with golden liquid inside out of her robe. Liliana placed the tube on Angele's palm gently. "You're my 13th disciple. I hope you remember that you shall never lose yourself to power and unnecessary emotions." "Yes, Master." Angele held the tube carefully with his hand. "I wish you all the best," Liliana spoke in a deep tone. "Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I still have a lab to attend to, so I have to leave now." She looked at the bald man with a glass of red wine in her hand. "Gaz, you better be careful. If you're captured in Santiago, there'll be nothing I can do." The bald man smiled. "Thanks, Master. I'll take care of it and come back before you realized." "Good." Liliana turned around and stepped forward. Her body vanished in a heap of black smoke. The bald man became translucent slowly and disappeared as well. "Master is much more cautious than before." A blonde woman chuckled. "Be careful with your words," a masked man spoke in a deep tone. "We shall never judge our master." "Whatever." The woman sipped some wine. People in the room started forming several small groups, chattering in low voices. After several minutes, most of them finished their conversations as soon as they finished their wine. They put down their wineglasses and vanished into black smoke just like Liliana. Only several people remained in the room. Angele was standing in the middle of them, but no one approached him. Those wizards were not here to greet him. They had an opportunity, so they decided to exchange some information or resources. Liliana would use any excuse to hold parties like this, so they could deepen their relationships with each other. She had just taken Angele in as her formal disciple, so she used this as an excuse to gather all her other disciples here. As a rank 3 wizard apprentice, Angele did not attract anyone's attention because the other disciples were already formal wizards. Those black robes already showed him respect by having a drink with him. Angele was not concerned. His sole purpose was, after all, to obtain the 3rd serving of water of ASU. "Angele Rio, right?" An old man with a pale voice walked over and asked, "Although your talent level is low, and I'm not certain if you can break the limit or not, it's still incredible for you to meet the requirement at such a young age." "You have my respect. My name is Daniel Curtis, you can just call me Daniel. I heard you purchased some rare herbs from Master. I still have some left in my room, do you need them?" Angele smiled politely. "Of course, but I can't afford those super rare materials." "How many magic stones do you have? Or do you have anything else to offer?" Daniel was a bit different from other black robes. It seemed like he did not care that Angele was still a gray robe. "Name your price." It seemed that Daniel was a kind fellow. However, he noticed the others were looking at them scornfully after seeing Daniel talking to him. Daniel might be the weakest wizard among Liliana's disciples. "Well, how about 1,000 regular magic stones? Although my herbs are not that rare, they are still worth at least 1,000 magic stones. I think you're using them to practice making potions, right?" "You don't need high-quality herbs," Daniel smiled. Angele nodded. "Deal. When are you available?" Daniel looked at Angele. "I brought the herbs back to the school." "You're talking to a real person. I'm not using reflections like the others." After the party, Angele made the trade with Daniel and asked 2 low-rank wizard apprentices to carry the herbs back into his room. He obtained 5,000 magic stones earlier, yet he now only had about 2,000 left. He realized that being a wizard was costly. Angele spent most of his time preparing for breaking the limit recently. He did not even try to find the 3 wizard apprentices who killed his horse in the forest. He decided to take his revenge after he became a formal wizard. Angele was not allowed to attack them at the moment. However, he would gain much more rights in the school after he successfully broke the limit. 1,000 magic stones brought him a lot of various materials. He purchased the necessary equipment from the potions department and had already prepared the materials for crafting the nightmare potion. The reason why he bought a tremendous number of random herbs was he did not want others to know he had the formula of nightmare potion. The wizard apprentices would probably think that Angele was just practicing some entry-level potions. Also, besides one more serving of water of ASU, Liliana had offered Angele a better room that was reserved for a rank 3 wizard apprentice, but Angele declined it. There was no time for him to get familiar with a new room at the moment, so he chose to stay in his dorm to prepare for breaking the limit. The vice president of the school summoned Angele and 2 other wizard apprentices that were preparing for breaking the limit. The meeting was set up in a small study. It was the first time Angele met the school's management team. As Angele talked to the other 2 wizard apprentices on their way to the study, he finally had a general idea about the structure of the school. Ramsoda College was run by 2 vice presidents at the moment. Each faculty was led by its head, and the teachers worked under the order of the faculty head. Rank 3 wizard apprentices would become formal disciples of their masters. People did not care too much about the low-rank wizard apprentices. No one knew where the real president was, but he would come back to check on the school every 30 years. This wizard organization's main purpose was not to train wizard apprentices. It had fought many wars with other organizations. It seemed that the school was built to safeguard a certain item. However, Angele had decided to focus on the preparation first after obtaining this information. For the next 10 days, Angele stayed in his room and tried to concoct the nightmare potion. With the accurate calculation and simulation of the chip, his success rate was way higher than an average wizard apprentice from potion study. Nightmare potion was an advanced level potion and Angele's success rate was over 10%. The formula of nightmare potion was complex to others, but Angele could analyze it easily. 15 days later, Angele stood beside his desk with a small bottle of red liquid in his hand. He looked satisfied. Finally, he muttered as he shook the tiny bottle in his hand. The color of the liquid changed from red to blue within seconds. Angele shook the bottle again and the color of the liquid returned to red quickly. Incredible, so this is the mysterious nightmare potion. Angele spent more than 10 days to concoct one serving of nightmare potion, which was enough for his simulation. I can proceed to the last stage now. Angele was a bit excited. 0. Show me the data of the modified defensive spell. Spell model successfully modified. Models used: high temperature field, metal spells, and twisted barrier. 15 runs of simulation were finished. All succeeded. Angele nodded and smiled. He was satisfied with the result. He took out a crystal clock from a bag beside the bed and checked the time. 19:23. The rooms in the school are protected by barriers, but... Suddenly, Angele stopped talking. High-energy living being approaching, 0 warned. Angele saw a black dot rushing across the floor of his room. Angele stayed calm. He glanced at the black dot. It was a tiny black insect. The insect had a round body and was about the size of a fingernail. It had 6 legs, and it was moving around very fast. The energy particles on the door had no reaction to it. The appearance of the insect reminded him of the ones controlled by his master Liliana. Her beetles looked exactly like this one. Without the chip, Angele would never notice it. Angele didn't stop what he was doing, but he hid the nightmare pouch in his right sleeve. All prepared, I hope I can succeed. Angele muttered. He looked a bit depressed. Wish me luck. He sighed and started organizing his messy desk. The black beetle stopped for a second after hearing Angele's voice before it moved toward the corner of the room, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. Angele felt relieved after the beetle left. Master sent her beetles into my room multiple times. They came here once every 2 days. I didn't know Master had such high expectations on a rank 3 wizard apprentice like me. He pursed his lips into a smile. I don't know why, but I think my preparation is done anyway. He took out the nightmare potion again and lined it up along with the 3 tubes of water of ASU on the desk. Angele grabbed one of the tubes and stood beside the desk quietly. The eternal soul shall return to the motherland, he used the incantation. Crack! The tube in his hand was opened, and the other 2 tubes on the desk were opened as well. Angele had determination in his eyes. He raised the tube and swallowed the golden liquid. He put down the empty tube and grabbed the other 2. He finished all the potions along with the nightmare potion and returned all the empty tubes into his pouch. Angele crossed his legs as he sat on his bed. He could feel his throat and stomach burning as though there was a fire burning inside his body. He slowly closed his eyes. Boom! Pale gray flame rose upon his skin. I'll make it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Advance, 1. Chapter 124, Advance, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. In the forest outside Ramsoda College. The intense flame streaked the sky, and the glare turned every nearby object green. The trees, the mud, and the stones around all turned green, including the 2 people who were standing beside the fire. The shadow of the flames was dancing on the 2's faces, and they were staring at the fire with no expression. It was a man and a woman wearing black robes. They covered half of their pale faces with their hoods. The flame is from a glowing elephant, the man spoke in a light tone. He raised his right hand and waved at the fire. Some of the green flames dropped down a large burning tree and gathered upon the tip of his finger. I can smell the stink of a 100-eyed monster in the air. It must be the Nakora family. They are hunting humans again. But who started the fire? The man looked a bit confused. It's getting out of control. They should just stay beneath the earth and stop wandering around the school. I think something is going on, the woman said in a light tone. It doesn't matter. We'll still be safe for the next 100 years, and we have enough time to recover. Let's go. It's probably just an accident. A glowing heart exploded, and the monster was caught in the explosion. The man waved his fingers, and the flames dropped to the ground. So, you want me to take care of it? The woman asked. If you want. The man turned around and walked toward the bushes. He vanished into the shadows after several seconds. The woman watched the man leave before she turned around and looked at the burning trees again. Arudia, hurry up. At your service. A deep male voice came from her body. Rip. The cloth at the woman's left shoulder was torn apart, her skin was cut open, and a man's head appeared in her flesh. The man's head slowly moved out of her wound and pushed the woman's head to the other side. The woman looked strange with two heads on her shoulder. The man's head had a handsome face. His eyes were dark blue, and he was smiling. The woman's head started withering as the man's head claimed the control of her body. The woman's head turned into a ball of black flesh and melted into her body after several seconds. The female characteristics started changing as well, and her body was converted to a muscular man's body. The woman's gender changed completely after several minutes. He then raised his hand and pointed at the fire in front of him. Collins, Frost, Navko, the man started invoking incantations. A white magic circle slowly appeared above his palm, which spun as he used the incantation. Countless shining runes and characters were flickering inside the circle. White icy air kept sprouting around the magic circle. The grasses and the trees were frozen and completely covered in white frost. The magic circle spun like a white plate and the icy air was pushed toward the green flames. The icy air spread into the burning area and put off most of the fire. A thick layer of white frost quickly covered the burnt ground. After several minutes, the entire green flame was extinguished by the white frost. Well, that was some hard work. The man lowered his hand and shook his head. The white magic circle became transparent and vanished into the air quickly. The man looked at the forest in front of him, satisfied with the result. The ashes of the plants were covered in ice, but he could still see some green smoke rising upon them. Damn monsters, they sure know when to strike, the man muttered as he turned around. His body vanished into white smoke after stepping forward. Angele's body was burning. He was covered in intense white flames. There was no smoke or noise in the room, and the flame did not rise the temperature. It was almost as if his body was the fuel of the white phantasmal flames. The whole room was brightened up by the strange white flame, sweat kept dripping down Angele's chin and his eyes were twitching. His brown hair lost its luster in the flame, causing it to become dry and damaged. Warning! Warning! Your body cells are failing. Please take action immediately. Zero's report echoed around his ears. Angele knew that something went wrong. He struggled as he raised his hands and crossed his fingers slowly. Check my mentality, Angele ordered. It felt like his life energy was being converted into a special power. A strange feeling filled up his mind and converted power was injected into his body. Your mentality is increasing. 16. 18. 19. Angele finally understood what Water of ASU did in this process. Water of ASU's main effect was converting one's life energy into the mentality, causing a massive increase in mentality within a short duration. Wizard apprentices could break the limit with such strong mentality and reach another level. However, if people who consumed the potion failed to break the limit, the converted life energy would be wasted and their life expectancy would be reduced. The reason why more Water of ASU would bring better success rate was that the amount of life energy it converted into mentality would be larger. Wizard apprentices usually consumed one serving of Water of ASU when trying to break the limit. It would damage their body permanently. Some of the apprentices who attempted even died during the procedure. It was the main reason why younger wizard apprentices had higher chance to survive after breaking the limit than older wizard apprentices. Angele consumed 3 servings of Water of ASU and 1 serving of Nightmare Potion. In all likelihood, he would die if he failed to break the limit. The furious white flame was burning on Angele's body quietly. Start constructing the spell model. Angele suddenly opened his eyes. Countless blue light dots were flashing in his eyes. Model construction starting. Combining spell, Metal Mastery. I will monitor the status of the model creation. Angele crossed his fingers, and a golden metal ball appeared between his hands. His hands turned red within seconds, and the metal ball started melting. It turned into a ball of golden liquid. Two tentacles separated from the liquid and attached to Angele's wrists. It was akin to dropping water into a lake. The tentacles were absorbed by his skin immediately. Two thin, light golden strings were connecting Angele's hands with the golden ball. The metal liquid was injected into the surface of his skin. His pale skin that had absorbed the metal liquid started turning golden slowly. Angele kept his position. He just let the fire burn on his body. Finally, he absorbed the golden ball made from the claw completely after several minutes. Basic mentality model created, Zero reported. Angele looked relieved after he heard Zero's voice. He struggled and loosened his fingers. He took out his jacket and threw it to the corner. 5 silver daggers without smeared poison were revealed after he took his jacket off. There was also the chain claw, the knife, and the crossguard sword hanging on his waist. All the daggers were inserted into the slots on his brown belt. Angele put his hands on them. Chi. The first dagger he pressed on with his hands melted into his hand. The second one, the third one, and the fourth one. Also, the chain claw, the knife, and the crossguard sword. 2 minutes later, the metal weapons Angele had all been melted and absorbed into his body. His skin was coated with a silver glow, and some of his hair turned white. Spell model created. Material requirement met. Zero finally reported again. Your time remaining, 15 minutes and 32 seconds. Angele's expression changed. He could feel that he had reached a level that he could never imagine before, but he also noticed how weak his body had become. Last step. He muttered as he raised his right hand. Angele's fractured arm still had not fully recovered yet, although he spent a long time resting. Angele touched his left face gently with his right hand. His palm was burnt, and he could feel the pain. He groaned and closed his eyes slowly. 3 silver scars appeared as his fingers slowly slipped down his left side of the face. Those scars looked like metal strips that were inserted into his face, leaning from the mouth to ear, and his average-looking face was decorated with something strange now. Chi. He opened his eyes again, and it sounded like something slashed the air open. Angele's pupils were no longer black but instead silver. Talent spell acquired, Metal Mastery. Attributes increased. Strength, 3.5, Agility, 5.2, Stamina, 4.5, Mentality, 21.2, Mana, 7.7. Talent spell, Metal Mastery. It's a force field, and after the 50% potential is reached, metal rune support will be enabled. Zero transferred all the information into Angele's mind. Finally, it's over. Angele felt relaxed. He smiled. He rubbed the left side of his face again with his hand, and the 3 metal strips disappeared. The white flames around his body extinguished after several seconds. Angele did not stand up. He sat on his bed with his legs crossed and started thinking again. His hair turned pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. The sheet beneath him was soaking wet as well. After about 10 minutes, he got off the bed slowly. Zero, how's my body condition? Your body cells are dividing fast, 80% of the potentials were consumed, and your life expectancy was reduced by 20%, Zero reported honestly. Chi. A 3-dimensional body model appeared in Angele's side, and it was rotating. It was a translucent blue hologram. There was no vein or muscle displayed inside the body, and instead, there were many tiny blue tunnels. There were blue and red spots on the model's skin. Their sizes varied, and the red color around the heart and the head were the deepest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Advance, 2. Chapter 125, Advance, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Beside the 3-dimensional hologram, several rows of data were listed. Blue, undamaged. Red, damaged. Angele stared at the hologram in front of him. He remained silent. Life expectancy is determined by the rate of cell division, so it means my life expectancy is shortened by half already? Is there anything I can do? Wizards need a great amount of life energy. There must be a way. Check the database for me. Mission created, searching, Zero reported. Angele stood beside the bed and waited for Zero to complete its analysis. 129 plans created. Show them all? Angele opened his mouth a bit, dumbfounded as he did not expect so many plans. Add filter, no sequelas, fast, easy, can be done right away. Search again. Filtering. Done. Plans left, 2. Transfer them to me, Angele ordered. All the information was sent to his memory block immediately. Plan A, energy radiation. By exposing your body to the radiation of your main energy particles, your body condition will change and your life energy will be restored within 1 year. I will support you in controlling the amount of radiation that goes into your body. Otherwise, your body will be polluted by the excessive energy. Plan B, catch any living being and drain the life energy from it constantly every day. Requirement, any spell that drains life. Time needed, 12 days. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. 1 year is a bit too long, I'll go with Plan B. Show me the detailed procedure. Processing. Polari's Chronicle Life Drain originated from the Level 2 wizard spell, Chronicle Life Drain. It was modified by Wizard Polari and mainly used for restoring life energy after wizard apprentices broke the limit, so the modified spell was named after him. Spell model, not learned yet. Requirements, blood ritual, evil. Angele stood in his room. There were blue light dots flashing in his eyes, which took about 5 minutes for those blue light dots to slowly disappear. Well, I guess I have to go with Plan A for now. It's nearly impossible for me to set up an evil ritual. Angele checked the information about the blood ritual, but it was a brutal and evil way. He did not want to become the target of other wizards. Angele rested for a while and some gentle wind blew the stinky air out of the window with a flick of his finger. Angele stared at the dirty bed and the messy desk. He collected all the important items and put them into his case. Finally, I'd become a formal wizard. However, the school doesn't provide any information regarding the future progression for wizards. I need to talk to my master. Angele checked the situation in the school already. The school's attitude to formal wizard was not recorded in any book. Someone told him that there was a special area in the school reserved for the formal wizards. However, he needed to sign a contract with the school first before he could access that area. Wizard apprentices differed from wizards in terms of their power and the rights they had. The original contracts would not affect what new wizards wanted to do, so the school had to sign a new contract with the formal wizards. Those special contracts were written by high-ranking wizards and were enhanced using certain spells. Wizards sought rare resources, so most of them would sign the contracts with the school. Furthermore, it was a win-win situation. Angele stood in front of his master's laboratory. He wiped the dust off his gray robe and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in, please. Master Liliana's voice came from inside. Angele pushed the door open. It was a bit dark inside the lab and the only source of light in the room was a white light ray coming down from the middle. Master Liliana sat in a high chair beside the light ray, holding the bronze pocket watch in hand. She was trying to insert it into her left eye. It seemed like she was having trouble with placing the pocket watch into the right place. She took the pocket watch out and started checking it in her hands. Black smoke was exploding between her fingers from time to time. Force field? Liliana noticed Angele's presence. She raised her head and looked at the door. Angele, is that you? Master. Angele bowed slightly, pressed right hand on his chest and smiled. I was just lucky. Liliana hesitated for a second but had a sincere smile on her face after. She stood up and walked toward Angele. Her body turned into a pile of black smoke that surrounded Angele. Congratulations, my child. Liliana embraced Angele and patted his back. She saw the white hair on Angele's head. Thank you. Angele knew Liliana was actually happy for him. Although hugging her felt like hugging a cold corpse, he still decided to hug her back. Sorry, I was a bit too excited. It has been 15 years since a disciple of mine broke the limit and became a formal wizard. Liliana stepped back. Although 15 years quickly flew by, I still feel a bit uncomfortable when I see wizard apprentices from other faculties successfully breaking the limit. Liliana did not wait for Angele to respond. She just kept talking. Follow me. After you become a wizard, no matter what your rank is, the contract between you and the school needs to be renewed. Otherwise, the school won't provide you with any rare resources. You need to earn their trust. She turned around and walked toward the ray of light. I am worried that those curses will hurt you during the process, but it seems like you succeeded on the first try. I thought Kalen's would be the one to break the limit first. I'm in charge of 5 rank 3 wizard apprentices, and he had the best chance of doing so. Angele smiled and followed her to the light. The door behind them closed shut by itself. Liliana held her pocket watch in hand, walking slowly. About 100 years ago, I had this female disciple. She was my favorite child. The girl was beautiful, strong, and independent. I wanted to help her break the limit, so I gifted one more serving of the water of ASU, but what happened? Angele already had an answer in mind, but he thought he had missed a few details. She was a bit too old, and she was burnt to death by the potion. Liliana shook her head. Angele could see the sharp pang of regret in her eyes. Angele narrowed his eyes. He finally understood what he had missed. He was given one serving of the potion when he became a disciple of Liliana. It was the right amount for a young man like him. However, it could easily kill wizard apprentices who were older. One serving was more than enough to completely consume one's life energy. It was rare for young wizard apprentices to reach level 3. They would not die after drinking water of ASU even if they failed to break the limit. It was one of the reasons why there was an age limit for rank 3 wizard apprentices. However, I drank 3 servings of the potion and didn't die, Angele thought for a while. He knew that he had been saved by the nightmare potion. It reduced the side effects of the water of ASU. Otherwise, he would be dead after drinking 3 servings of the potion. But the nightmare potion was too difficult to concoct. I purchased enough amount of materials for 15 tests. However, I only acquired 1 small bottle's worth after the only successful trial. I spent more than 1,000 magic stones and I had the help from 0. Average wizards probably need more than 1,000 tests to just make 1 serving, and that will cost them more than 10,000 magic stones. Wizard apprentices just can't possibly afford it. That must be how the potion got its name. It really is the nightmare of potion masters. Angele finally understood how important the nightmare potion was. He thought about the processes in the concoction of the potion as he followed Liliana from behind. They arrived at the light after a while. Liliana pointed in the air, and a black chair appeared behind Angele. They sat down together. Since you're a formal wizard now, I think it's time to tell you something you need to know. Liliana changed the time on the pocket watch and inserted it into her left eye. The second hand started moving slowly as Liliana lowered her hand. I suggest you not to sign the school's contract. There's one specific line on the contract that states you have to stay in the school for 300 years. I have to stay here? Angele was surprised. Yes. Liliana nodded. Ramsota College, it's a school full of shadows and undead. This organization was created to protect the Shadow Pearl. If you're talented in shadow spells, you should stay here and do your research, however, you're not. What exactly is this Shadow Pearl? Angele asked in a deep tone. There are many wizards in the school, and their sole purpose is to protect this treasure? Shadow Pearl is a source of power. It's incredibly helpful for creatures or wizards that need dark energy. The reason why we need to fight against the Northland Alliance and some underground races is due to this treasure. It's none of your business. You're not talented in necromancy or shadow spells, so you should not get involved. Most of my disciples left the school after becoming a wizard because they focused on other types of energy particles. So, I don't see many wizards around because they're all out there fighting? How many of them sacrificed their lives for the school? Countless. Liliana nodded. My advice is, you should leave the school and focus on improving yourself. If you need resources, you can buy them from the school or other wizard organizations. Only Wizards of Light will decline your offer since you're still one of us. Liliana stopped for a second. A book appeared in her hand out of nowhere. The book was thin, had about 10 pages, and all the pages' background was black. The title on the cover was written with a light gold color and was written in the ancient language. Liliana handed over the book to Angele. Angele grabbed the book and asked, "What's this?" A special contract between all the formal wizards, the Treaty of Grimgar. 1,500 years ago, a wizard's laboratory exploded, causing the death of thousands of people. A whole empire was destroyed, and a human race was erased from this land. All the wizard organizations were impacted, so they signed the treaty. You can choose not to follow it, but if anyone finds out what you're trying to do, something horrifying will happen. Also, the treaty was not perfectly written, and most of the wizards know how to find the loopholes. This thing will lose its effect soon, but you should still take a look. Liliana explained. Angele opened the book. The words were written in silver on a black background and the list of rules was recorded in it. Most of the rules were in regards to limiting the rights of the dark wizards, including the prohibition of participating in too many brutal experiments. The territories of the organizations created by Wizards of Light and Dark Wizards were marked on a map. The map showed Angele the territories in the southwest of this land. Angele rubbed the edge of the map. Master, the map only showed about 20% of the land, why are the other areas hidden? Liliana smiled. I asked the same question to my master a long time ago. Most of the places were desolates, and you need a great amount of time to travel from one side to another. The land on the other side is controlled by unknown wizard organizations. In addition to that, between the two lands, there are many dangerous underground races. Some of the polluted creatures, ancient blood, and forest monsters all live there. You have to find ancient wizard books if you're really interested in those areas. Let's stop here. Liliana pulled another book from nowhere and handed it over to Angele. This book will tell you the basics you need to know after you become a formal wizard. Read it through and remember all the necessary information in your mind. Angele grabbed the book. It was a normal leather book with a brown cover and was titled, The Handbook of Wizards. From now on, you're on your own. Liliana stood up and smiled. Angele stood up and nodded. Now if you would excuse me, I'll return to my room and read the book. Go ahead. Remember, no matter what your decision is, make sure to contact me when you're in trouble. I'm always by your side. Liliana said in a serious tone. Angele saw the sadness in her green right eye. It seemed like this scene reminded her of someone else. Angele bowed and Liliana already left the room before he straightened his back. He turned around and walked toward the door calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Payback, 1. Chapter 126, Payback, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Inside the underground tunnel, the torches hanging from the brown wall brightened up the hallway, and shadows filled up the gaps between the light. Angele was walking down the hall. He had already put on his new black robe. He lowered his head. There were blue light dots flashing in his eyes. It seemed that he was doing some analysis. After about 10 minutes, he heard people talking ahead of him. They were walking toward him, and their voices became clearer as they got closer. 2 wizard apprentices in gray robes appeared at the corner in the front. They were talking and laughing, but they suddenly stopped after seeing Angele's black robe. Angele took a glance at the two. It was a male wizard apprentice and a female wizard apprentice, who lowered their heads and stood on the side. They did not want to block a formal wizard's path. The conjurer department is up ahead, right? He suddenly asked. Yes, the male wizard apprentice responded immediately. The lecture hall is right ahead. Are you here to talk to Master Angele? Master Angele is teaching today? Angele questioned. Yes, I think the class just started, the female wizard apprentice answered. Thanks. Angele nodded. He turned around and started walking again. The 2 wizard apprentices felt relieved only after Angele's shadow disappeared around the corner. It's rare to see formal wizards roaming outside during classes. I hope we didn't offend him, the male wizard apprentice exhaled once and said. I think we didn't. The female apprentice hesitated for a second. Let's head back to the dorm first. The school is empty. There are not that many people around. The dorm area makes me feel much better, the male apprentice suggested. Sure. The 2 picked up their pace and walked toward the opposite direction. The conjurer department's lecture halls. Angele entered a long hallway. There were about 10 identical-looking classrooms on the left side and some of them were quite noisy. In one of the classrooms, they had just finished the lessons. Several wizard apprentices walked out of the noisy classroom while whispering something. Some of them walked toward the washroom, while the others were walking back to their dorm. The wizard apprentices lowered their voices upon seeing Angele walking by. After they saw his black robe, they promptly showed the courtesy of utmost respect toward him. A male wizard wearing a white robe walked out of the classroom. He hesitated for a second after seeing Angele's face. You are, he wondered. My name is Angele. I'm a disciple of Liliana from the Faculty of Necromancy. Angele nodded politely. I'm Angele, from the Conjurer Department. The pronunciation of our names is similar. The man laughed. His skin color was a bit dark, and he had an average-looking face, but he seemed like a nice person. Angele stepped forward before he bowed slightly and spoke again. Master Angele, I think you have the record of all the spells cast around the school, right? I'm wondering if I can have a look. Well, if you need the record. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. I have the permit of Master Liliana, Angele interrupted him and smiled. Great. She did have the right to check the record. Angele smiled as well. This way please. Thanks. Angele nodded. Angele led the way at the front and Angele followed him from behind. They were walking toward the exit of the hallway. Angele could hear the wizard apprentices' conversations coming from behind. One of the female wizard apprentices with an attractive body walked out of the classroom. She became slightly surprised to see Angele talking with Angele. It's that guy. The rank 3 wizard apprentice with a pair of sharp eyes we met at the garden. She recalled the scene she saw by the lake. She was with her friends at that time, and they saw a rank 3 wizard apprentice with an extremely high mentality on the other side of the lake. He already broke the limit? How is that even possible? The girl felt a bit speechless and had mixed feelings about this. She felt a bit jealous, but she admired Angele at the same time. Angele followed Angele. They went across the service area and reached a dark tunnel. There was a thin layer of the red barrier by the end of it. The barrier was blocking the way to the area ahead of them. Angele entered the barrier directly. A red light flashed upon his body, and he was not blocked. Angele followed suit after him. A black light flashed on his body, and he went past it as well. The wall in the tunnel was still covered with brown bricks, but Angele knew he had already entered the core area of the school where only formal wizards were allowed here. There were strict rules limiting wizard apprentices' rights in the school. Angele had read the wizard's handbook. He learned that there was a large underground tunnel system in the area only accessible by wizards, and some of those tunnels led straight to the surface of the land. It was one of the reasons why wizard apprentices hadn't seen many wizards around the public area. The wizards tended to stay in their reserved area most of the time. I think you already know that we lost several wizards in the recent war against Northland Alliance, so there are not many people inside the core area at the moment. The core area is about the size of an average city, but there are only about 40 wizards living here. They spent most of their time doing researches anyways. Angele shrugged. I know nothing about it actually. I just became a wizard. Angele pursed his lips into a smile. For real? Angele turned his head around and looked at Angele. Incredible. Your mentality has almost gasified. I thought you were an old guy who looked young. You're not kidding, right? Your body is still weak at the moment then, that explains a lot. Gasified mentality? Angele looked confused. Nothing about it was mentioned in the wizard's handbook. Yeah. It's a common word we use. Mentality solidifies in order to create the spell model that will become your talent spell. However, that only happens the first time you break the limit. If you want to rank up as a wizard, you must meditate and create another individual mentality model. I think you already know that. Angele stopped for a second before he continued. The second time you solidify the model, you start from scratch. It's much harder than the first time considering how wizards don't have high mentality at birth. After the second, you need the third, the fourth, and the fifth. You must start from scratch every time. Moreover, it takes a great deal of time in doing so. But you said my mentality is almost gasified? Angele wondered. Yes. I thought you already knew this. A gasified mentality has special features. Angele looked at Angele, unwilling to believe that Angele had no prior knowledge on gasified mentality. You have just broken the limit, yet you already gained even greater mentality as an added benefit. I'm jealous. Gasification, liquefaction, and crystallization are 3 stages you will surely experience as a wizard. There's no shortcut to progress in these 3 stages, and low-rank potions won't help you either, as it will only affect the purity negatively. You must slowly accumulate it by yourself. Also, never fight unnecessary battles nor waste any resources. Otherwise, your progression through these stages will be hindered. Most wizards rely on their talent spells, while some hire people to fight for them or craft enchanted items to reduce the cost. I see, Angele nodded. Master Liliana has never told me about this. I'll ask her the next time I see her. Is that so? It's not your master's fault. It takes time explaining all of these to you. It's complicated, Angele answered as he walked. We determine wizards' ranks by checking their spell levels. Some people wanted to prepare a high-level spell before the test, but the amount of calculation needed was out of their league. They might experience mental retardation instead if they ever try to attempt something they are not capable of. Some of the spell models will kill them, and those are just common sense. You'll know these sooner or later. Thanks for your explanation. Angele appreciated Angela's kindness. So based on what's written in the handbook, there are several high-rank wizards in our school, right? What do you mean high-rank wizards? For us, rank 3 wizards are high-rank wizards, and for rank 3 wizards, rank 5 wizards are high-rank wizards. It's just a concept. It seemed like Angele was enjoying the chat with Angele and was willing to share the information. The teachers in the school, including your master, Liliana, are all rank 1 wizards, but their actual power varies. They have about 300 years as their average life expectancy. How hard is it to successfully solidify the second mentality model? Angele was a bit surprised. Extremely hard. If you can rank up in 40 years, you'll become a top-level wizard in the school. Liliana and the Mind Reader are 2 of the strongest wizards in the school. They know a substantial number of spells and have many hidden abilities. However, they are nowhere close to rank 2. I think only the president of the school can reach rank 2 in the future. What about the rank 7 wizards I read about on the books? Angola's words caused Angele to become appalled. It's different now. There are fewer resources than before. You can probably find rank 3 and rank 4 wizards in some random cave, but level 7. Have you ever read any fantasy novels? They are like the legendary heroes in those books, Angele explained and smiled after. When I read the rank chart, I had thought rank 2 and rank 3 wizards are very common. Angele creased his eyebrows. So Northland Alliance, Santiago, and the other wizard organizations are just like us? They only have rank 1 wizards? There are rank 2 wizards in the organizations for sure. All the wizard organizations have their final weapons. The rank chart you read was created about 1,000 years ago. Angele stopped by a wooden door and pushed it open. The rank chart was obtained in a random ruin. A wizard put it in his book, and it was kept as general information in the library. Don't trust it too much. Angele and Angele walked inside the room. It was dark and the walls looked like mirrors. Their appearances were reflected on the walls. Date and time? Angele asked. I need the records of 3 days before when I returned to the school, which was about 16 days ago. Angele responded immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Payback, 2. Chapter 127, Payback, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele nodded and pointed at the mirror with his finger. A ray of red light came out of the tip of his finger and sank into the surface of the mirror. The whole room was immediately brightened up by the light coming from the walls, and Angele could hear the strange sizzling noise from the mirrors. The area outside the school appeared within the mirrors, the muddy ruin, the setting sun, and Master Morocco cleaning his feathers with his beak. What exactly are you looking for? Angele asked. 3 wizard apprentices, 2 males, and 1 female. The female wizard apprentice's name is Annie. I think they returned to the school at the same time. Can you fast forward it? I need the records about all the wizard apprentices that came back to the school recently, Angele responded. No problem. With a flick of Angola's finger, the image started changing rapidly. It was still showing the images of the morning, but now it was already midnight. The pure light of the moon poured onto the empty ground, and 3 people wearing gray robes appeared in the mirror after several minutes. Those are my targets. Angele narrowed his eyes. Found what you wanted? Angele turned around and asked. Can you please show me their information? I think the door at the entrance of the door checks the wizard apprentice's identity, right? Angele nodded. Of course. They offended you? Angele clapped his hands. The image in the mirror disappeared. Lines of red characters quickly lined up on its surface. Ah, Vlasov? Angele recognized the language and started reading the information carefully. Annie Corver, 19 years old, rank 3 wizard apprentice. Apprentice of Wizard Maryland from the Faculty of Shadow. Jack Benny, 20 years old, rank 3 wizard apprentice. Apprentice of Wizard Maryland from the Faculty of Shadow. Adele, 19 years old, rank 2 wizard apprentice. Apprentice of Wizard Maryland from the Faculty of Shadow. That was all the information showed up in the mirror. Maryland? That old coward? They are in trouble now, I guess. Angele chuckled. Thanks for the help, Angele. Angele bowed slightly. I have something important to take care of and I have to leave now. No worries, Master Liliana has helped me several times already, Angele smiled. Angele left the core area after stepping out of Angola's mirror room. He had not signed the contract with the school, so he could not stay in the core area for too long. His access was granted by Liliana's magical sigil. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the barrier. All he could think about at the moment was those 3 wizard apprentices. Angele was not a member of the school anymore. He was just a disciple of Liliana, and the school would only help him if he signed the contract. He could not just go to Maryland's office and demand for the 3 wizard apprentices. 2 of them were already at rank 3 and were relatively important to the school. Wizards and their apprentices usually did not develop deep relationships. Wizard apprentices could purchase rare items from their teachers at a discounted price. Wizards would protect them from danger only when necessary. Angele put all his items into 2 large cases after returning to his own room. I probably should hire 2 wizard apprentices. Angele looked at the 2 large travel cases on the floor. He was a bit speechless. Knock knock. Someone had knocked on his door. 2 male wizard apprentices were standing outside. Greetings, Master Angele. The taller wizard apprentice handed a yellow item over to Angele. This is the telescope Master Liliana has prepared for you. Angele grabbed the telescope. He knew it was for communication. Also, Aloe asked me to bring you his greetings. He was the one showed you around the school. I wonder if you still remember him, the apprentice spoke in a light tone. Aloe? Angele knew this strong man. He guided him into the underground tunnel when he became a wizard apprentice. Where is he? I think he reached rank 3 already. They are out for a mission. He left a while ago, the male wizard apprentice answered immediately. Aloe failed to break the limit, so he's working hard for the next water of ASU. Ah, so most of the rank 3 wizard apprentices are out looking for materials. Angele stayed outside collecting materials for a while as well after reaching rank 3. The other wizard apprentice waited for his friend to finish before talking. Master Angele, the vice president of the school, Colin Fear, has asked if you would like to sign the contract with the school. If you're interested, please go talk to him in the potions department. If you don't want to sign it, please leave the school within 5 days. Also, without the contract, your rights in the school will be limited. Wizard Maryland wants to see you in the garden if you have time. Angele had already decided to leave the school, so he was not concerned. Please tell Master Colin Fear that I'll leave the school, but I'm still a disciple of Master Liliana. Also, I'll deal with the issue between me and Maryland. The management team in the school would probably help Maryland if he chose not to sign the contract, and he could understand the reasons. I'll let him know. The wizard apprentice bowed, turned around and left the hallway. The other wizard apprentice bowed as well and started leaving. Angele closed the door and left the dorm. He walked down the hallway and started heading to the garden area. The golden crystal shot out the white light into the lake, and the whole garden area brightened up. 2 wizards wearing black robes were standing beside a long chair by the lake. It seemed as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. They just stood there without saying anything. Formal wizards were feared by the wizard apprentices, so most of the people nearby tried to stay away from the 2. After several minutes, another black-robed man walked out of the bush. The 2 wizards approached him and took off their black hoods. The one in the front was an old man with white messy hair and the one behind him was a young beautiful lady. Her left eye was covered in a black eye patch. Master Angele, you're a healthy young man, why are you so slow? The old man chuckled and asked. Angele took off his hood and revealed his white hair. You must be Wizard Maryland? He smiled. Maryland nodded. I invited you here to discuss the conflict between you and 3 of my apprentices. I hope you can resolve this matter peacefully. They offended you because they had no other choice at that moment. Ah, you want to compensate me? Angele nodded as well. If Maryland could offer him something valuable, he could consider forgiving those wizard apprentices. 1,000 magic stones. Not bad, eh? Maryland showed Angele 1 finger. Angele was a bit surprised, and he stopped smiling. 1,000 magic stones? Well, actually, how about 2,000? Maryland saw Angele's expression changing, so he decided to increase the amount. If you can promise not to hurt them, you'll become a friend of ours. Also, you can purchase a lot of rare materials with 2,000 magic stones. I can prepare it right away. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. He did not want to befriend them at all but instead wondered why Maryland was trying so hard to protect those wizard apprentices. It seemed like Maryland was still treating him as if he was a wizard apprentice. He must have known that Angele was from overseas and had no local background, so he decided to solve the conflict by compensating Angele with magic stones. What do you think? Maryland continued asking. Rank 3 wizard apprentices are the future of the school. It would be painful to watch them die. Angele looked at Maryland, not uttering a single word. The situation was quite awkward. Maryland had spoken several reasons, but he stopped after getting frustrated. Master Angele, I think I already made things clear. Do you really have to kill them all? They are my beloved apprentices. Maryland increased the volume of his voice. People shall pay for their faults, Angele responded calmly. Stepped forward you 3. I know you're here, Maryland looked at the female wizard behind him. They did not know what else they could do. Annie, Adele, come here, Maryland shouted. 3 wizard apprentices wearing grey robes walked out of the bush slowly and stood beside the 3 wizards. Master Maryland, Master Angkor, and Master Angele. They bowed and greeted. Tell me what you want, Marlin said in a grim tone. Let me decide what I want to do with them. Angele had no expression on his face. You can't protect them forever. The 2 wizards were a bit speechless. Maryland looked at Angele and opened his mouth, but he ultimately did not say anything. They knew Liliana was his backer. It was not a good idea to infuriate her. Whatever, the female wizard behind Maryland opened her mouth and said, "Let's go." He won't accept our offer. There's no point in talking to him anymore. 5,000 magic stones. What do you say? At least let them live. Adele is my grandson. Maryland was not giving up at all. 5,000 magic stones were all he could offer. Angele creased his eyebrows. He had just become a formal wizard and did not want to make too many enemies. One hand. I will cut off one of their hands. Acceptable? He decided to compromise. Of course. Maryland nodded immediately. Well then. Angele glanced at the 3 wizard apprentices. Gee. He raised his hand and a silver dagger appeared from nowhere. You're fine with this, right? It's a punishment you have to take, Angele asked in a calm tone. The wizard apprentices lowered their heads. Yes. The rank 2 wizard apprentice Adele responded in a low voice. A silver flash went through their left arms, which returned to Angele's hand after. They screamed and held their left arms with their right hands. Blood spurted out from their left arms from where they had been amputated, and the grass below their feet was soaked in the red fishy liquid. Maryland pointed at them with his finger. 3 balls of green light dots covered their wounds, and he gave them some healing gel to stop them from bleeding to death. Angele looked at the 3 for a second before he spoke in a light tone, "Keep the magic stones." Farewell. Thanks. Maryland nodded again. He was thankful that Angele didn't kill his apprentices. 14 days later. In the morning. At the ruin above the Ramsota College, a green carriage slowly left the bridge and entered the forest. Inside the carriage, Annie and Adele sat opposite to each other, while Jack was in the corner. Annie looked out the window. She still could feel the phantom pain constantly coming from her missing hand, her eyes filled with hatred. "Angele Rio, one day I'll make you pay for what you have done to me," she muttered. "Come on, Annie, that prick is already a formal wizard. We are nowhere close to him." Adele shook his head. "It's just a hand. We can buy some special potion and reattach it," Jack interjected. "I'll kill this bastard after I break the limit. We should do it together. I think I can break the limit after I get back this time. My family has prepared everything for me. My talent level is 3, so it should be easy. I know someone who can tell us where this Angele came from, then I'll make his whole family suffer." Annie sneered. A crow flew over their carriage. G.A. It was flying to a small hill beside the trees. On top of the hill, there was a young man in a hunting suit silently standing. It was Angele. His white hair mixed with his brown hair, and his body was well built. He looked at the approaching carriage and took out a telescope from his pouch. It was the one Liliana gave him. He pulled the door on the side open. A yellow note was inside of it. Angele opened the note. "Dead men tell no tales." Angele kneaded the note and held it in his right hand. He smiled and raised his left hand. A ball of silver metal liquid gathered on his palm and turned into a metal longbow within seconds. Angele raised his right hand. The note in his hand was covered with a good amount of silver liquid and it turned into a long arrow. He knocked the arrow onto the bow and put his hand upon the translucent bowstring. Angele pulled the bowstring to full. Gee! The arrow drew a silver arc in the air and landed on the green carriage accurately. Boom! A red fireball exploded upon the carriage. The horse and the wizard apprentices inside were all blown into pieces. The only thing left on the ground was the burnt mark and pieces of human flesh. Angele lowered his longbow and looked at the burnt mark for a second. He turned around and jumped off the hill as he disappeared into the forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Preparation 1. Chapter 128, Preparation 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. 10 days later. In the evening. A brown four-wheel carriage pulled by 2 black horses slowly approached the soldiers assigned to the outer area of Lennon City. There were burning torches on the towers beside the entrance, and the flame was dancing. 2 chubby soldiers wearing white leather armor suits walked to the carriage. They were holding torches in their hands. "Please show us your entry permit," they spoke with a loud voice. The window of the carriage was opened by a pale hand. There was a young man sitting inside. He had no expression on his face. The soldiers could see his brown and white hair. "Permit?" What permit? The man asked in a deep tone. Sorry, sir, the order comes from the Lord himself, it's to prevent the plague. The soldier suddenly stopped talking after seeing the young man's face, his expression looked quite surprised. Are you Master Angele? He raised his voice. I am. What? You know me? Angele's eyebrows furrowed. Angele heard people chatting outside the carriage. Mr. Tino sent your pictures to all the guard posts and asked us to memorize your face. Let the carriage pass. It's Master Angele, the chubby soldier shouted and waved his hands. Tino's? Angele rubbed his chin with his right hand and closed the window. The soldiers outside drew their swords together to show their respect. They watched the carriage moving to the direction of the city until it completely disappeared in their sights. The carriage traveled on the bumpy road. Angele sat on his seat with his eyebrows furrowed. He looked at the road ahead and realized that the horses were not going to the direction he wanted. With a flick of his finger, a thin layer of green glow exploded on his palm and the horses immediately changed the direction. The explosive spell on the note master has given me was quite powerful. Without that, I probably could not finish them off easily. My initial plan was to do something with all the materials I have and then find a ship to take me back home. However, it seems like there's something going on in the city. I hope I don't need to spend too much time there. Angele rubbed the silver medal on the back of his right hand. It was the enchanted item Liliana gave him to help lift the curse. His metal mastery did not absorb it. Complex patterns were engraved onto the diamond-shaped silver metal piece, which it looked a bit strange on the back of his hand. I'm actually 18 years already. Time flies. I wonder how my family is doing overseas. Angele leaned to the window and watched the trees passing by. He came to this land when he was almost 15 years old, and after about 4 years of hard work, he finally became a formal wizard. Angele's progress was much faster than most of the talented wizard apprentices. Formal wizards could live for at least 300 years, and he had more than enough time to visit his family. However, there were no materials, no potions, no wizardry books over the sea, and he had no place to trade. He just could not stay there for too long. Angele laid his back on the seat and sighed. He suddenly heard a bird making noise outside the carriage. He opened the window and a white pigeon landed on his legs. The pigeon's eyes were completely black. They looked like two empty holes filled with darkness. Angele stared at the pigeon, reminding him of something. He touched the pigeon's head and a sigil created out of some dark mist suddenly flashed below the tip of his finger. A blue electric image shone upon the pigeon's chest. It was a fine magic circle. Long time no see, Benedict. Angele smiled. Long time no see. You already became a formal wizard, huh? The pigeon opened its beak and it started talking. I hate using this method to contact you, but you're out of my telescope's range. I had to do it. Well, yeah. Where are you now? We need to meet if possible. I left the school and I need your help. Angele still needed to improve as a wizard. Ramsoda's best spells were either shadow spells or necromancy spells. The school did not carry that many low-level spells, and wizards were not doing too much research on the spells from unpopular categories. Liliana's special spells were not suitable for him to learn, so he had to find other ways to collect wind or fire spells. You left your school? Benedict stilled for a second. I have some wind and fire spell models in my school, and I can sell you some basic ones, but it'll take months for me to travel to your location. Is that so? Angele thought for a second. Do you know which organization has the largest wind and fire spell collection? Sure. Cross the Northland Alliance. There are 2 federal countries. The 6-ring high tower there has the largest collection, but it's funded by Wizards of Light. Be careful if you really want to go there, Benedict warned. 6-ring high tower. Angele sighed. Fine, I'm going to visit my family anyway. I can probably take a boat there first, but I need to check with the wizards around me first. I can save some time if they have what I want. Well, just be careful if you really want to go. Some of the Wizards of Light are extremists, they are dangerous and they despise dark wizards the most, Benedict advised again. I have to go now. I'm following the old guys to the abandoned land. I'll tell you if I find something there. Cool. Good luck then. Angele nodded. Wait, do you know what's going on with the plague? Around the south side of Ramsoda? Plague? Benedict was a bit surprised. I thought you were the expert on something like this. I don't know anything about it. Wizards will help those mortals for sure, don't worry. They are important to this land, and I think your school has already sent someone to investigate. I hope so. Angele knew Benedict was probably right. I'll talk to you later. We will meet again soon. The pigeon shook its wings and flew out of the window. The pigeon exploded into a pile of white feathers and dropped to the ground after leaving the carriage. Angele stopped looking at it and sat in the carriage quietly. He was approaching the main city gate of Lenin. Angele! Welcome back. Harland hugged Angele and smiled. Tinos, Harland, and Lord Alfred met in a meeting hall full of golden decorations. There were dishes and drinks on the long table. It looked like they prepared a lot to welcome Angele back. Angele walked to Lord Alfred and hugged him as well. Alfred was still sitting in a wheelchair. Alfred's nickname was Melodize, which meant rich and peaceful. People called him that as a praise for what he had contributed to the city. You're stronger than before. Welcome back. If you don't mind, this castle can be your second home. Alfred smiled. Thanks. Angele straightened his back and looked at Tinos. The pretty blonde man was smiling at him. Welcome back. Tinos stepped forward and hugged Angele. Remember, I'm your friend. I'm glad that you finally came back. Thanks. Angele nodded and smiled. After the greetings, Angele sat down at the long table, and the maids removed the lids off the metal plates. He could smell the aroma of the food in the hall. Angele grabbed some food. He remembered what happened at the guard post. Tinos, tell me what happened. I thought the plague was far from the city. Why are you looking for me? Angele sipped the blue liquid in his glass. The drink was minty and sweet, it was quite refreshing. Tinos creased his eyebrows. Several travelers brought the plague into the city not so long ago. More than 300 citizens are already infected and 70 of them already passed away. The doctors in the city have no cure for it. Harland and Alfred's expressions changed. They looked serious. That's a problem. Angele was a bit surprised. It is, so we are wondering if you know how to deal with it, Harland added. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. There's nothing I can do at the moment, but someone will take care of it for sure. Don't worry too much. Make sure you burn the bodies and set up quarantines. Otherwise, the plague will continue to spread. The plague had been spreading around for a while. Wizard organizations had already sent wizards to the south to investigate. However, since the plague was still spreading, those wizards probably did not find the cure. Furthermore, Angele had just become a wizard not so long ago, so he did not think he had the ability to solve the problem. If it's just blood boil blisters, it'll be solved soon, I believe, Angele spoke. I hope so. Alfred sighed. Angele returned to the manors he bought after leaving the castle. The guards he hired were still patrolling around the district. Most of the manors had red roofs, and the street was covered in black bricks. The place was beautiful yet strangely silent. It was night. Angele crossed his legs and sat in the living room on the first floor. He had just taken a shower. Tia prepared a cup of hot chocolate for him. He was wearing a white bathing robe and his hair was still wet. A young girl was focusing on practicing sword skills in the middle of the living room. The silver sword was dancing in her hand. The girl was about 10 years old. She had a black ponytail on her head. She was about 1.4 meters tall and was wearing a gray tight swordsman's suit. Angele could saw her dedication to his sword skills just by watching her accurate moves. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Preparation 2. Chapter 129, Preparation 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Your body has recovered well, and you're getting better. Keep up the good work, but don't go too hard on yourself. Angele looked satisfied. Your basics are good, and it seems like you have not been slacking while I'm away. Yes, master, the girl lowered her sword and responded politely. You're not talented, but I can still transplant the life energy seed in your body. Your body is still better than mine. That's why I took you in. Also, I won't stay here for too long. I probably will leave the city for a long time. I can't take you with me, so I'll plant the life energy seed in you first. You'll be able to reach the night level if you train hard, Angele spoke in a calm tone. Tia looked excited after hearing what Angele just said, but she calmed down quickly and stared at Angele. Angele finished his hot chocolate and put the cup down before standing up from the chair. I can give you two choices. As a wizard, I have my own understanding of the life energy seed. I can make a special one for you with the materials I have in hand. The second choice is to find a knight in the city and ask him to plant the life energy seed inside you. I want you to understand that I won't blame on the choice you make. You'll always be my student. Please make a special one for me, Master. Tia did not hesitate. I'm your student, and I won't take a life energy seed from other knights. Angele was satisfied with the choice Tia made. There's a possibility that my life energy seed is weaker than the ones from knights. It can also be dangerous. Are you sure you want me to do it? Tia shook her head. I already made up my mind. You've helped me a lot and gave me everything. Angele stared at Tia. He looked even more satisfied. Great. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. Make sure to have some good rest. Yes, Master. Take a shower and go to bed. Angele waved his hand. Tia bowed to Angele and left the room with the sword. Angele stood beside the desk for a while, thinking about his plans. He walked to the room on the left, opened the wooden door and locked himself inside it. There was a long table in the room and a candle stand was in the middle of the table. A whole set of potion concoction equipment was lined up on the table. There were several strange glass bottles and tubes. Besides the equipment, there was a rectangular glass case. It was about half meter long, and there was an arm inside. A dark red eye was in the center of its palm. It was the arm Angele had collected from the 100-eyed monster. So, the ancient wizard ranking system doesn't work anymore, and based on the information I know, the 3 common levels for wizard are gas, liquid, and crystal. I wonder what the official names are for those levels. Angele rubbed his chin as he thought. 0. Check the database and see if you can find anything related to wizards' titles. Countless blue light dots started to flash in Angele's eyes, which disappeared after about 10 seconds. No official titles for the levels yet. Interesting. The next line caught Angele's attention. Every time you rank up as a wizard, your life will be more complete. Become the seeker of the truth and knowledge. I hope one day we can regain our honor and we, wizards, shall rule the world once more. Angele read through the information 0 presented to him. Angele creased his eyebrows. Those sentences had no actual meaning in it. Each wizard had their own way of fighting, and the only way to find out the strength of the other wizards was to fight one himself. In other words, there is absolutely no proper ranking system for wizards at the moment. There are only rank 1 wizards in Ramsoda College, and Angele told me the situation was different. I think the truth is that wizards here has already lost their actual power, and only the remaining high-rank wizards know the truth about this land. Angele shook his head. Which means Ramsoda College is just a small wizard organization. This place is only the tip of the iceberg. Angele assumed. Master Liliana is strong, but she's just a rank 1 wizard, which also means she spent many years to reach the crystal stage. Why didn't she go for the rank 2 spells? It's not about the talent. She failed to find the knowledge left by the ancient wizards. 0. Combine all the maps I recorded and make a world map for me. Try your best. Creating world map. A blue light dot appeared on the left side of Angele's sight. The light dot was about the size of a fingernail. Many locations were marked on it, such as the Ruden Empire and Marawa Harbor. Cerulean water appeared in the middle marked as the sea. On the right, there was a large land and several locations were marked on the coastline. Those were the places Angele passed by on the ship. The last point marked on the map was the dock of Ramsoda. Most of the other wizard organizations on this land were marked as well. Santiago, Liliadu, Northland Alliance, and several other smaller schools or cities. Most of the organizations were surrounded by forests or mountains. Angele was surprised after he saw the whole map. Based on the information he collected in the database, the discovered region was just a small part of the world. Most of other areas on the map were still covered in fog, and the uncharted region was 10 times the discovered region. The whole map in his sight was about the size of a wash basin. There was a finger-sized gap in the middle of it. This gap was the discovered region. It looked tiny when compared to the size of the world. Angele spent years traveling around this land, but he did not think that it was just a tiny area of the world. If I compare this world to Earth, I'm probably in the middle of Europe. The lack of transportation limited the information transfer, and people on this land barely know anything about other parts of the world. Angele blinked his eyes and the map disappeared from his sight. I might find traces of ancient wizards if I travel to the other lands. Angele sighed and looked at the table again. He carefully opened the glass case and waved his hands. A thin layer of silver metal climbed up his hands and turned into a pair of gloves. Angele carefully took the monster's arm out of the case and slowly put it down in a glass sink. He knew the monster was called the Hundred-Eyed Monster, but he was still curious about the eye in his palm. Angele carefully grabbed a blue tube and removed the stopper before he poured the content over the palm. Gee! White smoke rose into the air. Angele leaned to the side and waited for the smoke to disappear. He turned his head around and checked the glass sink. After the contact with the blue liquid, the black arm loosened its grip and the red eye in the middle of the palm was revealed. Angele took the silver gloves off and used his right hand to touch the eye. It was smooth but hard. Angele felt like he was touching a glass barrier. Angele rubbed the eye for a while. It gave him a strange feeling. He tried pulling the eyelid, but it would not move. He then lowered his body and sniffed at the eye, which smelled like sweat. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. He grabbed a sharp silver knife and cut the area under the eye open. There was no blood coming out of the wound, but he could see the red and white muscle fibers clearly. Blue light dots started flashing in his eyes again. It seems that the eye's optic nerve is inside its arm bones, but that monster used its arms for assault and mobility. Although the monster's skin is hard, its eyes should be relatively weak. Why are its eyes in the middle of its palm? Angele murmured. He grabbed the tweezers and carefully removed the eye from the palm. So, only the substance covering its eye is hard. The eye itself is weak. Angele found the monster's strange body component interesting. He wondered if he could find some special secrets from it. Angele scanned the eyeball with the chip for several minutes, and then put it inside a glass bottle. What should I do to break my gene limit then? Create the plan for me right now, Angele ordered. Creating. Estimated time, 12 hours and 14 minutes. Also, show me the information on Life Energy Seed and simulate the process of planting. Mission created. Please wait, Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his head. 2 days later. It was a cloudy afternoon. Angele walked out of the room with a small crystal bottle in his hand and he looked extremely tired. The bottle was filled with black liquid and looked like there was something else inside. Tia waited outside the door carefully. She still had the black ponytail on her head. Master, I think you should get some rest. Tia looked at Angele, a bit worried. It's fine. Alright, come in. I'll plant the seed inside your body right now. Angele waved his hand and returned to his room. Tia followed him from behind. Tia saw a long red table beside a desk full of equipment. There were 2 large white wash basins on the side. Tia glanced around and saw a large knife lying on the long table. Don't tell me that knife is prepared for me. She was a bit scared. Angele put the small bottle down on the desk and pointed at the long table. Take your clothes off and lie down on the table. What? Tia hesitated as her face began blushing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Return, 1. Chapter 130, Return, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Tia hesitated for a while before she walked to the table. She stood there and began undressing. First, her gray swordsman's suit and then, her underwear. She lay down on the long table after taking off all her clothes. Angele had no expression on his face. He turned around after Tia made up her mind. He grabbed a scalpel with his right hand and walked to the table. Don't worry, I'll make it quick. Angele smiled. Although Angele was tired, he was certain that he could successfully plant the seed. Yes. Master. Tia put her hands over her delicate part. Her young body was clean and healthy. Angele held the scalpel in his right hand and asked Tia to move her hands away from her delicate part. He slightly pressed his left hand onto the part just a few centimeters below her navel. It seemed that he was trying to find the right place. Several seconds later, red mist covered Angele's left hand. He put his palm on the part below the navel. Sizzle. The noise his left palm was making produced a sound as though he was grilling meat. Tia's face turned pale. Although she did not feel any pain, she knew something was happening to her body. Angele stayed calm. There were blue light dots flashing in his eyes. After several seconds, Angele moved his palm away and a twisted snake-shaped black imprint was left on her stomach. It was Angele's magic sigil. The characters in the sigil were written in the ancient language, which simply represented his name, Angele Rio. Angele decided to give her the life energy seed, but he still could not fully trust her. Thus, he decided to put his sigil on Tia's body, so he could finish her off easily if she ever had thoughts of betraying him. Angele nodded and switched his scalpel to the left hand. He carefully cut her stomach open. Allure, he chanted in a low voice. Some dark red glow flashed on the scalpel. A long incision appeared on Tia's lower abdomen, but it was not bleeding. Tia did not even feel any pain. She stared at Angele with respect and trust in her eyes. Angele smiled kindly as he put down the scalpel. He grabbed the small bottle and removed the lid. He then carefully took out a thin black string using the tweezers. It took him several minutes to place the string inside her abdominal cavity. Angele made sure the location was correct and applied some healing gel on her wound. He then closed the wound with stitches. Done. I already planted the life energy seed inside your body. It's a bit different from the ones the other knights have, but I think mine will work better on you. Angele gently touched Tia's forehead and said in a kind tone. Thank you, Master. Tia was still a bit shy, but she seemed to have already calmed down. She no longer minded Angele looking at her naked body. Have some good rest. Angele nodded. I will. Tia closed her eyes. Angele covered her carefully with the blanket he had prepared beforehand and he started analyzing the process of the surgery he had just performed. Life Energy Seed. It can help people release their potentials. It's a special type of bioenergy. The black string is the essence of my flesh, which contains the energy inside my body. I already broke the limit, so my life energy seed is stronger than a knight-level warrior's. I'll spend more time training Tia after this. Even if she wants to betray me, I can easily take my seed back and kill her with the sigil. Angele had seen the method on a wizardry book and modified the procedure to further improve it. Tia was his first test subject. This method was developed by elder wizards. They wanted to train those who were willing to work for them, but they needed an insurance for their subjects to be unable to backstab them. Also, wizards could modify the body conditions of the people who took in their seeds, so it was better to plant the seed when they were young. It was possible that warriors had developed a similar method in training knights. However, Angele was already a wizard and he had no interest in studying how knights create their life energy seed. Also, he could only use the method occasionally since collecting the essence of flesh would damage his body permanently. Angele cleaned up the table and put the items in the room back in order. He walked to the glass case which contained the arm after everything was done. The arm was already melting like a burning candle. It turned into a small pool of yellow water that smelled like meat soup. White steam floated in the air and lowered the visibility in the room. Angele grabbed a syringe and filled it up with dark purple liquid. He then carefully injected the liquid into the eyeball. Its color changed from white to purple within several seconds. Angele picked up the eyeball with his tweezers and let it soak in the steam. After several seconds, its color changed again. It was now completely black. Only the pupil remained color red, which nearly looked like there was blood dripping down the eyeball. Angele put down the tweezers and grabbed another syringe. He carefully pushed the needle into the center of the pupil. Some liquid was extracted from the pupil. It was shiny, like a piece of perfect ruby. As the liquid filled up the syringe, the eyeball dried up and became a thin layer of strange skin. Angele pulled the needle out of the eyeball after it was filled up. He pushed some air out of the syringe and injected the red translucent liquid into his body without any hesitation. High energy substance detected in your veins, 0 reported immediately. The high energy substance is affecting your blood condition. Recording the process. Angele had expected this change, so he stayed calm. Slowly release the stored energy particles and modify the rate of the release using the existing plans, he ordered. Releasing energy particles. Half an hour later, Angele's forehead was covered in sweat. He was seated in a chair beside the table. Energy absorbed. Your genetic limit has been broken. Your attributes have increased. My stamina was initially 4.5 units. Now, it's 6.1 units. It's incredible. Sadly, I can only do it once. My body has already developed resistance. Angele lay his back on the chair and smiled. He watched Tia sleeping for a while before leaving the room. He went up the stairs and reached the balcony on the second floor. It was dark outside. The chilling wind was blowing over Angele's face. The only light he could see was from other districts. He leaned over the balustrade and saw the bronze statues in the small garden. There were many empty manors around him. The place was silent and no one was around. Angele raised his head and saw 2 crescent moons hanging over the dark sky, one waxing and one waning, side by side. They looked beautiful and peaceful. Angele was exhausted. He put his hands on the cold iron balustrade, causing him to feel refreshed. One last thing. Angele reached into the pouch on his waist. He took out a small black box. The box was about the size of his palm and could fill up a small pouch. There was a gray egg lying in the middle of the black thin silk. Scorpion. I wanted a companion that could fly, but I should still keep it in case I can't find anything else in the future. Angele held the egg in hand and thought for a while, but he ended up putting it back into the box. I'll think about it later, Angele sighed. He must make the choice carefully because he could only tame a single magical companion. Many wizards controlled insects or flies to complete certain tasks for them, but a magical beast companion was different. It was linked to the life of its owner. If the magical companion were to die, the wizard contracted to it would take permanent damage. Moreover, even if the wizard died, he could still revive through his magical companion. Having a magical companion was akin to obtaining a second life. It was the reason why Angele was so careful about choosing the right companion. He wanted a strong creature that could protect him during battles. The one he currently had was an egg of a dark scorpion. An adult dark scorpion was about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Its fighting ability was close to the enraged mountain bear he had encountered before. A knight would have trouble fighting it, but for a wizard, it was too weak. I hope I can find something better. Otherwise, I'll have to create one myself. Angele sighed again. Creating creatures and manipulating blood were two of the popular subjects in Wizard's world. However, most of the artificial creatures had critical weaknesses. In addition to that, wizards needed a lot of knowledge just to be able to start the process. With the help of Angele, Tia recovered after several days. He stayed in the city for several more days and gave Tia 2 regular magic stones to pay the bills before departing once again. Tinos, Harland, and Alfred watched him depart. They asked him several times if he needed any help. Angele did not ask for anything. He had already prepared everything he needed on the way. He knew he would not return until all his plans were accomplished. The only way for him to contact them was through the telescope, but his destination was out of its maximum range. However, he needed to go back to check on his family. Angele left Marawa Harbor several years ago, and he had no idea what had happened during this years. He left a note saying he was going to study abroad, but his family had no idea on what he was actually trying to do. Only Master Adolf knew that he went to pursue his dream. Angele still remembered the day he left Marawa Harbor and the things that happened on his way to Ramsoda. He helped Nancy on the boat and also met the girl with a talent level of 1. Also, Yuri told him he was going to guard the border in the letter, but Yuri never replied after that. Angele thought about the events happened during all those years while traveling to the closest dock with haste. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Return 2. Chapter 131, Return 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele's plan was to board a ship at the dock and return to his homeland using the route initially used when he came here. His combat style was quite disparate from other wizards because he started as a top-level knight and he had advantages in close combat. He did not need many offensive spells due to his strong physical attacks. Most of the offensive spells needed various supporting materials, and the ones Angele learned, including his talent spell, did not have any specific requirement. He had no idea how other wizards fought and he was not sure if his physical attacks would be effective when trying to break wizards' force fields, but at least he did not have to collect a lot of materials. Angele had read about close combat wizards in records, but they still needed to cast spells to enhance their physical attacks. Angele's talent spell, Metal Mastery, could help him release the true power of metal spells. It was a special spell he created with the help of Zero and other wizards would not be able to copy it. Angele started studying new spells on his way to the dock. He purchased a lot of spell models in the school and had many spells stored in Zero's storage. Although most of the spells were not in the wind or fire category, he still learned a lot of basics. Angele's talent spell was strong, increasing both his physical and magical defense, but it was not perfect. There were wizards with talent spells that specialized in either physical or magical defense. Such spells were stronger when dealing with a certain type of attack. For that, Angele wanted to develop a more effective battle style. He was trying to search for suitable spells in the storage and enhance them with the help of Zero. Angele rented a carriage from a town he passed by. He sat inside it with his eyebrows furrowed. He was organizing the spell data. My mentality already reached 21 units, and I have about 21 mana before casting any spell. However, I didn't expect a level 1 spell to cost me 4 units of mentality, which basically means I can only cast up to 5 spells. I'll faint after my mentality is empty. So that's why most wizards merely control energy particles to fight, as they don't have enough mentality to keep casting spells. Benedict could cast a bunch of level 0 spells and he also used several enchanted items. He must have spent a long time finding ways to increase his mentality. Angele put his hands on the table in the middle of the carriage and kept thinking. Level 1 spells are strong, but they cost too much mentality and mana. I should store one spell into the chip and cast it instantly when necessary. It seemed that Angele had figured out a way. 0. How many fire offensive spells did I learn? He questioned. 2 spells found. 1. Lesser Fireball, attack enemy with a ranged fireball. 2. Evaporate, drain water from the opponent's body and damage the opponent with high temperature steam. 0 immediately reported. These were 2 of the spells Angele purchased from the school. He finished learning them not so long ago with the help of 0. Simulate the spell model of Lesser Fireball and show me its power level in the standard unit. It took only several seconds for the chip to do the simulation. Simulation finished. Lesser Fireball, it can deal 20 to 25 degrees of damage. Effective range, 5 meters. Cost, 4 mentality and 4 mana. Angele's Glowing Heart's Flame Strike could deal about 12 degrees of damage, while his physical attack could deal about 20 degrees of damage. This level 1 spell could deal more than 20 degrees of damage within a radius of 2.5 meters, and it was like Angele dealing area damage with his physical attacks. Also, Lesser Fireball was a general spell model and its power came from its explosive and burning damage. However, most of the top-level knights would not be able to survive the attack if they were caught within the range. It was same as being attacked by many mid-level knights at the same time. Grand Knights might be able to handle such damage if the white light barrier around their body had magic resistance. Can you enhance its damage? Damage boost is possible. It can be increased to 32 to 39 degrees. Mentality cost will be increased to 6 and mana cost will be increased to 4. Estimated time, 4 days, 0 reported. Create the task, start the enhancement right away, Angele ordered. Task created. Enhancing. Also, show me my Metal Mastery spell's defense data and do the simulation for it as well. Simulating. Metal Mastery, Force Field Physical Resistance, 19 degrees. Magic Resistance, 14 degrees. Lower the damage of spells that focus either physical or magic defense. Angele's expression changed. What's the average resistance of other defensive spells? Spells focused on physical resistance can handle 25 degrees of damage, while spells focused on magic resistance can handle 25 degrees of damage. There was one way to improve the resistance of the force field. Angele had found it before he decided to choose it as his talent spell. He needed to find certain types of metals and absorb those materials. He absorbed the claw from the Claw Warrior, causing an increase in his magic resistance. If he could find better materials in the future, he would be able to increase his resistance very fast. I'm on a trip anyway. I shall try to find suitable metals and absorb them. Angele planned. Create the task, simulate a battle between me and an average wizard of my level. Show me the probability of achieving victory after. 0 started simulating immediately. It took the chip about 10 minutes to show Angele the result. Probability of achieving victory, 73.15%. Angele was not surprised. He had the chip to assist him during battles. Moreover, he could cast 1 or 2 spells instantly. An average wizard would never expect such surprise attack. The spell he stored could be cast faster than activating enchanted items. However, the winning probability was merely a number. Things changed unpredictably fast in actual battles. Angele enjoyed fighting. He could think quicker and act faster during the battles. Winning fights gave him the feeling of accomplishment. Wizards usually fought passively, and most of them spend their time guarding the school they signed the contract with. Angele shook his head and stopped thinking. He looked at the wooden table. There were 2 quivers of metal arrows and a metal longbow on it. Below the table, there was a full suit of black metal armor. Angele prepared those before leaving the city with the help of Tinos and Harland. The arrows and the suit were crafted with the best materials they could find. Angele could not absorb them all together at once, so he decided to keep them in the carriage for now. In the evening, a campfire was blazing in the dark forest, brightening up its surrounding area. 3 people were sitting by the campfire with their legs crossed. One of them looked old. He was wearing a black robe and his hair was white. The man had his eyes closed. He was meditating. The other 2 were in their mid-20s. The young man was wearing a gray robe, and the woman had a branch in her hand playing with the flame. The young man was reading a book carefully. After several minutes, the woman put down the branch and looked at the old man. Master Maryland, how long do we have to wait? We stayed here the whole day. I wonder if he went a different route. The old man opened his eyes slowly and shook his head. No, this is the shortest route to the dock, so he'll choose it for sure. Marilyn stopped for a second and continued, I'm not under the orders of the school. Under the pressure of Liliana, my family is not seeking vengeance, but Adele was my only grandson and he died for nothing. I can't just let him go, I just can't. He turned around and looked at the two wizard apprentices. You don't have to help me. Master, you've helped us a lot in school. We can't let you face him alone. The male wizard apprentice put down his book, and he spoke respectfully. Also, we reached rank 3 a long time ago. We might find some rare materials from his body. Thanks. Marilyn looked happy. Only those who choose to help me when I'm in trouble are my true followers. He smiled. It's our pleasure to assist you. The two wizard apprentices lowered their heads and bowed. Angele just became a formal wizard, so he has no time to learn spells. I think he doesn't even know how to modify spell models. I can take him on easily. Marilyn looked relaxed. No matter how talented he is, he needs at least 1 year to master a level 1 offensive spell, so Angele will fight with level 0 spells. He doesn't even stand a chance against me. After this is finished, I'll take you two to another better organization. But master, I heard his talent level was 2, yet it only took him 3 years to break the limit. He must have some special power, the female wizard apprentice interrupted. We should keep his body and dissect him. I'm sure he's hiding some secrets. Good idea. Marilyn nodded. I'll keep his body in one piece. Marilyn raised his right hand and spoke slowly. In the war against Northland Alliance, I slew more than 10 rank 3 wizard apprentices and 2 enemy wizards. Liliana really thinks this kid is more valuable than me? I'll let her know how stupid her decision is. Intense white light started coming out of his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Counterattack, 1. Chapter 132, Counterattack, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. In the morning. It was a cloudy day. A sea of trees was leaning due to the strong wind. The noise they made drove the birds away. Several dark birds soared through the sky from time to time. Between the trees, there was a black carriage slowly advancing along a gray path. Strangely enough, there was no coachman sitting in its driving seat. Suddenly, the window of the carriage was opened by a pale hand, showing a brown-haired young man sitting inside. He was glancing at the bushes with his brows furrowed. He looked at the left side of the path. There were many trees and bushes blocking his sight. The trees' sizes varied. He felt like he was inside a primeval forest. Halt! The man suddenly stopped the horses. The wheels stopped gradually as the horse slowed down while breathing heavily. The young man opened the door and jumped off the carriage. He then quickly walked to the roadside. There was a black crossguard sword hanging over his waist, and on his back, there was a large metal longbow along with a full quiver. The man's body was strong and his action was quick. The man looked like an experienced hunter with a pair of clean-looking silver armor gloves on his hands. He stomped on the ground several times and moved his feet around. You think I'm really going to fall for this? At least hide yourselves better. The man sneered. He glared at the bushes in front of him and pulled an arrow out of his quiver. Inside the forest. One black robe and 2 gray robes were trying to ambush Angele from the bushes. It was Marilyn and his apprentices. They hid behind a large tree and slowed down their breathing, listening to the noises coming from the path. There was a short wooden crossbow in Marilyn's hand, already loaded with a special arrow. The arrow was coated in a white glow. It looked like it was made from white jade. Master, I think he's already here. We just heard him making noises, right? I think he's coming for us, the male wizard apprentice whispered. Don't worry, stay here. Chi. A ray of black light flew toward the female wizard apprentice on the side. Dang. A red barrier appeared around the female wizard apprentice's body. The black arrow was blocked, causing it to deviate its path and pierce the tree beside. The three were surprised by the attack. They looked at the black iron arrow on the tree and realized that Angele had already detected their positions. Watch out! Marilyn suddenly shouted. The female wizard apprentice turned her head around after hearing Marilyn's warning. Bam! It seemed that her barrier was on cooldown as another black iron arrow struck her forehead. Her skullcap was broken into pieces. Blood mixed with brain matter splashed everywhere. The female wizard apprentice's eyes were wide open. She died before knowing what had happened, and her body fell to the ground. Rhea, the male wizard apprentice, shouted in fear. God damn! He pressed his left wrist with his right hand and chanted something. After 2 seconds, he vanished into the air. A faint distortion moved through the bushes while leaving footprints on the muddy ground. Maryland raised his short crossbow, white light coming out of his eyes. His expression was solemn as he was trying to catch every movement on the other side of the bush. Maryland heard footsteps of a person walking on the dry leaves on the ground. A strapping man slowly walked out of the shadows. Angele put his hand on the handle of his crossguard sword and stepped on a large stone. He was glaring at Maryland. I knew it was you, Maryland. The young man who had a pair of sharp eyes was speaking in a calm tone. Maryland licked his lips. Angele, I didn't expect you to detect us first. Liliana found herself a good disciple. But why did you reveal yourself? You should have stayed in the bushes. He quickly aimed at Angele with his crossbow. De Lancero, frozen death. The white arrow left the short crossbow and drew an arc in the air. It was flying at full speed, with only a white light dot indicating its direction. Maryland threw the crossbow to the ground and took out a small bottle from his pouch. He then removed the stopper and poured some light yellow powder onto his palm, sprinkling it into the air. He was invoking incantations that Angele had never heard of before. A ball of white light slowly appeared in front of him. The light ball lit up the area, and a high-pitched scream was coming out of it. As the scream became louder, Maryland pushed the light ball forward with his hands. The light ball traveled slowly in the air, approaching Angele. Angele drew his crossguard sword. He turned around and started running. His body turned into a blurry gray shadow among the bushes. The white arrow dodged the trees and was pursuing him from behind. It only took the arrow several seconds to catch up, and it exploded in the air as soon as Angele slowed down. Boom! The explosion produced a white mist that surrounded Angele in the middle. Countless layers of ice started spreading in the area, but Angele walked out of ice mist within seconds. A thin layer of silver metal covered his body. The ice mist was blocked before it could reach his skin. Crack! The silver metal on Angele's skin dropped to the ground. It then melted into a liquid ball and floated in the air. The ice barrier in the air was broken into pieces by Angele's twisted power and dropped to the grass on the ground. Angele touched the surface of the silver metal. It turned into a large silver shield that covered his body. The white light ball finally reached Angele and smashed against the silver shield with great impact. Bam! The white light broke into seemingly infinite tiny light dots, flying to Angele from all angles. Angele held his sword with both hands and slashed forward without hesitation. The blade melted and turned into a group of tiny metal particles. They started intercepting the white light dots in the air. Once more, all the white light dots exploded after the collision with the metal particles. The explosion created many broken ice pieces mixed with metal ashes. Angele quickly stepped back and dropped the remaining handle of his sword. He waited for the hail in front of him to stop. Maryland could not believe what he had just witnessed. Angele raised his hand again and created another silver crossguard sword. He suddenly turned around and slashed forward. An invisible man revealed himself after being cut into half on the empty ground. It was the male wizard apprentice who tried to attack Angele from behind. His eyes were wide open and his body was sliced into two. The man was holding a small black ball in his right hand, which had moving silver patterns on the surface of the ball. The stench of blood spread in the air as the man's organs emerged on the ground. You're the last one. Angele turned around and blocked an incoming ice lance with his sword. Angele waved his hand. The metal ashes on the ground slowly floated into the air. He then pointed his finger at Maryland. Countless tiny metal needles started flying toward Maryland. Angele wasted no time and charged forward. He held his crossguard sword tight. When he was about 4 or 5 meters away from Maryland, he swung his sword and its shape shifted in the air. The sword became thinner but much longer than before. Clang! The tip of the sword stopped before it could hit Maryland. A white ice barrier appeared in front of him that successfully blocked Angele's attack. Maryland's face turned pale from fright as leaned against the tree behind him. He did not try to stop Angele from attacking. He only kept doing weird hand gestures while invoking an incantation. A white glow appeared on the tip of his fingers. The white ice barrier in front of him blocked all the metal projectiles. It sounded like rain dropping onto a window. Maryland looked at Angele and increased the speed of his incantation. A diamond-shaped crystal slowly appeared in front of his body. It rotated while glowing and it seemed like the crystal contained some mysterious strong power. Beside the white barrier in front of Maryland was a translucent ice barrier that only appeared when some of the metal needles attacked him from the behind. This barrier had only revealed itself after being hit. Die. Marilyn's expression changed. He pushed the crystal toward Angele with both of his hands. Marilyn looked tired after completing the strongest spell he knew. 2 wizards from Northland Alliance had been slain by it during the war. The cost of the spell was half of his reserves. Most of his mentality and mana was consumed by it. Marilyn ran to the side after the crystal was completed. He grabbed several blue mana potions from his pouch and poured them into his mouth one after another. Those potions could help him recover mana and mentality, but it took time, and he would not be able to cast the next spell immediately. He turned his head around and looked at Angele. The speed of the crystal was fast, that Angele had to withdraw. Clang! He struck the crystal with the sword, but it was so hard that his arms turned numb. Re Mancrisa Ignis. Angele chanted an incantation in a low voice. 4 lines of red flame gathered in front of Angele's chest and turned into a fist-sized fireball. The fireball grew larger and its color became darker. Angele pushed the fireball forward and it hit the incoming crystal. Boom! After the explosion, flames and pieces of ice blocks all flew toward Angele. He quickly conjured another silver metal shield and tried to block the approaching projectiles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Counterattack 2. Chapter 133, Counterattack 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele did not stop after creating the first metal shield. He stacked 3 shields together to block the explosion. Boom! Angele was pushed back several meters by the impact. He supported himself with his left feet as he slowly stabilized. 3 silver metal shields helped him defend against the energy explosion caused by the lesser fireball and the crystal. Such a powerful spell. Angele had a serious expression on his face. My agility is high and my force field has caught most of the projectiles in the air. Otherwise, it must be impossible for me to take no damage. The power level of the explosion is over 30 degrees. After the enhancement of lesser fireball is done, I'll be able to deal with it easily. Angele's force field would automatically create metal scraps to block the particles coming for him. The field itself could handle 14 degrees of power, and after casting the lesser fireball, he successfully resolved a total of 30 degrees of power. So this is what a wizard can do before reaching the gas stage. It's my turn now. Angele looked at Marilyn and sneered. The old man's face was still pale. Angele raised his hand and the silver shields were absorbed by his body again. He leaned forward and charged toward Marilyn again. Marilyn was running away from Angele desperately. How? How is that even possible? All the power was brought to the kid after the crystal exploded, yet he was not hurt at all? That's twice the original power. He just became a wizard, but he actually successfully blocked such a strong spell. Fear was etched all over his face. All he could do was to try his best to escape. Suddenly, his sight blurred. Bam! Something struck Marilyn's back with great impact, causing him to lose his balance. The translucent ice barrier blocked the attack coming from behind. Although he was not hurt, he was still blown away by the impact and he fell to the ground. Marilyn, we are having fun, right? Why are you running? Angele's deep voice came from behind. Marilyn struggled for a while before he stood up. Fear slowly filled up his mind. He trembled before he turned around and tried to invoke incantations, but he could not calm down at all. This unpleasant feeling in his head made his mentality unstable, so there was no way for him to cast any spell in his current state. Angele, are you seriously trying to kill me? I'm a contracted wizard of the school. If you kill me, the school will place a bounty on your head. Think twice before you do that. Marilyn started retreating step by step. Angele looked at Marilyn. He was disappointed. You can't even cast any spell right now. I considered you as a worthy opponent. He walked to the old man and raised the crossguard sword in the air. Don't! Killing me is betraying the school. Marilyn yelled in fear. The white light in his eyes had disappeared. He tripped on a stone while trying to flee and he fell to the ground once again. I'll make sure that I'll take care of your dead body. We're in a forest far from the school, who'd know I killed you? Angele smiled. Marilyn's ice barrier was impaled by Angele's sword. You! Marilyn's face was twitching. Dang! The barrier had already absorbed a lot of damage for the old man, but without a mana supply, its surface started shedding. Angele raised his sword again and slashed down with no hesitation. Crack! The ice barrier could not take any more damage, so the translucent barrier around him revealed itself before breaking into pieces. No! Marilyn's barriers were gone. He stood up immediately and threw a black bottle to the ground. Boom! The bottle exploded and flames splashed into the air. Angele took a step back and created a metal silver shield to block the flame. He could see Marilyn running away through the fire, and he smiled. He slightly leaned forward and charged forth. Angele was so fast that the trees on the sides became blurry. He could hear the wind howling while approaching Marilyn. He tightly held the handle of his sword and slashed downward. The sword soared in the air and was about to hit Marilyn. Clang! A black creature deflected Angele's blade from the side. Angele stopped moving forward and stepped back immediately. A well-built man slowly walked out of the bushes behind Marilyn. The man was wearing a coat made from black bear skin, and his long hair was messy. There were 2 metal claws on both his hands. He looked quite calm. The black creature returned to the man's side. It was a black panther that stared at Angele with a pair of green shallow eyes, its legs fully armored. Roar! The panther was awaiting its owner's order. Angele swung the crossguard sword in his hand. You're with Marilyn? He had a gentle smile on his face, but he was ready to strike at any moment. My mission is to bring Marilyn back. He's already signed the contract with Liliadu. From now on, he's one of us, the man spoke in a calm tone. Leave now if you don't want to die. You don't stand a chance against me. Is that so? Angele stopped smiling. It means you're my enemy too. The man stared at him. If you don't leave, then yes. Angele narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the man. He could sense the strong mentality of the man just by looking at him. Marilyn was much weaker than the man. You already reached the gas stage? Angele suddenly questioned. The man did not respond. He only patted the panther's head, which caused it to purr several times in response. Angele's expression finally turned gruesome. Silver metal liquid came out of his body and covered him completely layer by layer within seconds. 3 silver scars were revealed at the left side of Angele's face after the layers of silver metal slowly spread on his skin. The man looked a bit surprised after seeing the changes happen to Angele. Metal force field. He stared at Angele. It's the first time I'm seeing a wizard with metal mastery as a talent spell. Chi. 2 bone armor appeared on the man's arms. The armor was covered with sharp thorns. Marilyn lay down on the side quietly, his skull penetrated by a sharp thin metal needle. Inside a meeting hall in Ramsota College, 5 people wearing black robes sat around a table. So, no one respects my word anymore? Liliana questioned in a deep tone. We didn't authorize Marilyn's action. He's not one of us anymore and we, Sparrow family, already declared that. A middle-aged woman responded immediately. Master Liliana. We had no idea that he offended you. Please forgive us. There was fear in her eyes. Marilyn has signed a contract with Liliadu, thus it's treason. The black robe in the main seat spoke calmly. His face was covered in black mist. I agree, Mr. President. Me too. The other 2 black robes nodded. Liliana grunted before standing up and vanishing into the dark shadows. Damn! How dare you, someone shouted with a deep voice inside the forest. Retard. Angele leaned to the side and dodged an incoming red sphere of light. The sphere hit the tree behind him, melting the tree into a pool of acid. The strong man kept waving his metal claws and kept shooting red spheres of light toward Angele while blocking the silver metal needles infused with blue electric pulses. Countless tiny metal needles were floating around Angele's opponent like blue flies. Angele controlled those metal needles to attack the man from all angles after dodging several red spheres of light. Angele didn't have the upper hand, but the man was similarly having trouble in blocking Angele's metal needles. The Black Panther kept roaring, trying to find Angele's weak spot. There were blue light dots in Angele's eyes. Zero was helping him predict the direction of those red spheres of light. Each sphere of light was about the size of an egg and it could track Angele's movements precisely. He tried to slash them with his sword, but the sword was melted by the acid immediately. It seemed like the man was using anti-metal spells. The only thing Angele could do was to dodge and control those metal needles to attack. The gas stage is strong, I see, he whispered, but his voice still reached the man's ears. Why are you trying so hard for a dead man? This battle won't end easily. We both know that. The man looked anxious. I underestimated you. He took several steps back and lowered his claws. The Black Panther returned to his side as well. I shall leave for now. Angele Rio, I'll remember your name. The man vanished into the forest with the panther after finishing his word. Angele raised his right hand and all the floating metal needles returned to his body. I need to take care of the body before the people from the school show up. Angele looked at Marilyn's corpse with no expression on his face. He did not want the people in Ramsoda to know that it was him who killed Marilyn. Although Marilyn had betrayed the school, Angele would still be taken back to the school for interrogation. He did not want to waste any more time. Angele also figured out what he was lacking after the battle. He had no high damage spells. That was also the reason why he spent a long time trying to kill Marilyn. High damage spells. Angele started thinking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Farewell, 1. Chapter 134, Farewell, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele decided to collect more spells later. He looked at Marilyn's corpse again. He walked to the body and crouched. Angele checked if Marilyn was still breathing by touching his neck before looting his body. First, he went for the 2 white leather pouches on Marilyn's waist, and then he found 2 white jade arrows from the belt. He also found a small spell book with a brown leather cover. The book was about the size of a palm, and there was a glowing white diamond-shaped pattern on the front. Angele returned to the place where the fight began and rummaged through the 2 wizard apprentices' bodies. He took everything valuable to him. After the place was cleaned up, Angele left the forest and returned to his carriage. The horse was still eating the grasses on the side. It seemed that no one had come by. He opened the door and jumped into the carriage. Angele sat down by the table and started to check everything he acquired. There were some spell materials in the white pouches, but Angele had never seen them before. They might be used for ice spells. There was also a crystal bottle that contained several translucent capsules inside. The capsules looked similar to the fish oil capsules Angele had seen back on Earth. Many basic spell models were recorded in the book, and Marilyn's notes were all written beside them. Angele was a bit downcast that Marilyn did not write anything important on the book, so it was basically useless to him. He read it through and burned it right after. The only thing valuable from the 2 apprentices was a black sphere. The spellbooks contained nothing new to Angele. Furthermore, he also found several regular magic stones. The enchanted ring from the female wizard apprentice already broke, and the spell materials she had could be found anywhere. Angele put down the magic stones and the materials. He grabbed the black sphere and started observing it. The sphere was about the size of his fist, and there was a thin layer of silver metallic liquid on its surface. He had no idea what it was made from. Strange, it's soft, and the only thing I can sense from it is Marilyn's remaining energy. Angele checked the sphere for a while and concluded. Perhaps it's merely a one-time explosive item? 0. Found anything similar in the database? Angele wondered. No matching data was found. There was nothing 0 could do if it was not stored in the database. Angele carefully put the sphere into his pouch, and with a flick of his finger, black smoke descended onto the horse in front. The horse started advancing slowly and the carriage moved again. I should have activated the battle mode during the fight against the Panther Wizard, but I still may not be able to kill him. The only spell he cast was conjuring those red spheres. I hope the range of my metal field is large enough to absorb more damage. Besides, the magic resistance is still too low. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. He stopped the fight because he was at the same level as the man and he had already used a lot of mana in the previous encounter. The metal force field's defense and resistance were relatively low, so every time he blocked a spell, he needed to create another layer of metal barrier. Talon spell's cost was low, but his mana pool was still limited. Without the spell stored in the chip, he would have a hard time fighting against the second enemy. Casting one lesser fireball required 4 mentality and 4 mana. Manipulating the metals and creating metal barriers to block Marilyn's spells cost Angele 13 mana, and using the electrically enhanced needles to attack the Panther Wizard almost drained the rest of his mana. If the fight lasted any longer, he would have had to retreat. Physical attacks would not damage that man there. He had the type of the energy particles stored in the chip switched to metal energy particles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recreate so many metal barriers. It seems impossible for the chip to scan the information of a wizard if his force field is on. The battle mode is good only when the opponent loses his barrier, Angele thought. I don't know why, but 0 can now handle 2 tasks simultaneously after I broke my genetic limit. However, Angele looked at the trees outside through the window. The tree leaves were shaking in the wind, and there were rabbits jumping around from time to time. How to break through a wizard's force field. Angele tried to recall the basic knowledge of force fields he had learned before. If he wanted to break a common force field, he would have to use another corresponding type of force field to hit it accurately. Angele needed to switch to a proper force field when necessary, but Zero would not be able to do that. It meant that the chip could help him reserve his energy during battles, but there was barely anything else it could do. It was still good for research, so Angele decided to collect more information he needed about further studies. After Zero finished the enhancement on the lesser fireball, I'll do the second modification myself. Angele shook his head. Wizards needed to learn how to modify spells. After all, the chip could only help Angele store basic information and spell models. The enhancement Zero did for the spells was based on the data Angele collected, and without data, there was nothing it could do. In order to get the best results, Angele had to do it by himself. Zero could help him select the right information to save some time. At least it can multitask now. Angele chuckled. I should be grateful for what I have. I'm already progressing much faster than the others. Doc, Nick. Bright sunlight reflected upon the golden beach. The coconut tree's large leaves were waving in the wind. Waves crashed onto the shore from time to time. A black carriage was parked in front of a road sign beside the forest, its wooden wheels coated with the sand from the beach. Angele already waited 3 days for the ship to come after he arrived at the dock. He sat inside the carriage and looked at the sea. He already checked the date when the ship would come by. Every 4 years, a ship coming from another land would drop wizard apprentices off at several docks and it would pick up those who wished to go back. It was the only way for him to travel from this land to another. Angele opened the window and jumped off the carriage. He slowly walked to the beach and raised his head. He saw a blue ship with white stripes on its surface slowly moving toward him. He waited on the beach, but he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind. You must be Master Angele? Are you waiting for the ship? A stranger's voice came from behind. Angele turned around and saw a silver-haired in a white robe smiling at him. Yes, I'm Angele. Sorry, but you are? Angele wondered as he had no idea who this man was. I'm Timuril. Liliana has helped me several times before. I respect her a lot. The man named Timuril smiled. It's the 3rd time I'm chosen to be the messenger. My duty is to contact the countries overseas. If you need any help, just ask. I have the right to grant you noble status. Angele hesitated for a second, but he still showed his gratitude while smiling. Thank you for your kindness. I'll talk to you when I need it. Sure. Timuril nodded. Countries funded by mortals are weak, but Grand Knights can still fight us with enchanted items they possess. You should be careful if you must fight one of them. I suggest you contact your masters and find the Bloodline Nobles. Bloodline Nobles? Angele had never heard of it before. Sorry, I forgot to explain first. It seemed as if Timuril recalled something, becoming a bit nervous. He even slightly bowed to Angele. Angele immediately bowed as well. You did nothing wrong. It's not a big problem. Angele did not know why Timuril was so polite to him. Timuril straightened his back and started explaining. Well, I didn't notice your. I'll explain it to you right now. Bloodline nobles are personages who rule this world. Most of them are royal members who often possess the greatest power in their hands. The first royal members overseas were several old wizards who failed to rank up, their lives about to end. They created their own empires. Some of them successfully passed their knowledge to the next generations. The higher their wizard ranks were, the harder it would be for them to get women pregnant. Before they died, they left some strong enchanted items to their children to help them survive in wars. The children of the wizards were the bloodline nobles. The wizards without descendants lost their country after they died. I forgot that only royal members or very knowledgeable wizards knew about this, so I apologized. Timuril stopped for a second and sighed with emotion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Farewell, 2. Chapter 135, Farewell, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem, Frappe. Bloodline nobles are not gifted with special power. They merely have stronger bodies compared to mortals. Also, most of the royal members are not willing to study. They spend most of their time playing. The wizard apprentices with high talent levels are usually related to the royal members. I think you already know what you will be facing if you don't get in contact with bloodline nobles. You're the first wizard in your family, I believe. Angele thought for a while. He could imagine what would happen after arriving at Marawa Harbor. Well, please help me get in touch with them then. He had a bitter smile on his face. Sure. Timurol nodded. He already knew that Angele had no other choice. I have some old friends in your home country, Andes Alliance. You can disembark the ship with a concealed identity. You're the first wizard apprentice from Andes Alliance to become a formal wizard in the last 10 years, and you even joined the land of the Dark Wizards. It's quite amazing actually. Angele laughed. I'm just lucky, haha. I almost forgot, but when I left Andes Alliance, Rudin Empire and Saladin Empire were still fighting. Do you have any recent intel on that? There are not many royal members left in Rudin Empire, so it's time for a change. Saladin Empire found the right timing to strike, so they must have already won in the war. I heard several royal members of Saladin Empire are studying on this land. Although they did not become formal wizards yet, they are still much stronger than the strongest soldier in Rudin Empire's army, Timurol explained. Why are we wasting time discussing mortals? They can't even handle a single energy particle attack. Let's change the topic. Angele nodded. He started discussing the structural differences between positive energy spells models and negative energy spell models. They exchanged their opinions on the similarities of spell modifications with spells from different categories. Both of them knew Master Liliana and both of them had not yet reached the gas stage, so there were many things for them to discuss. Their friendship had already deepened as the ship arrived at the dock, and Angele learned some more basic knowledge from Timurol as well. The ship stopped by the shore and released the anchor. The stairs were lowered by the workers on deck. A girl in black one-piece ran down the stairs quickly. She must be one of the wizard apprentices on the board. The girl saw two wizards standing on the beach, and quickly walked to them. She put her right hand over the hand and slightly bent her knees. It seemed that she was showing them her respect, but Angele had no idea where she came from. He was not familiar with her style of etiquette. Go wait by the road sign beside the forest. Someone will pick you up, Timurol said in a light tone. Angele glanced at the female wizard apprentices and realized she was just a rank 2 wizard apprentice, so he was not interested. A black-robed man walked down the stairs after the girl left. Ramsoda, huh? You're the ones in charge this time? The man looked at Timurol and Angele's robes. Timurol, I'll be leaving now. I already spent too much time on the ship. I'll take care of it from here. Timurol nodded without any expression on his face. The man nodded as well. He put on his hood and quickly walked away. Let's board the ship and check the engine room first, Timurol spoke to Angele with a much milder expression than earlier. It seemed that he disliked the man he just talked to. Sure. Angele nodded and boarded the empty ship with Timurol. The ship was large, just like the one Angele took on the way he came. The only difference was the building on the deck. The two looked like two tiny ants on the deck. They walked down the cabin quickly and reached the engine room. The room was dark, but with a flick of Timurol's finger, 2 lines of torches were lighted up, illuminating the place. The room was about the size of a football court, and Angele realized that the floor was actually the back of several humongous dark blue fish. The fish was more than 10 meters long and its upper body was fixed at the bottom of the ship. A thin layer of water coated the fish's skin, which prevented the water from breaching the inside of the ship. These fish were the engines of the ship. Angele observed them and found no soul in their eyes. It seemed that they were controlled using spells or some special methods. They looked identical to dolphins but were much larger in size. Timurol smiled and pointed at the fish. Those fish have been modified by energy particles and are powering the ship. They last years in the sea. Their muscles are also enhanced by dark magic, preventing them from getting hurt. Angele nodded while smiling. That's some amazing techniques. Timurol continued, the ship's name is Future. I'll explain the procedure to you. First, we need to pick up some people who want to go to other lands to the next dock. Most of them are wizard apprentices who lost their hopes. After that, we need to repair the body of the ship and hire some sailors to hide the real purpose of the trip. Are you fine with the plan? Of course, Angele answered without hesitation. But I need to get my cases onto the ship first. I can help you with that. Timurol chuckled. I appreciate it. Angele started walking upstairs. 1 day later. The ship named Future started sailing along the predetermined route under Timurol's control. It would take them 2 days to go from Docknik to the next one. Ramsoda was its final destination because the place was where the Dark Wizards lived. Another name for the Ramsoda region was Eichenhain. The name Eichenhain meant where the sun rises, and it was relatively far from other organizations' territories. Docknik was on the opposite side of the second dock. It would take years for one to travel from one side to another on land. Angele stood on the starboard side of the ship. The endless sky looked like a huge sapphire. There were white seagulls flying over the ship from time to time, and the fishy sea breeze made Angele's hair fly about in the air. He put his hands on the cold railing and overlooked the surface of the sea. There were two large ships in Angele's sight. The ships were connected with wooden bridges. The sailors with swords in their hands were fighting against each other. Pirates raiding an armored merchant ship. It's common around here. Timurel walked to Angele. Don't worry. They won't come for us. I heard the White-Tooth Castle already established a fleet to wipe the pirates off the sea. Angele heard Timurel's explanation and nodded, but he did not say anything. The ship slowly left the area and the two ships in conflict disappeared from his sight. They finally arrived at the next dock on the second afternoon. Dock Seahawk. It was the dock where Yuri and the others disembarked. The White-Tooth Castle and 6 Ring High Tower's territories were here. Many people boarded the ship at the dock. More than 30 sailors and about 10 wizard apprentices, all heading back to their home country. Hurry up! Pick up the bread and fruits. A bald, half-naked burly man was yelling beside Timurel, his beard thick. I want everything on board within 3 hours. You hear me? Hurry up! Move your *Cs, the man shouted. Aye. We're not deaf, some of the sailors shouted back. Come here. I need help. This box is heavy as hell. Hey! Tighten up the rope. Damn, cage. Move. The place was bustling. There were more than ships in various sizes docked by the shell-shaped bay, and Future was still greater in size compared to other relatively large ships. Several people in noble suits greeted Timurel in an extremely polite tone, while the sailors were carrying boxes onto the ship. They sent several of their servants to help carry the barrels that had fresh water inside. Some people were yelling in different dialects while waving their hands. Angele could not understand a single word they were saying. There were about 40 people standing on the bridge beside the ships. It was crowded. Angele could see carriages and pedestrians passing by along the road, and he could hear the noise from here. Although he could not understand their language, he still felt quite happy to be in such a lively place. The people suddenly stepped aside and made a path for the passengers. About 10 people wearing different types of clothes walked to the ship. Angele could sense the energy particles around them. Some of them were in their mid-30s, and there were also several old men with white messy hair. They walked to Timurel and bowed with respect. Timurel said something and pointed at Future, looking unconcerned. The group started boarding after heeding Timurel's instructions. Angele took a glance at them and saw someone familiar. A pretty girl with a black ponytail was staring at him. She was wearing a black swordsman's suit, looking confused. What are you looking at? Vel. A middle-aged woman shoved the back of the girl forward. Don't stare at a master wizard like that, she whispered. The girl turned her head around immediately and followed the others onto the deck. Angele already knew who she was. It was Velvet, the girl he had met on his way to Ramsoda. Her talent level was 1. It seemed that the girl failed to rank up and she had to go back to her family. The strongest wizard apprentice among the group was only at rank 2. Angele knew how strong they were just by looking at them, and Velvet was still at rank 1 after many years of studying. Her only improvement was the number of energy particles she could control. The place was too crowded, so Angele decided to talk to Velvet later. He wanted to know how the others were doing. The sailors finished loading the containers within 2 hours. Future left the dock under the moonlight and started traveling to the next dock. Knock knock. Who is it? Angele put down the feather pen from his hand and moved the oil lamp onto the paper before answering the door. It's me. A sheepish voice came from outside the door. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. He was currently trying to set up the plan for the enhancement of mental mastery. Moreover, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He hated being interrupted while thinking. Come in, Angele answered in a low voice. He pointed at the door. A ray of green light came out of the tip of his finger and unlocked it. The brown wooden door was pushed open and soothing wind blew into the room. A gray-cloaked person walked inside and closed the door. It's you? Angele was a bit surprised. Yeah, me, Velvet. I'm not sure if you still know me. The girl took off her cloak and revealed her emotionless face. It's late, why are you here? I wanted to talk to you tomorrow. Angele rubbed his temples. He was a bit tired. Dong. Velvet suddenly kneeled down and knocked her head on the floor. Please. We were on the same ship. Master Angele, take me in as your servant. She had not raised her head yet. Angele was not sure what her expression looked like at the moment, but he knew her voice was shaky. You wish to be my servant? Yes. Velvet raised her head up and stared at Angele. Angele could the complex feelings in her eyes. I spent 4 years in 6-ring high tower. I'm already 20 years old. It's impossible for me to become a formal wizard now, so I'm planning to serve as a knight in my hometown, but I didn't expect to meet you here, and you're already a wizard. Velvet was not sure how she should talk to Angele. She chose to become a wizard apprentice, giving up the chance to take the life energy seed. She gave up since she could not progress. However, the girl would not even become a top-level knight without the seed. Angele's talent level was 2, but he broke the limit after just 4 years of studying. Velvet admired him, but at the same time, she was jealous of him. Velvet argued with Angele when they first met, yet she was now begging him to take her in. She felt ashamed knowing this fact. Her face was flustered. She wanted to know how Angele could progress so fast, as it was her last hope. Velvet had to leave her dignity behind. Stand up first. Angele creased his eyebrows. Velvet stood up. She was not wearing her swordsman's suit. Worn on her body was a skin-tight leather armor, which perfectly showcased those full round breasts of hers. Velvet's short black skirt barely covered her thighs, and the silky stockings made her legs look alluring. Are you trying to seduce me with the clothes you're wearing? Angele glanced at her. Velvet lowered her head. She did not respond to Angele's question but slightly nodded her head. Angele knew that if he took her in, she would most likely fulfill all his requests tonight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Skirmish, 1. Chapter 136, Skirmish, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele closed his eyes and grunted after a while. The room was silent. The only noise was made by the waves. Velvet, who was nearby, waited for Angele to talk. She stared at Angele nervously, not knowing whether to ask again or not. How's Yuri? You disembarked the ship together with him, right? I think he went to the White Tooth Castle, Angele suddenly questioned. Yes, but I haven't talked to him in a while, Velvet responded right away. But I heard he went to the border with a team of wizard apprentices. Angele nodded in response. He opened his eyes and looked at Velvet without any expression. Sorry, I can't take you in as my servant, he replied in a light tone. After finishing his words, Angele saw the change in Velvet's eyes, which was now filled with despair instead. Her flustered face had gone pale within seconds. Is that your final answer? Velvet was trembling, and her voice shaky. I apologize. Angele shook his head. To be honest, your talent level is too low. If I take you in as my servant, it'll be my responsibility to train you using all the resources I possess. I just became a formal wizard and I don't have that much spare time for you. You need a long time and a lot of resources to rank up. So, I'm sorry. Velvet's face turned even paler upon hearing Angele's explanation. You're not satisfied with my body? I can do whatever you want me to. Seriously. Please. There were tears in her eyes, and she was trying her best to beg Angele. You're my last hope. My family. My father. Velvet sobbed. Her words were incoherent. Angele looked at Velvet without saying anything. He was waiting for her to calm down. From what I know, your father is a formal wizard, right? You have his blood. What happened to your talent level? Angele's eyebrows creased as he asked again. I don't know. Velvet shook her head. Angele suddenly recalled something. What's your father and mother's relationship before they got married? He questioned. My mother is my father's elder sister, Velvet muttered. Angele had realized that it could have been a consanguineous marriage. It was a common custom between wizards' families. They wanted their lineages to be pure, so their children could be born with high talent levels. However, the probability of success was low. Most wizards chose to reproduce with their relatives, and only a small percentage of their children had extremely high talent levels. The rest was worse than an average mortal. Some of them were born with disabilities and low talent level. They could not even train in sword skills. This custom had never changed in the wizard's world, as most of the large families were connected through marriages. Velvet probably had many sisters or brothers, but she was the only one gifted with talent. Her father was quite unlucky, Angele thought. Velvet probably is the only hope of her family at the moment. Where's your father? Angele wondered. Velvet hesitated for a second and she looked a bit depressed. He's dead. Angele stopped asking after seeing Velvet's crestfallen face. A lot of things must have happened to her family, but he did not want to get involved. I'm sorry to hear that. Although I can't take you in, you and I are still friends. I have a potion of tranquility here. It can increase your mentality. Angele took out a small glass tube from his pouch. The liquid inside looked like a cloudy orange juice. It was a potion he concocted recently using the actual materials instead of the substitutes. It was more effective than the ones he had used on himself. Although the materials were expensive, he had plenty of magic stones left. He wanted to sell it for more later. Angele placed the tube on his wooden desk. Its appearance was not appealing under the dim light of the oil lamp. However, Velvet knew how valuable this potion was. The despair in her eyes was long gone. Now, it was almost as if she was looking at the most beautiful item in the world. She put her hands on the short skirt and started to lift the edges up slowly. Velvet was shy, but she looked attractive with her actions. Take it and you can leave. Angele furrowed his brows and muttered. I'm not doing this for your body. Velvet was a bit surprised. She lowered her head and just stood there for several minutes before grabbing the tube from the desk. Thank you for the potion. I'll be leaving now. She lowered her voice. Take care. Angele nodded and started writing again. Velvet turned around and picked up the cloak. She then opened the door and left quietly. Angele could hear her crying after the door was closed again. After some intense footsteps, Velvet returned to her room. Angele shook his head. There's really nothing I can do for her. He sighed and focused on the paper again. A lonely blue ship was sailing on the endless sea. 3 white sails were shaking slightly as the wind blew. The ship looked like a white sesame on a large blue curtain, and it was struggling in the strong waves. There were 8 people standing beside the railings, overlooking the sea. Sailors were busy with their assigned works. Some were repairing the mast, and the bald man was controlling the helm. Angele stood beside the railing quietly in his black robe with Timurel. They just finished discussing ways on breaking through different types of force fields. Actually, I need you to do me a favor. Angele turned around and said. What do you need? Is it about the girl who sneaked into your room several days ago? She did for money? Ha ha. Timurel blinked his eyes and chuckled. Well, I didn't even touch her. She's just a friend. I'm wondering if you can help her family after we reach Andy's alliance? I don't know the details, but I want to do something for her. Fine. You're really boring. Timurel shrugged. She's just a rank 1 wizard apprentice. You can do whatever you want to her. Also, she came to you herself. It's not like you forced her to have sex with you or something. I really don't understand you. Just ask her to go to your room at night and you'll have something to do on this long trip, eh? I'd rather spend the time doing researches, Angele responded in a light tone. What? Why? We're wizards and we're at the top of the world. We live much longer than those mortals and we have plenty of time to progress. For example, I have this aunt. She's just 39 years old, yet she already has 15 male servants. Just follow your instinct as long as it's not against the code. Timurel was a typical wizard. He did not care about mortals at all. Angele could hear the arrogance in his words. Well, maybe I'm just weird. Angele smiled. He did not want to argue with Timurel since he knew that people's opinions varied. Alright, I'll do you a favor. After we arrive at the Andes, I'll talk to my friends about it. Timurel gave up after realizing that Angele was not interested in the topic. He took out a black crystal pocket watch and checked the time. 2 already. I must go meditate. I'll talk to you later. Sure. Angele turned around as he responded. He stayed at the railings and looked at the beautiful sea. Angele heard rumors about him and Velvet from the sailors. They heard someone saying Angele forced Velvet to be his sex slave and Velvet went to his room every night. Angele decided not to explain anything to the crew because rumors like this could protect Velvet. She would be respected by people if she had a relationship with a wizard. Mortals feared the wizards due to the tales they had heard and usually stayed away from anyone or anything related to them. The waves became smaller after sailing for a while and the sailors catching fish with the fishing nets. 1, 2, 3. Pull. 1, 2, 3. Pull. Pull harder. Tom. Hurry up. Another batch. Ha! A muscular sailor shouted in joy. Several sailors were pulling the net together while yelling and laughing. An entire haul of fishes and prawns netted were thrown to the deck, and the water from the sea left gray stains on the deck. Angele saw some silver fishes, translucent prawns, and strange red creatures the size of a meatball. Angele crouched and pointed at one of the meatballs. What's this? Sphere fish, red sphere fish, master. A sailor approached him and answered politely. It's good for fish soup, and adding some eggplants will make it even better. The rest of the sailors all stopped what they were doing after realizing Angele was talking to them. They bowed to Angele, respect and fear etched all over their faces. Red sphere fish? Angele never heard of something like that. He poked this fist-sized meatball with his finger. Its surface felt like a leather ball, cold and elastic. The fish had a dark red skin, and its skin was covered in wrinkles. Angele did not find any eye, nose, or ears on the meatball. The only thing he saw was a large mouth on the middle. Its lips were thick, which looked like two parallel sausages. Master, please be careful. This fish will attack you with water beam and sand. A sailor warned. Angele nodded and tapped the fish's mouth. Its body suddenly flattened as it sprayed Angele with a water beam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, Skirmish, 2. Chapter 137, Skirmish, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Pa! A translucent silver barrier appeared in front of Angele. Suddenly, the water beam split into seemingly countless jets of water before hitting the barrier. The water jets were too fast. Angele's barrier failed to block all of them, thus resulting to his chest becoming soaked. Most of the water dropped to the ground after the silver barrier vanished into the air. Angele patted the water stain on his chest. He was really interested in the fish. Hey, can you put it in a tank for me? He asked a sailor standing beside him. The sailor was still in a shocked state from witnessing Angele's silver barrier. Inside Angele's cabin, he stood beside a tall wooden table and stared at the water tank. At the bottom of the tank, there was a red sphere fish the size of a fish blowing bubbles as it breathed, seemingly relaxed. He observed the fish's behavior for a while before sitting down by the table. Angele grabbed a white feather pen and wrote down a title on a new paper. The possibility of simulating ranged splitting without force field. The chip had already finished enhancing the lesser fireball, and Angele asked Zero to help him construct detailed plans on how to maximize the power of metal mastery. He had saved the other task slot for easier analysis tasks. Angele needed to figure out why this fish's water beam could split halfway in the air. If he could apply the results to his metal force field, his fighting ability would be greatly increased. Furthermore, he also needed to modify the lesser fireball using the wizard's method later. There were far too many things left for him to do, so he did not feel bored on the ship at all. He stayed in his cabin the whole afternoon and kept forcing the fish to use water beam. He recorded all the valuable information he had acquired on the paper. One of the books Angele found in the library had the explanations of the principle of forces in this world. He combined it with the knowledge he learned on Earth and finally discovered the core physics of this water beam. It was a chain reaction. The water inside the fish was not simply water but a special liquid that would explode after leaving the fish's body. It took Angele 3 days to figure out how to administer the findings to his spell enhancement procedure. Velvet visited Angele several times after the rumors spread out. Angele's potion had increased her mentality greatly, so she wanted to show her appreciation. She knew that Angele did not stop the rumor from circulating because Angele wanted to protect her. Velvet checked many times, but she had finally realized that Angele wanted nothing in return. She felt grateful that Angele helped her simply because she was an old friend. Time flew. The future vessel finally arrived at the next dock 10 days later. Luke, Lando, Nancy, and several other wizard apprentices had disembarked here. There were barely any people around. The stones almost covered the beach, and Angele could only see a huge gray mountain beside the forest. There was also a simple wooden bridge at the dock. The brown wooden bridge was supported by 4 rotten stakes that looked like they would break down at any time. The sky was covered by thick gray clouds and the wind was howling. There were 2 people standing on the bridge, both wearing white noble clothing. The 2 looked like a young couple as the lady was resting her head on the young man's shoulder. They boarded the ship and bowed to the 2 wizards before walking down the stairs. Angele was not sure who they were, but people who boarded the ship had relations to wizards. No one else boarded the ship apart from the young couple. The ship left the dock right away. Angele stood on the deck and looked at the disappearing coastline. "Are we heading to the open sea?" he asked the bald sailor behind him. It was a man with a thick beard and smoking a cigar. "Yes, master. The next dock is on the other side of the sea." The man smiled. Those sailors were hired by the wizard organizations, and they knew who they were working for. "How long till the next stop approximately?" "We're sailing against the wind and it is winter, so we need to be extremely cautious. We can get into trouble easily during this time." "It'll take us about 2 months to reach the next stop," the bald man answered. 2 months? Angele's eyebrows furrowed. "And what trouble?" 6 sawtooth fishes, forbidden area of merfolk, mimerids, and areas with strong waves in the winter. Without an experienced navigator, no one would sail during this season. The man was proud of what he could do. "Ah, so you're our navigator?" Angele asked curiously. "Aye," the sailor laughed. "Carthage Memnon is my name, Master Wizard." He held the wheel tight with the right hand and put his left hand over his heart to show respect. "I'm counting on you, sir." Angele smiled. "The best navigator from Doc Seahawk, at your service." Carthage looked relaxed. Angele knew the man was a noble after seeing the suit the man wore. "We call it the cursed season. I think only a few navigators from the eastern lands have the guts to sail in the Gem Sea." "Gem Sea, that's the name of the area between the two lands?" "Yes, the name was found on the chart. This area is as beautiful and as shiny as a perfect sapphire gemstone." Angele nodded. "Wait, can you see those strange creatures coming towards us from the sky?" He pointed at the left side of Carthage. Carthage turned his head around immediately and his expression changed. "Harpies. Damn, I thought they wouldn't approach the future since it's not an ordinary ship." Carthage waved his hands while yelling. "Ready to fight, my brothers. It's the Harpies. They're trying to raid us, protect the future at all cost." "Harpies? How dare them?" "I killed 3 the last time," a muscular man shouted. "Grab your weapons and shields. Stop wasting time. Don't get hit by their stones." The deck became busy as everyone prepared for battle. The sailors grabbed spears and knives and equipped themselves with black iron helmets and arm shields. They looked like a well-trained army. The wizard apprentices stood beside the stairs but were just watching. Velvet was there too. Angele and Timrel stayed beside the railing. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The sailors stayed away from them because they did not want to get caught in area spells. Those harpies looked like a bunch of black dots in the sky. Angele finally had a clear view of the creature as they approached the future. The creature had the wings and feet of an eagle, head of a maiden, and body of a bird. It was half naked and its bottom was covered with gray feathers. Their wings were dark, and they were flying toward the future at full speed. Those harpies had ugly faces. Angele saw 2 strange yellow claws on the tip of the wings. Their breasts were exposed to the air. Ga. The noise they made was loud and weird. Angele could see them holding gray stones the size of a head in their claws. "Take cover," a man who seemed to be the leader of the sailors yelled. All the sailors raised their shields above their head to block the oncoming stones. The harpies arrived. They lined up and quickly dropped the stones onto the deck. Bam! The first stone was blocked by a sailor and it broke into pieces. The second, the third, and most of the stones were blocked by the sailors without any problem. Several people were hurt by the cracked stone pieces, but no one was hit directly. Angele raised his head and looked at the sky. The harpies were still hovering in the sky after they finished dropping the stones. Harpies shares a part of the ancient blood. Sadly, they're weaker than mortals now. Timrel looked at Angele and smiled. "They're dumb and they don't have a language. They're just beasts living in groups. Filthy creatures that only know how to rob ships around the coastlines," Timrel continued. "They're weak." Angele nodded. Suddenly, a stone was dropped onto his head. Boom! A silver metal barrier appeared above Angele and blocked the attack. The stone bounced into the sea after the collision. They don't even know who they are attacking. Sad indeed. I thought beasts like them would choose to run when they know that their opponent was strong. Angele shook his head. "I know the harpy is an ancient species. They kidnap human male adults to help them reproduce, and the man will be eaten after they are satisfied. Each harpy tribe has a queen, which has white feathers as the symbol. I read about them in a book, but I'm not sure if the information is still up to date." "You know them quite well, impressive." Timrel looked a bit surprised. "I'm not familiar with their habitat. It's not important to me. However, I do want their blood. Many wizards have tried to find out the secret of the ancient races, yet most of them failed and a lot of rare resources were wasted. I still think there is hope. Interesting. Angele blinked his eyes. Maybe I'll catch one for my future research. Shall we see who can slay those harpies faster? What do you think? Timurl chuckled and shrugged. For sure. Angele raised his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Arrival 1. Chapter 138, Arrival 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem / Frappe. Clamors of harpies blocked the sky and took the sunlight away from the deck. Some of them landed on the mast while making strange noises. Ha! A strong sailor hurled his spear toward one of the harpies and penetrated its chest. The harpy's body drew a curve in the air before it fell into the sea. It seemed that the harpies were enraged after one of them was killed. They finished dropping the stones and started attacking the sailors on the deck with their sharp claws. The noises of harpies' wings mixed with the sailors' battle cries fired up the battle. They engaged in close combat. The entire place was in complete chaos. The harpies left some deep scratches on the sailors' shields, but several of them had already been slain by the experienced sailors. Angele stood there and watched them fight quietly while Timurl was already preparing his spell. Timurl opened his arms and raised his head. His incantation was weird but fast. As he sped up the incantation, blue steam started rising from his body that looked like burning flames. The steam was covered in a blue glow, which quickly spread into the air. Some of the flying harpies fell into the sea and the others fell onto the deck after inhaling the steam. Their bodies started drying up. The weird steam drained their life energy, turning it into blue mist within seconds. Pa! A harpy fell beside Angele, who witnessed the strange change happening to its body. The harpy's muscles started to shrink. Its appearance turned from young to old before dying, and its body ultimately ended up looking like a dried-up mummy. Some of the sailors had been frightened by Timurl's spell, and as they turned their heads around, they looked at him with fear. They wanted to stay away from him because they were not sure if the blue steam worked on humans as well. The wizard apprentices by the stairs were praising the power of a formal wizard, but some of them had become scared because of the dried-up harpy corpses, causing them to step back a bit. Velvet did not have the chance to learn spell models yet, so she envied people who could control such mysterious energy. Half of the harpies in the sky were killed by Timurl's spell and the rest of them were flying around while howling. One of them started retreating to the direction they had come from. The harpies on the deck had realized that they could not win and so wanted to escape as well. They swung their wings quickly with many gray feathers dropping onto the floor. Master Angele, what are you waiting for? They're already leaving, Timurl yelled, and chuckled after. Angele smiled and shook his head. He slowly pulled the crossguard sword out of its sheath and then looked at the harpies in the air. He quickly stepped forward and brandished his sword. Ching! The blade disappeared into the air, leaving only the handle of the sword in Angele's hand. A rain of metal needles covered the area above the deck. The remaining harpies started falling after being hit. Only 2 of them had dodged most of the needles as they flew away from the ship in desperation. Most of the harpies dropped into the sea as the rest fell to the deck, causing it to produce loud noises. Everything had happened way too fast. The people on the deck had not yet realized what just transpired. They stood there for a while before they started cheering. Yes! Praise Master Angele! Praise Master Timurl! All hail the Black Robes! The future! The future! Some of them were yelling the wizards' names, while the rest were yelling the ship's name. Angele looked at Timurl and saw him smiling while shrugging. That's the power feared by the mortals, the thought came across Angele's mind as he stared at the corpses of the harpies on the deck. Inside Angele's cabin, a pile of corpses of harpies was at the corner. The dark blood on the floor made the room stink. Angele stood beside a long white table in the middle of the room with one of the harpies' corpses right in front of him. The body was completely intact. Only a long metal needle could be seen at its temples. Blood was dripping down the needle slowly. The harpy's body was facing up and its large wings were hanging down the table. Angele walked around the table before realizing that the torches on the wall did not bring enough light to the room. His brows furrowed. With a flick of his finger, a small bright fireball appeared beside his face and the gentle light helped Angele to observe the body better. The fireball just floated there without moving. Angele was satisfied with the light and started checking the harpy's head. The creature's skin was protected by hardened stratum corneum. Its face looked identical to a female human. Angele pulled its lips and saw the sharp white teeth. There was still some rotten meat between the gaps of its teeth that stank. Angele scrunched up his brows and slightly tapped the needle around its temple. The needle left the creature's body by itself and dropped to the floor. The creature's neck was covered in white fluffy hair. There were nail-sized red moles under its armpits. Milk came out of its breast after being squeezed by Angele. He quickly collected some of the milk as a sample for further research. It seemed that this one specimen was pregnant and it almost looked like there was a ball inside its abdomen. Angele thought for a while and formed a silver scalpel in his right hand. Gee! He carefully cut the creature's abdomen open and started observing. Angele put his hands inside and slowly removed its organs one by one. After several minutes, some of the creature's organs had been lined up on the table. Wait, this thing has no respiratory system? Angele was surprised. Liver, spleen, heart, stomach, and intestine, but where's the lung? He muttered. Angele stopped for a second and started removing the uterus. He quickly cut it open and saw a small red thing inside. An embryo of a harpy. It was about the size of a human's fist and it was turning dark purple. It must have already died. Angele slightly nodded before putting the embryo on the side. The only thing he had not checked yet was its eyes. Their pupils were yellow and looked similar to the ones cats had. Now that I have a general understanding of its physical structure, I should start extracting its blood. He walked to the other corner of the room. His lab equipment was there along with a large glass bottle with a long black metal pipe on its neck. Angele clapped his hands and a flame appeared below the glass bottle. He cut the creature's neck open with the scalpel and started harvesting its blood with a large metal beaker while the bottle was being heated up. It took Angele 2 minutes for the blood to stop dripping and it already filled up several metal beakers. After that, Angele brought the blood to a boil and with the special potion he added into the glass, the blood would not solidify after all the water was gone. He spent about 2 hours repeating the process for all the harpy corpses inside the cabin. The large glass bottle was already full of harpy blood. The dark red blood inside the glass was bubbling and the translucent glass bottle looked like a large red gourd. Vaporized water went down the metal pipe, exiting the cabin as white steam that had the stench of blood. Angele waited beside the table. He would pour some green potion into the glass bottle every 10 minutes through the metal pipe. 1 hour later. Most of the water in the blood was evaporated, and Angele put out the fire under the bottle. He then quickly drew a strange rune on the surface of the bottle. The red rune started glowing as Angele moved his finger. Cryanent, the hymn to the blood, Angele whispered. Gee! The bubbling blood inside the bottle suddenly started moving toward the center and was turning into a walnut-sized ball. After several seconds, only the dark red ball that remained was floating in the center of the bottle quietly. Angele opened the bottle and the ball slowly moved onto his palm. This is the best I can do right now, Angele mumbled as he gazed at the ball. This ball of blood was not congealed. It had already solidified. Create task. Analyze the blood ball, he ordered. Seemingly infinite blue light dots started flashing inside in his eyes. Task completed. List of its contents will be presented now. 10 minutes later, 0 reported. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Arrival, 2. Chapter 139, Arrival, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Rows of complicated data were transferred into Angele's brain. 94% of its contents were impurities. Dead germs, parasites, and random minerals. Only a small percentage of ancient blood was found and it would be hard for Angele to extract it. Angele was at a loss on what he should do first. So many impurities. I need to eliminate them one by one. He had a bitter smile on his face. At least it'll keep me busy. I collected so much blood, but the ancient blood is still hard to trace. Without 0, I'll have to stop the experiment here. No wonder Timurel said that most of the wizards already gave up. 0, check the database and tell me if there's anything related to the ancient blood, Angele questioned. No record found. Angele felt a bit helpless. 1 month later. The future finally crossed Gem Sea and reached Angele's homeland. It only stopped once at a random dock for maintenance before heading to the Marawa harbor of Andes Alliance. Hey, how's your experiment? Timurel's voice came from behind. Angele turned around and saw Timurel smiling at him. The man was holding the railings with both hands and overlooking the surface of the sea. People on the deck all stayed away from the two, including the wizard apprentices. Everyone had been horrified by Angele's sanguinary experiment. Well, it's complicated. Angele shook his head. Too many impurities. I didn't even see a trace of the ancient blood. I don't know what to do anymore. Yeah, that's the problem everyone is facing. Normally, you'll find the ancient blood after obtaining the pure blood sphere. However, the harpy's ancient blood is mixed in all the impurities, Timurl quickly explained. Angele nodded and overlooked the sea. He saw two large boats sailing slowly toward the same direction as the future. There was a blue lion with axe pattern painted on one of the ships. Angele saw sailors working on the deck and several noble women chatting by the railing. We'll reach Marua in a day or two. I already asked someone to send a message to my friends here. They'll come pick me up at the dock. I'll introduce you to them there. Timurl looked at Angele and smiled. Thank you. Angele nodded. Someone wants to see me in the cabin and I need to check my schedule. Also, two of the wizard apprentices had an argument yesterday. I will go check on them after. Sure. All right. Timurl nodded and walked to the stairs. Angele stayed on the deck and watched the waves quietly. There was no barber on the ship, so he started wearing long hair and it trailed over his shoulders. With the smooth, long hair, Angele probably looked identical to the young baron. He took out a small crystal tube from the pouch. It was the container of water of ASU. Its crystal was extremely hard due to the vulcanization. There was some purple liquid inside the translucent crystal tube. It was the 2 drops of ancient blood Angele extracted from 15 corpses of harpies. He spent a whole month on the research, yet that was all he found. 0. Any new information on its possible effects on my body? Angele wondered. More data needed for simulation. After the second analysis, there are some possible effects. Chance of your body mutating is 43.21%. Chance of no effect 16.5%. Chance of unknown effect 40.29%. Angele had already asked Zero to analyze the blood twice, but the results he got were the same. He was not even sure if the ancient blood could help him progress. Angele wanted to inject the blood into his body, but he needed to figure out what exactly it would do first. He did not want to take a gamble. I need to collect information for the database until Zero could show me a more detailed analysis. It was not Angele's first priority, so he decided to use them later. He lied to Timurl because he did not want to become conspicuous. Angele put the tube back into the pouch and returned his cabin. The next afternoon. The sun was slowly sinking into the horizon. White and black seagulls were soaring through the sky under the dim sunlight. Marua harbor was busy as usual. Many ships leaving the dock while the other ones were arriving. A blue ship with white stripes followed a large black ship to a slot on the right side of the dock. The heavy anchors were dropped into the sea. There were many people waiting on the bridge. Some of them were the new wizard apprentices waiting to be picked up by the future, while the others were just normal passengers. Angele and Timurl walked down the boarding ladder. Angele was wearing a black robe and Timurl was wearing a white robe. All sorts of feelings filled up Angele's mind as he finally stepped on this land again. It has been 4 years. I'm back. He could smell the familiar fragrance in the air. A gentle wind blew his hair into the air as he slowly stepped forward. Feels good, eh? We changed the route just for you. Timurl patted Angele's shoulders. They got off the ship and people on the bridge stepped aside to make a path for them. Several noblemen wearing luxury suits walked to them. Welcome to Marua. Master Timurl, we haven't met for 10 years. You really don't age. The chubby middle-aged in the front smiled and complimented. Justin, you have wrinkles on your face now. I didn't expect to see you waiting for me here. Timurl chuckled. This is Master Angele. I need to pick up the newbies, so I have to leave for now. I hope you two get along. He introduced Angele to the nobles. Justin's eyes narrowed into slits. He understood who Angele was immediately after hearing Timurl's word. He then turned his head around and looked at Angele. Greetings, Master Angele. It's too crowded here. Let's head back first, I already prepared a dinner party for you. Angele nodded and smiled. Thanks. It's actually quite noisy here. This way please. Justin and the other nobles started walking to the street. Angele followed after them. Most of the people here did not understand what the black robe represented, but they knew Angele must be someone important after seeing how Justin treated him. The wizard apprentices on the bridge quickly boarded the ship after talking to Timurl. They were chatting and laughing, as though they had high hopes for their future. Angele looked at them and recalled the day he boarded the ship. He had the same expectation of the wizard's world just like those young people. "Master Angele, I assume you'll stay on this land for a while?" Justin asked. "Yes. I'll return to the other side of the sea in 4 years." Angele nodded and had a glance at the departing ship. "Actually, I'm from Ruden Empire. Prince Justin, I wonder if you know Professor Adolf, the language master in the school." "Well..." Justin stopped for a second. He had no interest in people whose rank was lower than the governor's. "You mean the deputy governor Adolf?" A nobleman helped the prince to answer Angele's question. "Deputy governor?" Angele was a bit surprised. "I don't know actually. Professor Adolf taught me language course in the school, but he never told me that." "He's the deputy governor? He's your teacher?" The nobles around were surprised. They began reconsidering how they should treat Adolf in their minds. "This is the governor of Maroa Harbor, by the way." Justin pointed at the man who answered Angele's question. "Nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to working with you." Angele had a gentle smile on his face. "Of course." The governor nodded and responded respectfully. Angele had dinner with the prince in a large manor, and the prince assigned a team of guards to protect him in the city. Justin asked a noble named Raven to assist Angele before leaving for a meeting. Angele left with the guards and Raven after dinner. He asked for a carriage and double-checked the location of his home with Raven on the way. Baron's manor was still at the outskirts. Angele sat inside a silver carriage with fine decoration on the door and looked out the window. On the right side of the road, he saw a white 3-level building in the middle of a field. There were only some black fences indicating it was a private area. Spring had already sprung. He could see farmers still hoeing the field at evening. "Master, this the Rio Manor," Coachman Nightlion reported with a loud voice. "Stop by the entrance," Angele asked. The guards in silver armor suits who were following the carriage on the side made sure that the route was safe. Night Raven was leading the way on a strong horse and was wearing a black suit. The noise the guards and the carriage made attracted the people's attention. Angele looked out the window and saw several people walking to the entrance. The man at the front had a muscular body and his brown hair trailed over his shoulder. There was also a woman in a white one-piece beside him. "Father." Angele recognized the man right away. The Baron had a serious expression on his face. He stared at the carriages and creased his eyebrows while talking to the people beside him. Angele stopped looking and opened the door. "I'm back." Angele closed his eyes for a second. He heard the horse in front of him neighing. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 140, Arrival, 3. Chapter 140, Arrival, 3. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. The guards lined up by the fences carefully as the Baron reached the entrance quickly with the family. A young man in a black robe opened the door and jumped off the carriage. The man wiped the dust off the robe and looked at the people walking to him. "Angele!" the Baron shouted after seeing the young man's face. There was an excited look on his face. He walked to Angele and hugged him tightly. "Why didn't you tell us you were coming back?" The Baron patted his son's back. "Mails will take years to be sent to you." Angele patted the Baron's back as well, but for some reason, he did not feel the warmth he had imagined at this reunion with the Baron. The Baron turned around and whispered to a maid on the side. The maid nodded and ran back into the manor. "Come, you can have some rest in your home. I asked her to prepare a room for you." The Baron held Angele's hand and led him into the manor. The workers in the garden area were staring at Angele and the guards curiously. "That decoration on the silver carriage. He must be a count," someone mumbled. "Come on, they'll hear us." Justin asked Raven to take Angele back to his home with the guards. Raven had ordered the guards to leave after the mission was completed, but he still stayed with Angele and followed him into the manor. Angele entered the main building with Baron. 2 beautiful young ladies were already waiting for them in the middle of the hall alongside several maids and workers. They slightly bent their knees to show respect after the door was opened. "Miran and Saren, they're both my wives. Many things have happened." The Baron pointed at the ladies and smiled. The 2 ladies bowed to Angele politely as they were being introduced, but they did not say anything. Angele glanced around the hall and saw 2 children behind the 2 ladies. Their hands were being held by 2 maids. The girl was about 3 years old and was wearing a white one-piece. The boy in a brown tight suit was staring at Angele nervously. Baron saw Angele looking at the children. "It's your brother and sister. The boy's name is Ansel and the girl's name is Ori." Baron walked over and picked them up with his arms before turning around. He looked at Angele. "They're cute, eh? Just like you. You were adorable when you were young." He was smiling gently. Ansel and Ori chuckled. The boy started playing with Baron's hair and the girl grabbed his beard. The two ladies who were watching their kids play with the Baron smiled. Angele smiled as well, but a feeling of alienation, of estrangement, as though he didn't belong here had already begun to sprout. His father had changed. The Baron had been the only person Angele could trust in the family, yet he created a new family while Angele was away. He now had 2 wives and 2 kids. There were many faces in the hall that Angele was unfamiliar with. Angele looked around. Miran, Sarin, all the maids, and workers were trying to avoid eye contact with him. They lowered their heads and just stared at the floor. Angele could understand that the Baron wanted to rebuild their family and regain his honor. With Professor Adolph's help, it should be easy for him to join the circle of nobility in the city. However, Angele hadn't seen any people he used to know, so he was a bit confused. "Father, where's Maggie and Celia?" he suddenly asked. "Celia is attending a party in the city." "Maggie. Well, she suddenly got sick last and died. Her body was buried at the Red Mountain graveyard." Baron stopped smiling and responded in a grim tone. "What? She passed away?" Angele was surprised. Go closed his eyes for a second. "Father, is my room prepared? I want to have some rest." "Yeah." The Baron nodded. He did not elaborate what illness took Maggie's life away. "Celia will be back soon. I'll tell her you're back." "Thanks." Angele nodded. Most of the decoration in the bedroom was yellow. Angele stood beside the window and looked at the green field outside. Knock knock. "Come in, please." Angele turned around and leaned on the windowsill. Creak. The door was pushed open. A beautiful lady with an updo entered the room. She was wearing a gray dress, and there was a wooden violin in her hand. "Angele, it's me, Celia," the lady spoke in a light tone. Before she could close the door, Ansel and Ori rushed in and grabbed her legs. "Celia, you promised me that you'll play the violin for us," Ori said in a cute voice. "Yeah, you promised us before you left in the morning." Ansel jeered. "Come on, stop it." Celia was a bit anxious. She enjoyed playing with her young brother and sister, but she thought it was inappropriate to do so in front of Angele. She did not want to disappoint Angele. Professor Adolph was the only reason why the family was developing well in the city, and making Angele unhappy would directly affect their future. "Stop. Go to the instrument room first, I'll be there later." She crouched and comforted them. Angele watched Celia comforting Ansel and Ori. He realized Celia was not the naive girl he used to know. Celia had become the elder sister of the 2 children. "It's fine. I never heard you playing the violin. How about we all head to the instrument room and enjoy some nice music?" Celia hesitated for a second. She looked at Ansel and Ori before she finally nodded her head. They left the bedroom and walked to a room by the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor. Celia opened the door. The room was about the size of a meeting hall, but it was half empty. There were several violins hanging on the wall. Some of them were made from yellow wood and the rest was made from red wood. The 2 children were not sure how they should treat Angele, but they knew he was their brother and they should respect him. Angele was a stranger to them not so long ago, thus he could understand why they tried to stay away from him. Celia sat down on a chair with her red wooden violin and put the instrument under her chin. The way she played it was different from what Angele knew. She did not use any bow, only pressing her fingers on the strings. Ansel sat down on a chair and Ori stood beside Celia. They were both staring at the violin in her hand. The violin squeaked, but Angele thought it sounded like a zither. He stood beside the door and watched Celia play the violin. The crisp melody flowed over Angele's ears. It was nothing surprising, but Angele knew Celia had been practicing it for a while just by listening to it. Angele looked at Celia and recalled the shy girl who expressed her love in a passive way. She had already grown up and became a gentle lady. He missed the old days, but he knew things would not just stay as is forever. Angele left the room quietly while Celia and the kids were still enjoying the melody. He walked into the hallway and saw the lady named Miran coming from the other direction. She was the mother of Ori. "Ms. Miran." Angele slightly nodded. Master Angele, enjoy the stay. Miran had realized that she said something inappropriate and stopped right away. I'm sorry. She covered her mouth with one hand and apologized. Angele could see the fear in her eyes. She was assuming that Angele would not stay in the manor for too long, but she realized that Angele was the Baron's son. Angele looked at her and smiled. It's fine. I know I don't belong here anymore, Angele spoke calmly. Miran's mouth was trembling. She lowered her head and carefully observed Angele's expression. She was not sure if Angele had already forgiven her or not. Mom! A light voice came from Miran's back. It was Ori, who jumped into Miran's arms. Celia walked out of the room with Ansel as well. Miran quickly covered her daughter's mouth. She did not want to offend Angele further. Miran realized she was blocking Angele's way, so she grabbed Ori's hand and stood on the side quietly. Angele knew why they treat him so carefully, but he did not think they were offending him at all. Ms. Miran, can you tell me where the Red Mountain graveyard is? Or can you ask someone to take me there? Of course. Miran nodded many times. Angele smiled at the children again before walking back to his bedroom. Angele stayed in the manor for 2 days before leaving. Many things had happened in these 4 years. The Rio family had recruited a lot of new members. There was a growing estrangement between Angele and his father. He thought that it would worsen if he stayed in the manor for too long. The Baron was focused on regaining his leadership and Angele was not even related to the new family. Every people in the manor was speaking to him as if they were speaking to someone with great power. They chose their words carefully and made sure Angele was not offended in the daily life. He was treated like a stranger who would bring wealth to the family. Angele knew his presence would only bring trouble to the family and the old days were already gone. He wanted the family to live a happy and relaxed life, so he decided to leave right away. The Baron apologized to Angele before he left. The Baron knew that Angele could not stay here and lead the family in the future, so he had to find someone else to inherit the family. The Baron talked to Adolf many times during the years. Although Adolf did not tell him any details, the Baron still realized what Angele was trying to accomplish. He decided to rebuild the family by himself after that, so he got married again and decided to make Ansel his heir. This is the information of your mother and your elder brother. That's all I know. The Baron handed a scroll over to Angele before he left. Angele gave his father a tiny tube filled with yellow liquid. It was a potion he had concocted that could help treat physical injuries. The amount of liquid was enough to cure the Baron's old injuries. Although the Baron was getting old, it was still possible for him to become a Grand Knight after his power fully recovered. Angele, Raven, and some guards arrived at the Red Mountain graveyard alongside the navigator sent by Miran. It was afternoon. The orange sunlight from the sinking sun reflected upon the land. Angele and the others stood in front of a white tombstone beside the trees. Raven, ask the guards to drive everyone else away. I need to do some investigation. Angele had no expression on his face. Justin had ordered Raven to fulfill all Angele's request, so he immediately asked the guards to drive the citizens away. Angele stepped forward and rubbed the surface of the tombstone. The only thing written on it was, Maggie. 1542-13. 1. Alright, dig up the body, he ordered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Arrival, 4. Chapter 141, Arrival, 4. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Several guards already had their iron shovels prepared. They nodded in affirmation and started digging. A red coffin was carried out of the grave, and they opened the coffin. Maggie's body was lying inside. The beautiful girl was covered in dried flowers. She wore a clean, black one-piece. Her eyes were closed and her skin was pale. There were some rotten marks on her neck and face. If not for that, Angele would have thought that the girl was just sleeping. The coffin's material is decent. It's preventing the body from decaying. Angele nodded. Yeah. The coffin was made from a high-quality wood obtained from the red diamond tree. A large coffin will cost you more than 100 gold coins, a guard explained. The gold coins here were different from the ones overseas. The gold coins here had a higher purity and were larger in size, so 100 gold coins in this land was worth about 1,000 gold coins in Ramsoda Empire. The guards put down a large white blanket on the grass and removed the body from the coffin. Angele could smell the putrescine in the air as Maggie's body was being laid down on the blanket. The guards covered their noses with their hands after finishing their work. Go guard the entrance. Make sure no one enters without my order. Also, tell Raven I'm still investigating. Angele ordered. Yes, Master. The guards left immediately after Angele finished his words. They knew that it was not a good idea to stay near a rotting body for too long, as the body might carry deadly virus. Angele waited for the guards to leave and made sure no one else was around. He stepped forward and crouched beside Maggie's body. He quickly removed the one piece from the body and started checking for internal wounds. Angele raised his right hand to the air and pointed at the body. Sudden illness. I hope it is true. Angele slightly bit his lips. His right hand was covered in a red glow. Red specks of light dropped onto the body below. Those specks of light started moving around her skin and flickered several times. At the same time, a black area appeared on her right chest that looked conspicuous in the red glow. Angele pressed her left breast with the right hand and rubbed the black area several times. He also checked Maggie's stomach using Zero's scanning function. Sudden illness my *SS, Angele gritted his teeth. Although he was furious, he didn't let any emotion show on his face. Angele moved his right hand away from the body and carefully put the black one piece back on her. Angele stood up and wiped his hands with a piece of cloth. Get over here. He shouted toward the entrance, and several guards ran to him quickly. Master, what's the order? Put the body back into the coffin and bury it. The guards returned the body into the coffin and covered it with mud. Angele walked out of the graveyard after everything was done. She was definitely not killed by some random illness. Angele sat in the carriage and grunted. Maggie was abused before she was killed. The black mark on her body is the evidence. Moreover, it was a poison from a green dot flower. The poison made her muscles contract, making it look like a heart attack. Whoever killed her must have paid good money to the coroner. Angele closed his eyes. Black energy particles slowly climbed up his hands. Let me try this tracking spell I learned recently. He drew a black triangle with the energy particles in the air. After the triangle solidified in the air, Angele took out a small black bottle and poured some gray powder on the edge of it. Chi. After several seconds, the edge of the black triangle turned into translucent crystal. There was a dark space in the middle and a red mouth appeared from the void. The mouth slightly opened. Angele could hear strange whispers. The mouth was not speaking in Anmag. It was a language that only he could understand. Speak, what do you want to know? Angele narrowed his eyes. Maggie, she was my friend, who killed her? Angele replied in the same language the mouth was using. The largest manor at the northwest of the city. The owner is the murderer, the mouth responded without hesitation. Good. Angele's expression changed. The mouth slowly vanished into the darkness. The crystal triangle turned into black mist and disappeared. It was as though nothing had happened. Raven, there's a large manor at the northwest of the city, right? Who's the owner? He questioned in a cold tone. It's the warden's manor, Gerald, Raven answered politely. He noticed the change in Angele's voice and added, Master, if you need something, I can do it for you. Prince Justin granted you the highest authority in the city. Get the guards to annihilate the whole Gerald family for me. Raven was surprised, he had no idea what happened. He killed my woman, Angele spoke word by word. Well, if you have the evidence, I can. Raven replied politely. Kill them. You think I'm lying? Raven moved his lips but ultimately decided not to say anything else. In the evening, a group of raiders attacked Gerald's manor and slew every person they saw. The entire Gerald family, including their servants, was killed. Later, Gerald's relatives who were living in other areas of the city were attacked as well. In just a single night, dozens of people were killed. Gerald's manor was dyed in blood, but the governor only posted a notice on the board saying that they were investigating. The citizens already knew that Gerald must have offended someone with power, so even the media did not dig too deep into this. They just acted as if they never knew there was someone named Gerald because they did not want to get into trouble. The next morning. Gerald's manor. Several gray buildings sat quietly on the green grasses in the middle of the garden. The sky was blue and clean. Clouds were slowly passing by. There were some white roses mixed with red roses on the side of the garden shaking in the wind. Bloodstains filled up the gaps between the grasses. The fishy smell mixed with the fragrance of the roses spread through the air. A silver carriage slowly passed by the entrance of the manor. A young man with long brown hair in the carriage opened the window and looked at the manor. He had an average face, but his eyes were sharp and there was a mystical aura around his body. You did a good job, the young man spoke calmly. A mounted soldier beside the carriage slightly bowed. "It's my honor to serve you." The young man nodded and closed the window. "Take me to see the deputy governor. I haven't talked to him in years." "Yes, master." The soldier nodded. The carriage traveled down the road at full speed and left the area after several minutes. "Angele, welcome back." Adolf hugged Angele tightly. "It's about the time you come visit me." "Sorry, I'm later, Professor." Angele hugged him back and smiled. "Come in." Adolf turned around and led Angele into his house. Adolf did not move, he still lived in the house Angele had visited many times. They entered the reading room and sat down. Adolf asked the maid to bring them 2 glasses of hot beverage. They paused the conversation for a while and stared at each other. "You already broke the limit?" Adolf suddenly asked. "Yes." "So, you're a formal wizard now?" "Yes, I am." Angele looked directly into Adolf's eyes. Adolf opened his mouth, his lips trembling. After several seconds, he grabbed a silk cloth and wiped the tears from his eyes. "Congratulations!" Adolf calmed down a bit after sobbing for a while. Angele knew that Adolf's dream was to become a formal wizard, but he failed to achieve it. Adolf was excited to see his student, Angele, successfully breaking the limit. It was another way for him to make his dream come true. Adolf looked at Angele, but the expression in his eyes showed that he was thinking about something else. He was the one who helped Angele become a wizard apprentice. Angele had successfully become a formal wizard. He could not even imagine how hard Angele worked to accomplish the goal. Angele was still young and there was a great future waiting for him ahead. Adolf knew he had just achieved a great achievement. You must keep working hard. One day, the whole world of wizards will learn of your name. Adolf was still breathing heavily. Without your help, I would never reach the other side of the sea. You're the reason I succeeded. Angele held Adolf's hands and looked at him in the eyes. Take care, Professor. I'll always be there if you need my help. Thanks. Adolf took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. This is the wizardry book you gave me. Angele released his hands and took out a book from his bag. You handed it over to me that day. Right now, I'm returning it to its rightful owner. Adolf carefully grabbed the book and put it back to the bookshelf. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you want to see Sophia? Angele nodded, of course. The last time we talked to each other was years ago, and it ended awkwardly. How's she doing, Dot? Adolf sighed. She has been suffering from depression after she was cheated on by the bard. Actually, she hates all men right now. Angele furrowed his brows. You mean that bard? Did you try to find him after? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Set Out, 1. Chapter 142, Set Out, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, darkgem/frappe. No, I spent years trying to find him but still haven't got a clue. Adolf shook his head. Angele rubbed the diamond-shaped accessory on the back of his hand as his eyebrows furrowed. Well, I can try to track him down after talking to Sophia. That's great. She'll be back soon, I think. Adolf nodded. They then talked about the situation around the country. Angele asked several questions and Adolf answered them one by one. Ruden Empire fell to the Saladin Empire. Only a small resistance force was still trying to fight back, but the major cities had already been conquered by Saladins. The royal members of Ruden were missing and most of the Ruden provinces were given to Saladin warriors who contributed to the victory. The Yakuza's empire also claimed some of Ruden Empire's land since they assisted Saladin Empire during the war. Soldiers from Yakuza's empire attacked Philip on my way to Marawa. Angele recalled the incident that happened on the answer plane. Their conversation lasted for a long time. By then, it was already dark and quiet outside. Angele realized it was late after hearing someone enter the house. Adolf heard the noise as well. He raised his head and checked the clock. It's 10 o'clock already. How about staying here for the night? I'll ask a maid to clean a room for you. I'm fine. Prince Justin already prepared a place for me. Thanks. Angele shook his head and stood up. I'll be leaving now. Wait, Sophia just came back. Adolf stood up as well and smiled. Do you want to talk to her? Sure. Angele smiled as well. Creak. Sophia pushed the door open without knocking. Angele turned around and looked at Sophia. Sophia was wearing a red tight riding suit. She looked exactly like the lady in Angele's memory. Her skin was still white and smooth. It seemed that she had just returned from the stud farm. Sophia was surprised after seeing Angele in the house but didn't let it show on her face. Master Angele. Sophia slightly bent her knees. Long time no see, you came back at the right time. I can probably find the bard for you. Angele looked at her. Sophia blinked her eyes several times after hearing Angele's words. You're not joking, right? She questioned and stepped forward with a nervous expression on her face. I'll try my best, Angele replied in a serious tone. Adolf stood on the side and did not say anything. He was glad that Angele could help his beloved daughter. All right, give me your hands, Angele asked in a gentle voice. Sophia closed the door and nodded. She walked to Angele and raised her right hand. Angele slightly pressed on Sophia's wrist. Chi. Some energy particles twisted on Angele's hand and sank into Sophia's veins. Angele closed his eyes and started checking. Sophia blushed and an unpleasant feeling filled up her mind. She wanted to move her hand, but a strange power was stopping her from moving. Angele just stood there with his eyes closed, but Sophia could feel Angele's energy moving through her body. Don't worry. I'm just trying to track down the bard. Angele opened his eyes and smiled at Sophia. Strings of blackness slowly left Sophia's body through her right wrist and returned into Angele's palm. Professor, can you prepare a room for me? I need to do some investigation, Angele turned around and asked. For sure. Half an hour later. Angele walked out of Adolf's house. Sophia and Adolf watched him getting into the silver carriage. Raben had been waiting there for several hours, but he did not look tired. The carriage slowly disappeared around the corner. Adolf and her daughter stood beside the door and watched the carriage leaving quietly. I'll send people to get that cheater for you. Sophia, do you still want to see him? Adolf asked in a light tone. No, finish him off for me. Sophia sighed with mixed emotions. Adolf looked at his daughter. He knew that most of the girls at her age already got married. You should have listened. Angele was the best choice for you. He turned his head around and looked at the corner the carriage disappeared into. Sophia did not say anything. She only slightly bit her lips. She knew that Angele's position was much higher than her father. Prince Justin treated him as if he was the most important person in the city. Angele would never help her if Adolf was not his teacher. 4 years ago, her conversation with Angele ended in an unpleasant way, but Angele was still kind to her as he was even helping her. Sophia had to admit that she regretted her decision, but it was too late. She knew that Angele would not stay in the city just for her. Angele sat inside the carriage, listening to the noise made by the horses, wheels, and the marching soldiers. The street was empty. It was as though they were the only people around. He looked through the window and the dried leaves were blown into the air by the chilling wind. There were several alley cats jumping around from time to time. There was no one walking on the street at midnight. Angele only saw a homeless man lying beside some iron railings after about half an hour. He was not sure if the guy was sleeping or dying. The soldiers advancing with the carriage had their heads lowered. No one was chatting. The dim streetlights barely made the road ahead visible. The carriage finally arrived at the house provided by Justin. Angele saw several people standing in front of the entrance after jumping off the carriage. A middle-aged man, alongside a noble woman and a handsome young man, was waiting for Angele. They just stood there and waited for Angele to get off the carriage. Aunt? Why are you here? I was planning to visit you soon. Angele had a smile on his face and walked to the three quickly. It was Angele's Aunt Maria, Uncle Bovold, and Cousin Buster. Maria did not age a bit. She was truly good at taking care of her body. She stepped forward and hugged Angele. We're just here to see if you're doing fine, Maria spoke in a low voice. Why are you waiting outside? You should have told the workers that you're my aunt. I'll go talk to them right now. The guards by the entrance saw Angele walking to him and opened the door immediately. It's fine. Don't blame them. We're just excited to see you back, so we decided to wait here, Maria explained. Bovolt and Buster stood on the side with serious expressions on their faces. It was actually the first time they were meeting Angele. The last time Angele was in the city, only his aunt had spare time. He went to the school right after, so he did not get to talk to his uncle and cousin. Angele and the three followed Raben into the house. They had a short conversation while passing through the garden and Angele could see the admiration in their eyes. Although the three were Angele's relatives, Angele felt that they were not treating him like a family member. His expression did not change, but it made him a bit depressed. The authority gave him power in the city, but at the same time, the warmth between family members was taken away. Someone told Maria that Angele had returned to the city, so they waited outside this house after obtaining the address. They entered the house and talked with Angele for a while before leaving. Maria said they would visit him again later. Angele was not concerned about what message they were trying to send. As long as he stayed alive, his family and people related to him would be taken good care of. Angele was already content with that. After they left, Angele washed his face and walked into his bedroom. There were several oil lamps which brought light burning quietly on the wall. The whole room became illuminated by the dim light. In the middle of the room, there was a large wooden bed covered with white curtains. Angele walked close to the bed and saw two naked girls sleeping on it. Both hugged each other. Their pretty faces looked charming. Angele stood beside the bed and took a glance at the girls. "Get up. Put on your clothes and leave." The two girls opened their eyes and their faces turned pale. "But master, do you not want to?" One of the girls tried to say something, but she stopped after seeing the solemn expression on Angele's face. "Sorry, we'll leave now." The other girl realized that Angele was not interested. She patted the other girl's back and started putting on clothes. Angele watched them put on their clothes. He knew the two was a gift from the prince, but he had something important to do and did not want to waste time. "Tell the prince that I enjoyed his gift." The two girls had already put on their clothes. They heard Angele's words, nodding as left the room right away. Angele locked the door after they left. He took off his robe and hung it on the cloth stand. He took out something from his pouch and lay down on the bed. Angele covered his stomach with the white silky blanket and carefully opened the item in his hand. It was the scroll his father gave him, sealed by two wooden sticks. Angele slowly removed the wooden sticks and unfurled the scroll. The words on it were written in black ink. "Angele, my son, I am sorry that I never told you the truth about your mother when you were young. And your brothers, I lied to you. They didn't die, and none of them joined the army. Your mother's name is Kiran. I was patrolling with the team during the war and found her fainted in a forest. I didn't know where she came from and I had no idea how she survived the ambush, but I fell in love with her. Kiran never talked. I don't know if she lost her voice before meeting me or if she was trying to hide something. The only way we communicated was by using paper or gestures, but she was beautiful and attractive. My whole team fought for her affection. I won the battle and she accepted my marriage proposal. With honor and trophies, I returned to our family's territory after the war. After several years, your elder brother Byron's was born, and the next year, you came to the world. However, several months later, your mother disappeared with your brother and never came back. I spent years looking for them and searched every corner on this land, but I found nothing. They just disappeared. I wondered if she ever loved me. She probably came here to complete a certain task. I had many assumptions, but I know I still love her. I hope you can find your mother one day. If you do find her, please let her know. The doors of Rio family will always be open for her. Your father Carl Rio. The message ended here. At the bottom of the scroll, there was an address and a description of a forest. It must be the place Angele's father first met his mother, Kiran. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Set Out, 2. Chapter 143, Set Out, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem/Frappe. Angele carefully sealed the scroll and laid on the bed. He had some assumptions in his mind. It seems that my mother and my father's relationship was not a coincidence. They met during a war in a dangerous forest. She was not hurt after the ambushes. Someone must have left her there, or maybe, she did not faint at all. The beauty of my mother blinded the Baron's eyes. Strangely enough, she was so charming that my father decided not to dig deeper about the weird encounter. Angele decided to analyze it more carefully. Mother took my brother away and left me with the Baron. What does it mean? My brother was the chosen one, so I must have failed to meet her requirement? I was abandoned because I was not gifted? My body was weak and my talent level was low. I was just an average human being. Angele shook his head and put the scroll under the pillow. Suddenly, he realized something and opened his eyes. The talent level for a wizard apprentice. Yeah. That's it. He suddenly jumped up. There's only one possibility. My talent level is 2, but I'm not related to the royal members according to my father. So, it's not a coincidence. I'm born to a noble family, but my father is just a baron. Most of the wizard apprentices I have met are royal members or at least inherited their blood. I don't think I just reincarnated into a random noble teenager's body and acquired the talent of a wizard apprentice. Angele kept analyzing. There's only one possible explanation to this since my father is just a top-level knight. My mother, Kiran, is a bloodline noble. Byron's likely has much higher talent level than me, so she decided to lead me to the baron. It's understandable since a wizard apprentice with low talent level will consume much more resources to reach the same level than a wizard apprentice with high talent level. However, there are no spell materials here. Only wizard apprentices who have lost their hopes would return to this land. Perhaps Kiran was one of them? But why father? She stayed in the forest waiting for Baron Karl, and why is it that she never spoke? Maybe her voice will reveal her identity? Angele sat on the bed and slowly closed his eyes once again. Baron Karl was already a top-level knight when he met Kiran, but there were other Grand Knights and choosing to reproduce with them would be a much better choice. It's not hard for a wizard apprentice to get close to a Grand Knight, yet Kiran chose to copulate with a top-level knight. Maybe she was not a human? And she had to avoid contact with Grand Knights for certain reasons. Angele blinked his eyes several times. Kiran is not a human being. She chose to reproduce with a top-level knight and took away the son with higher talent level. That would explain why I could eat random things to increase my attributes, but my father couldn't. The blood I inherited from Kiran is the reason. 0. Is there any data of a normal human's genes in the database? Angele asked. Data found. Transfer? 0 reported after several seconds. Transfer it to me and compare the genes with my own. I want to know if my genes are different from a normal person's. Comparing. Please wait. Angele could feel the information being transferred into his brain and he could view the calculations done by 0 in front of his eyes. With his high mentality, Angele could finally follow what 0 was doing in the comparison test. A great amount of information was extracted from the database and entered into the logical comparison system. 0 was calculating everything step by step at full speed. After breaking the genetic limit, Angele found himself thinking much faster than before, and he would consider his actions with a calm mind. Increasing attributes brought him many benefits, and this was just one of them. His body was changing, or rather, evolving. Task completed. Results, 77.78% similarity. Without the ancient gene, it will be 82.12%. The number is the same before you broke the limit. So, I was right. Angele felt relieved. I'm only half human. Angele raised his right hand and looked at the palm. He realized that his palm print was weird. It looked like slim X mark. Angele stared at the twisted mark for a while, which looked nothing like a normal human's palm print. He smiled. Whatever, I don't care if I'm a human or not. I am who I am. My father is Karl Rio and my mother is Kiran. I might obtain some clues at the address written on the scroll, but if I don't, it'll still be fine. It's my destiny. Angele stopped for a second. Also, I need to look into the organization that sent Dice to assassinate the Baron. It's weird that they didn't try to track me down after I slew Dice. They didn't know the enchanted ring contained a powerful spell that could boost one's agility to an impossible number? Angele mumbled. He pulled the soft blanket up a bit before lying down. Angele could smell the body scent of those two girls. He relaxed for a while and slowly started meditating after. The next morning, Prince Justin came to pick Angele up with several carriages and a large team of soldiers. They planned to visit the capital of the Alliance, Arius, a city famous for its fresh flowers and great dancers. The parliament of the whole Alliance was there as well. It was still a bit dark outside. More than 10 large carriages, hundreds of mounted soldiers, infantries, and several knights slowly left the Maroa harbor. Angele did not inform anyone of his departure. He sat in the largest black carriage in the middle of the team and looked at the forest through the window with no expression. What are you thinking? You're so quiet. Prince Justin sat on the opposite side of the table. There was a pretty girl beside him whom he was carefully arranging the hair for. It was quite impressive that he could do it so fast with his chubby fingers. The girl was one of Justin's daughters. She was the one the prince loved the most. Angele turned his head around and looked at Justin. It's just, things have changed, he spoke in a whisper. Justin chuckled after hearing what Angele just said. You'll get used to it. I met Master Timrel when I was just a kid. He was my grandfather's best friend. My grandfather and my father already passed away, but Master Timurl looks exactly like before. It's almost like he is locked in time. The prince finished doing her daughter's hair and kissed her cheek. All right, girl. This is your favorite hairstyle. The girl nodded as if she did not hear what Justin just said. Although she was beautiful, Angele could not see the soul in her eyes. It was one of the symptoms of dementia. Angele glanced at the girl. She was wearing a black silky one-piece and was about 18 years old, but the only thing she did was to stay with the prince. It did not seem like she wanted to go elsewhere. She's your daughter? Angele asked. Justin nodded. Isabel is my dearest daughter, but she was born with dementia. Well, let me see if there's anything I can do for her. Angele wanted to pay him back for what he did several days ago. Without Justin, his revenge wouldn't have been that easy. It's impossible. Master Timurl is a wizard of light, yet he said there was nothing he could do because Isabel was born with brain disease. Justin shook his head, looking depressed. Angele looked at the girl's head and asked Zero to scan her brain. Master Timurl was right. It's the brain. Isabel's brain is smaller than an average human's. Angele shook his head as well. There was nothing he could do as well because her dementia was not caused by mental illness. Justin nodded. He must have already tried everything he could to treat her disease. His expression remained unchanged. Isabel can't even finish a complete sentence. I lost my hope already, but I still want to find a good husband for her. At least someone will look after her for me if anything unfortunate happens. Angele nodded again. Let's talk a bit about the city. It's called Arius, right? I never learned the system of Andes Alliance. Justin smiled. Andes Alliance is founded by several countries. I'm just a prince in one of those countries. The members of the parliament are the kings of the countries. I'm inviting you to attend a welcome party planned by the parliament because the kings want to see you. I'm just a representative of their wills. Angele laughed. Well, I'll only stay here for 4 years. There's no way that I'll stay here forever. Don't worry, they're not trying to force you to stay in the alliance. Justin knew what Angele was thinking. You won't be disappointed after we reach the city. Some records of the mysterious power were found after the war ended and were stored in Arius. Is that so? Angele was a bit surprised. Thanks. That'd be great. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Amicade 1. Chapter 144, Amicade 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Master Timurl contacted me through the telescope a while ago and I sent many messages to Arius already. We know who you are, so we know what benefits you the most. Justin put his hands on the table. So, you probably know my background too? Angele looked at Justin. How much do you know about my mother? Justin grunted for a second. The information in our hand is probably outdated. I hope it'll still be helpful to you. He stopped for a second before continuing. Your mother, Kiran, appeared in the forest from nowhere. Based on her looks and the way she treated your brother, we concluded that she was a tree elf, the elf of the wind that originated in the forest. They usually stay with an ancient tree their whole lives, but they love to reproduce with strong, handsome human males. A tree elf would return to the forest with their kids after they grew up. That's all I know. It's a mysterious race. Angele's expression changed in thought for a while. So, my mother is not a human. She took my brother away to inherit her family and I was left to my father for certain reasons. You're right. Is it possible for you to find one of the tree elves for me? Angele wondered. I'm afraid it's impossible. Justin shook his head. Tree elves were captured and sold as slaves due to their attractive appearances in the old times. For that reason, they only approach humans for reproduction. Also, they're one of the races that enjoy roaming around different forests, so I think they already left this area. Angele closed his eyes without responding to Justin's word. It seemed that he was thinking about something. They're wanderers, huh? If they already left, I'll stop looking for them. I hate wasting time. Angele opened his eyes and said. The information we collected was from one of the tree elf princes. He once traded resources with the Alliance. Although that was the only time he communicated with us, we still acquired some valuable items. Also, the Alliance wanted to find the place they lived in. Well, I think you know what we were trying to do, but they moved right after the trade was finished. Humans are greedy. I understand. Angele needed. Prince Justin, When did the trade happen? 5 years ago, Justin responded. Well, that's a long time ago. Angele knew it was impossible for him to track those tree elves down after 5 years. They must have special techniques that could erase their traces. Angele was sure that those tree elves had their own spell system. Alright, I'll return to my carriage for now. Inform the guards if you need to talk to me. Justin stood up. Thanks for your help, Prince. Angele slightly bowed. Justin and his daughter returned to a gray carriage on the side. Angele sat beside the window, crossed his legs and slowly started to meditate. It was getting dark outside. Angele opened his eyes after several hours. 19:54. He took out a crystal clock from the pouch and checked the time. It was 7:54 in the evening. Angele purchased the crystal clock when he was still in the Alliance School. The quality was surprisingly high. There was not even a crack on its body. The carriage had already stopped moving. He could hear soldiers yelling and walking outside. It seemed that they were setting up camp. Angele opened the door and looked around. The trees and grasses were barely visible under the dim light. A campfire was lighted up in the middle and several soldiers were feeding the horses. The two knights sat beside the flame, carefully maintaining their gears. Angele saw teams of soldiers patrolling around the camp through the gaps between the trees. Had a nice dream? Master? A mounted soldier jumped off his horse after seeing Angele. It's late. We have to set up camp here. The cooks are already making meat soups. We are having crepes and beef potato stew tonight. We also have some fruits on the supply carts. I hope you don't mind. Angele shook his head. It's great. I didn't expect that we could have hot dishes on a trip. He looked down and saw a brown wooden cube in the knight's right hand. What's that? The knight saw Angele staring at his hand. He smiled and showed him the wooden cube. It's my hobby. I like sculpting and I usually practice it when I have spare time. I apologize if it bothered you, but... Angele looked at the wood carving in the knight's hand and saw a familiar face. Isabel? The knight blushed and put the wood carving back into his pouch immediately. No. Well, I haven't finished it yet. Angele looked at the young knight. A gentle smile was on his face. How long have you been serving the prince? The knight responded in a low voice, 11 years. I can sense your love for the prince's daughter. 11 years, huh? You watched her grow up, so I believe you will take good care of her. Angele patted the knight's shoulder. You know what? I can talk to the prince for you and I'll convince him to let you marry Isabel. The knight kept blushing. He was so surprised that he could not find the right words to say. What do you think? If you don't want me to do it, I will go have my dinner now. Angele turned around. Please. Please, master. My love for her is genuine, the knight shouted in a serious tone. Angele chuckled. He had been depressed for days due to the death of Maggie, but this man uplifted his spirits. The next morning, Angele visited Justin's carriage. He had already scanned the knight with Zero to make sure that he was telling the truth. Angele recommended that night to Justin and told him how much that young man loved his daughter. Surprisingly, Justin already knew the young man's thoughts. He agreed on their marriage immediately after hearing Angele's words and was happy. Knight Body served me well for 11 years and I knew he liked Isabel. Justin was feeding his daughter the mushroom that was freshly made this morning with a spoon. For that reason, I didn't ask Body to join the army. I think you already know that he's a top-level knight and if he can contribute to the missions, he will be awarded a small territory. I think he can become a grand knight one day. Angele was drinking a bowl of mushroom soup as well. It's a win-win situation then? He spent most of his spare time carving the wood sculpture of your daughter. Body told me it was the first time he carved a wood sculpture for your daughter, but he was doing it so fast that I could not imagine how many times he has practiced during all those years. The carriage was slowly advancing and Justin was about to say something, but he was interrupted by someone speaking in Rudin outside. The stranger was probably asking the soldier about the route to a certain city. The carriage stopped for a second and moved on. After several minutes, Angele saw many white carriages parked along the roadside through the window. Many merchandises on the carts were behind them. A caravan maybe, Justin said with a low voice. The merchants parked their carriages and waited on the roadside. They were waiting for the prince's carriages to pass. A merchant in a black noble suit stood on the side and took off his hat as Justin's carriage passed by. Based the looks of their signs, they're heading to Arius and Sinbuk. There are dozens of cities entering the two cities every day, Justin continued explaining. Dozens? I think I know how large and busy Arius is now. Angele was a bit surprised. Of course, it's the best city in the whole alliance. Angele chatted with Justin about the city for a while and returned to his carriage. Half a month later. In the noon. Inside a sea of trees, a humongous shell-shaped city was surrounded by tall, black brick walls. The seemingly infinite buildings and houses in the city varied in colors and sizes. A wide gray road was connected to one of the entrances of the city. A caravan was slowly approaching the city gate on the road. People stopped and waited on the side after seeing the insignias on the doors of the carriages. The pedestrians bowed to the carriages as they passed by. There were 2 hills on both sides of the entrance and several watchtowers were built on top of them. A heavy black iron door was hanging over the gate. It was pulled up by dozens of thick, hard ropes. The door could be dropped down any time to prevent unauthorized travelers from passing through. The caravan slowly entered the gate. It was moving between 2 smooth, black stone walls. Furthermore, there were 2 rows of archers patrolling on top of the walls. Inside a black carriage, someone was observing the guards here with a pair of sharp eyes. It was a young man with long brown hair. His eyes were bright and sharp. The black robe he wore was clean and smooth. The man's face was pale and there was a silver glint on the skin, giving the impression that he was devoid of any blood. It was Angele, who was invited to the capital by the parliament. Angele stuck his head out and took a glance at the archers on the walls. Defense is strong here. Angele mumbled and nodded. There are many night-level archers on the walls. They haven't reached the top level yet, but assigning warriors like them to guard the entrance is definitely a wise decision. I wonder how strong the army is here. There are grand knights here for sure. I'm actually excited to see what's behind this large iron door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Amicade, 2. Chapter 145, Amicade, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem. The carriages slowly entered the guard post and arrived at a large empty ground, covered in grass. Another silver carriage with golden decorations on its roof was parked on the ground, and there were several people waiting on the side. An old man with clean, white short hair was protected by several guards. He was wearing a red robe and staring at Prince Justin's carriage. Amicade. Justin opened the window and shouted. Our honored guest is here. You should thank me for that. There was a sincere smile on his face. Come on, Justin. Behave yourself in front of our guest, the old man responded with a smile as well. Justin and Angele's carriages slowly stopped in front of the old man. The soldiers opened the doors for them, and they got off the carriage quickly. Justin held Angele's hand and introduced him to the old man. This is Master Angele. He's knowledgeable about the things you're interested in, and I think you two will become good friends soon. Justin turned his head around and looked at Angele. This is Amicade, the great sage of the Alliance. I think you two share the same interests. Great sage? Angele was a bit surprised. To earn a title like this, one had to make great contributions to the country and also needed to be respected by all the scholars. Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure. They bowed to each other politely. Angele straightened his back and observed the old man in front of him. Amicade's hair was so short that he almost looked bald. He had yellow pupils, aquiline nose, deep cheeks, and looked thin. Angele wasn't sure if his red robe was oversized, or he was just too slim. The man was old, but he was full of energy. Angele decided to scan him with 0. Task completed. No force field detected. Rank 3 apprentice, mid-level knight. Detailed attributes available for checking, 0 reported after several seconds. I don't need to see his attributes. Angele was interested in Amicade's information. It was the first time he met someone that was in a similar situation as him. Amicade was a knight, and at the same time, he was an apprentice. However, it seemed like Amicade's talent level was low, and he had failed to master both classes. The aura around your body is deep and strong. Amicade had used some special spell and learned that Angele's mentality was extremely high. Interesting. I think people like her unable to break the limit and can't become wizards or grand knights. Angele stopped for a second. I can't imagine how much effort you must have put into training. Although you failed to break the limit, your achievements are still incredible. Ha, all the master wizards I met said that to me. Amicade smiled. Let's enter the city first. I've already prepared a party for you. Angele's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He hated phony courtesy like that, and would rather have some decent food at a normal welcome dinner party. Don't worry, it's just a small private party. I hate the places that provide more wine than meat and bread too. Amakade winked, knowing what Angele was thinking. I'll leave him to you, Justin interrupted. I need to report to the kings first. Sure, go ahead. Amakade nodded. The information Master Angele needs is at my place. Ah, thank you. Angele nodded and glanced around. Arius was built inside a humongous shell-shaped city, and Angele was standing on a high ground with a good view of the whole place. Groups of birds were rotating in the sky over the large city, and he could hear bells ringing in the clock towers. Under the high blue sky, there were countless houses, towers, buildings, carriages, and pedestrians. Everything was clearly visible in Angele's view. The whole city was well organized, the streets were busy, the parks were quiet and surrounded by trees. Angele stepped forward a bit, the gentle wind blowing over his face, and saw a large human sculpture with a silver glint on its surface in the middle of the city. It was a naked man with a feathered helmet. He was holding a spear and a wooden shield in his hands. It looked like he was going to throw the spear in the direction of the sun. The sculpture was taller than any building in the city, and the houses around it had relatively better decorations. White walks and silver roofs, it almost looked like there was a palace built around it. That's the sculpture of the first president of the parliament, legendary hero, King Bell, Amakade explained, noticing what Angele was staring at. It's 112 meters tall, and it's truly an incredible piece of art. Thanks for the explanation. It's spectacular, Angele praised. It is, I can never tire of observing it. Amakade sighed with mixed emotions. Let's go. Everything is prepared. Sure. Angele turned around and jumped into the silver carriage. Amakade entered the carriage after him, and they started heading down the hill with the guards protecting them. Cheers. Angele and Amakade raised their wineglasses in the air. They sat opposite each other around a table that was covered by a white blanket. The dishes on the table had no fancy appearance, but the smell was making Angele hungry. They were inside a cylinder-shaped room, and the walls were covered with gray bricks. There were birds passing by a rectangular window from time to time. What do you think? My high tower is not bad, eh? Amakade had a proud smile on his face. Angele nodded. This is the 9th floor, right? About 90 meters tall maybe? Yeah, about 90 meters tall. Those stairs are a pain, but this room is my favorite. Amakade sipped some green wine from his glass and continued, I think you can understand that I need a quiet environment to do my researches. Yes. Angele nodded. But it's very cold here, and it's really inconvenient. It took us a while to get to the 9th floor. Yeah, you're right, but I already got used to it. A true hermit finds his place in the bustling crowd. Angele chuckled. You're right. Amakade chuckled as well. Angele and Amakade kept talking about random things while enjoying the dishes. The green wine in their glasses had a fruity scent to it. There were no maid or servant around, and Angele felt relaxed in such a cozy environment. After finishing most of the food, Angele decided to change the topic. Well, can you give me the information I wanted? He suddenly asked. Of course, I already prepared it for you. Amakade searched in his pouch for a while and took out a small piece of brown wood. The grain on its surface was actually words written in Anmag. Here, take it. Amakade handed the wood piece over to Angele. It's my friend's address. He can answer your questions, I think. Angele grabbed the wood piece and observed it carefully. He couldn't detect any energy particles, which meant the words on the grain were natural. It said, Shadow Forest, right below Arita's nest. Angele carefully put it into his pouch. As promised. You can ask me one question. Amakade heard Angele's word and laughed. Actually, I need a certain spell model. Spell model? Angele hesitated. Sorry, you need more than that address to trade for a spell model. Of course, I understand. Amakade put down his fork and stood up. I know more than 10 different languages. I also have ancient books that record the history and geography of this land. If you don't need those, I still have the items I obtained from other wizards through trading. Angele had already finished his food, so he stood up as well. They walked down the spiral staircase and reached a room on the 6th floor. It was a large library, shelves of books filling up the space. Read any book you want, and I hope you can find something you need, Amakade said, standing beside the entrance. Angele nodded and walked to the bookshelves. He started checking the books one by one: Occult Studies, Fundamentals of Spells, Beauty of Sculpture, Aeneas's Search of Humanity, Sex and Spells, The Rise of Countries. Most of the books were written by mortals. Some of them were curious about the world of wizards but had not dug deep enough, and most of those books were not worth reading. He found several interesting books that discussed the possible daily life of a wizard, but there was nothing practical to them. The wizard books here were not rare. Angele had already stored most of them into the chip when he was in Ramsoda. Amakade thought Angele was just a young wizard that did not have the time to read all the books in his organization yet, but little did he know that Angele was probably the most knowledgeable newbie wizard in history. The library Amakade was proud of had nothing useful to him. After several minutes, Angele suddenly stopped by the second bookshelf. Most of the books on that shelf are incomplete ancient notes, Amakade explained immediately after seeing Angele was finally attracted by something. Angele nodded and reached to the bottom of the bookshelf. He grabbed a black notebook with only 7 or 8 pages remaining. The title on the cover was written in white and the characters were weird. Angele had never seen anything like it, but he had this strange feeling in his mind, just like when he was reading the formula of Potion of Tranquility. He opened the notebook, its pages were filled with those unknown words. Their size varied, and the ways the words were written were very different. Some looked like alphabets and some looked like numbers. It was a mess, but Angele tried to match them with the data in the chip. The notebook would be worthless if he could not find a way to understand these random words. Wait. If I'm not mistaken. Angele blinked. This must be the chaos language from the ancient times. Only the words of the chaos world are written like this. The chaos world is a mysterious world that even wizards have no access to. The world is in a chaos, with no time, no space, and no death there. Countless horrifying creatures live in that world, and even some random concepts come to life. Chaos is the only thing that defines that world. If I can learn the language and find the portal to that world, I'll be able to talk to the creatures there and trade with them. I might even be able to sign a contract with one of the stronger monsters. Also, I heard they have information on the ancient wizards since their life expectancy is infinite, Angele thought while searching through his memory. Some of the ancient wizards had found the portal to other worlds by accident during their experiments with time and space. They communicated with the races that lived in the other worlds and acquired incredibly strong companions or valuable items through trading. They also developed many special categories of spells based on the information they had obtained, and that was one of the reasons why ancient wizards were much stronger than the modern wizards. Most of the time, wizards did not know what ultimate spell the other had. Their knowledge was acquired from different races, lands, even different worlds, and countless light or dark spells. Wizards' power was hard to understand for the mortals, and that was why they were named as mysterious men. Sadly, the method to enter the portals was lost and modern wizards had no access to the stronger spells that required specific languages to cast. Modern wizards were trying their best to study the ancient blood, but no one had found any valuable information yet. Great power brought conflicts to the ancient wizard world and the wars had started. Many wizards died and many notes were lost. Some of the ancient wizards retreated to the other side of the sea and the others moved to live underground. Some of the strong monsters and creatures from other worlds had entered the portals that the wizards had failed to close. Angele was happy that Amakade had a decent collection of chaos notes. He grabbed those notebooks and started trading with him. The great sage wanted the spell model of the stun spell, but he had never joined any wizard organization, so even the level 0 spells were a bit too hard for him. He needed to find the corresponding knowledge first, such as the fundamentals of negative energy. Angele wondered why Amakade did not try to join a wizard organization. With his power and right, it should be easy. However, the notebooks were all he cared about at the moment, and he decided not to question the other man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, In the Woods, 1. Chapter 146, In the Woods, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem. Angele and Amakade were both satisfied with the trade. The only thing that upset Angele was that only one chaos book was valuable, the other incomplete notebooks were written in Baran or Vlasov after checking. Also, most of the old incomplete notebooks only had useless information written in them. Angele stretched his back and put down the last incomplete notebook. What do you think? Do you need it? Amakade stood beside him with arms crossed, expecting Angele to trade something else with him. I'm sorry. Angele shook his head, and he saw Amakade purse his lips. Well, I was hoping to get something else from you, haha. Angele heard Amakade's word, and a smile stretched his lips as he nodded. Great. I actually want something from you. I think it'll be an easy task. What do you want me to do? Amakade asked, surprised. Collect medals for me. I need all kinds of them. He had nothing to hide. It was one of the reasons that made him decide to visit the capital. Metals? Not a problem at all, but we need to leave the high tower and go talk to a blacksmith first. Sure. Angele put the chaos notebook into his bag and walked down the spiral staircase with Amakade right away. They traveled to a large blacksmith's shop using Amakade's carriage for about 2 hours. We're here, the street of blacksmiths. The sage opened the door and jumped off the carriage. Angele jumped off the carriage as well. As he landed on the ground, he could feel stickiness on the bottom of his boots. The black, oily ground slid into Angele's sight. There were several simple buildings lined up on both sides, and he could hear the blacksmiths smashing their hammers on the iron anvils inside their shops. A burnt smell permeated the air of the street. The place was dark and dirty. It gave Angele an unpleasant feeling. Angele saw adventurers with crossguard swords, iron shields, and sledgehammers checking the shops. The great sage's carriage did not attract any attention. The pedestrians and adventurers had a glance at it, but no one came to greet Amakade. It seemed like he came here often, and people were no longer surprised by his presence. Amakade led Angele to the largest blacksmith shop on the street, a large building with 3 open entrances at the front. The name of the shop, Francesco's Blacksmith Shop, was engraved into a bronze board on the top. There were barely any people checking the shop, and Angele saw a middle-aged woman with a greatsword on her back walking out of it while cursing. Damn you old prick! Francesco, seriously? 5,000 gold coins for a sheath? Greedy old F***CK. One day you'll drown in your sea of gold coins. Filthy rat. If you don't have money, don't even come here. Get the F***CK out of here, a rude voice came from inside. Go F***CK yourself. The middle-aged woman turned around, gave Francesco a middle finger, and left angrily. Angele knew the voice had to come from a tall, strong man just by hearing it. Amakade shrugged and looked at Angele. Well, this is still the best blacksmith shop in the city, its only drawback is the price tag. Angele chuckled and followed Amakade into the shop. Inside, intense steam hit his face right away. A 3-meter-tall giant was swinging a head-sized hammer and carefully working on a piece of red-hot alloy. On the other side, 4 bellows makers were trying their best to keep the smith's furnace fire at the proper temperature. The 5 took up most of the space in the shop. Only a small area was used to display the crafted weapons and shields in the corner. Francesco, get me all your metal ingots here. My friend needs to see them, Amakade yelled at the giant, but his voice sounded low in the noises made by the hammer and bellows. Metal ingots? What do you need that for? The strong giant stretched his back a bit and put down the alloy. Sweat and oil covered his muscular body. He was bald, with no eyebrows or beard, and there was a large gold earring on his left ear. I want them, not him. How many different types of metal do you have here? Angele asked, stepping forward. What? You? Francesco asked the bellows makers to stop for a minute and started observing the short man in front of him. He quickly noticed the black robe that covered Angele's body, and it seemed like the robe reminded him of something. Ah. A dark. Francesco stopped before spitting out the word, but Angele could see the respect in his eyes. What do you need? I have many different ingots here. He turned around and grabbed a large box full of dark metal ingots. Wait a second, I have more. Before Angele could respond, the giant already walked to a corner, entered a storage room, and moved 5 large boxes to the front. Each of them was about 1 meter tall and filled up with metal ingots. A total of 6 boxes were put down in front of Angele. There were white ingots, dark red, silver, while the rest were all black with silver glints. Star iron, 3 boxes. White membrane steel, blood core steel, and river copper, 1 box each. Those are the rarest metal ingots in my shop. Anything caught your attention? Angele's eyebrows furrowed. He had no idea what the giant was talking about, and he decided to check with Zero. Can I take a closer look? Of course. Francesco stepped aside and smiled. Angele stepped forward, and Zero started scanning all the metal ingots. Star iron was hard and elastic, but it had no magic resistance. White membrane steel, not elastic but very hard. It was great for crafting sharp weapons, but it could not be used for making shields. Its magic resistance was low as well. Blood core steel could not handle high temperature, and it was just an average metal with low resistance. The last was the river copper. It could handle high temperature and radiation, but its hardness was low. This copper was usually used for heat insulation materials. Do you have something that has good elasticity when melted and high hardness after cooled down? Angele questioned. Give me a second. Francesco rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Master, we still have 2 boxes of combustible iron, right? A bellows maker suddenly said. Combustible iron? You're correct. Leeson, bring the boxes here. Sure. You guys, come with me. Leeson responded and entered the storage room with the rest. After several minutes, 2 boxes of black iron ingots were put down in front of Angele. These ingots had small holes in them for some reason. Combustible iron? What's that? Angele got curious. Francesco immediately explained, combustible iron is a combustible metal, its melting point is high, but once it's lighted up, you won't be able to put it down easily. But he grabbed a fist-sized iron from one of the boxes as he spoke. Wind will only make it burn longer. Combustible iron of this size will burn for a whole day if you don't try to put it off. This iron came from a special underwater ore. It's very dangerous if you use it in the forests. Interesting. Angele grabbed a piece of the iron and observed. It was hard and heavy, the surface was covered in tiny holes, and it looked like a honeycomb. Angele sniffed it, it smelled like rubber. I know this thing. It's usually used in siege attacks. Cover it with oiled clothes, pour some feces onto the surface, light it up, and shoot it with a ballista. Its damage is incredible, Amicade said, looking at Angele. But it's not rare, the ores are easy to find. I'll take all of the metal ingots you just showed me. How much are they in total? Well, if you only want the materials, I can give you a discount. The giant rubbed his hands and did some calculations. About 120,000 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins. Not that bad. Amicade nodded. I'll pay for it. Francesco, put it on my bill. Come to my high tower and pick up the gold coins before the month ends. For sure. Angele nodded, he did not have that many gold coins with him, so he had to let the great sage pay for the metal ingots. Thanks, Amicade. Not a big deal. I still have some questions to ask you, and knowledge is priceless. Amicade pursed his lips to a smile. The 2 hired 4 carriages to carry those boxes back to Amicade's high tower. Justin came to invite Angele to the party held by the kings once he returned to the high tower. They also made it clear that there would be many nobles waiting to see him in the party. Although Angele wanted to decline the invitation, he still owed Justin a favor, so he decided to attend and see what the kings were thinking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, In the Woods, 2. Chapter 147, In the Woods, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem. In the evening, Angele was invited to the resplendent palace with a well-decorated meeting hall. He met many ladies from high-rank noble families, and they all looked beautiful in their luxury dresses. He spent most of his time declining the offers from those noble ladies since the kings that invited him here had left after talking with him for several minutes. Angele also met several princesses and daughters of the dukes and viscounts. The reason why they approached Angele was obvious, but he had no interest in them. The royal families and high-class noble families sent their daughters to this party, hoping this way to develop a deep relationship with Angele. Timurel had already warned him about the upcoming awkward situation back on the ship. He was the center of the party and people were trying to talk to him all the time, so it was impossible for him to leave early without being noticed. Also, those noble ladies and princesses had high social statuses, so although Angele was a formal wizard, he could not just simply ask them to stay away from him. He had to talk to them one by one with respect. The ladies in the hall were all beautiful and polite, but he got tired after seeing too many of them. Angele jumped into the carriage sent by the sage after the party was finally over. He was exhausted. It was a black carriage with a black horse and the coachman was an old man in a black suit. The whole thing looked like a dark shadow that was slowly advancing on the road. I'm Malfoy, Master Angele, should we head back to the high tower now? The coachman asked. Amicade had kindly asked Angele to live in his high tower during his stay in Arius, because he knew Angele wouldn't want to be disturbed by other random visitors. Angele smelled the scent of some flower-based perfume as he sat down in the carriage. Under the dim light from the oil lamp, he saw a cute blonde girl with a clean white dress quietly huddled in the corner of the opposite seat. Her face looked familiar. Caitlin? Angele did not expect to see her here. It felt quite strange. The original Angele Rio had fallen off the horse and died for this girl, his body then later being taken over by Yisong. Angele had had his revenge before leaving the school and thought they would never meet again. A voice came from outside the carriage. Master Angele, Prince Justin asked me to tell you that the girl inside is a gift for you. She was the girl you loved the most, right? Enjoy your time, huh? It seemed like Malfoy wasn't just a coachman, otherwise, the prince wouldn't have told him so much information and asked him to pass the message. Angele sat on his seat, looking at Caitlin. He could see the fear in her eyes. Justin must have thought Angele hadn't liked the 2 girls he prepared, so he collected some intel and found Caitlin for him. Caitlin's attractive body was well displayed by her tight dress. Her long legs and smooth, clean skin gave her an elegant look. She had all the characteristics one could find on a charming young lady. Master. Angele. Caitlin lowered her head while trying to find something to say. She was captured by Justin's guards in the school and sent to Angele as a gift. Never had she thought that there would be a day she would have to serve the young man she looked down upon. But she had no other choice. Her family background wasn't strong enough for her to fight against the prince's order. If she couldn't make Angele happy, something unfortunate would probably happen to her family members after. Angele looked at her for a second, then suddenly grabbed the palm-sized bronze tag on her neck. Several words were engraved on the front of the tag, saying, Angele Rio. On the back, there was another sentence, if missing, please contact any noble family in the Andes Alliance. It was the tag that was used to label slaves. With the tag on her neck, Caitlin became Angele's private property, her rights as a citizen taken away by the prince. What's the point of this? Why can't the nobility spend their time doing something actually meaningful? Angele sighed and mumbled. Move, to the high tower, he shouted out. Aye, Malfoy responded, and the carriage lurched into movement as he whipped the horse. In a room on the 3rd floor of the high tower. Bright white oil lamps were burning quietly on the walls. They were the source of the gentle light in the room. Angele lay on the bed and looked at the night sky through the window. 2 crescent moons were hanging in the sky, partially blocked by some tiny clouds. Caitlin covered herself with a white blanket beside Angele. She had gotten tired and fallen asleep after a little fun experiment. There were some scratches made by nails on her right shoulder, and her soft golden hair tumbled around the pillow. Angele slowly moved his fingers through Caitlin's smooth hair, feeling relaxed. Father made the right decision. Angele remembered things Baron Karl had told him back home. After the intercourse with Caitlin, he realized it was almost impossible for him to reproduce after checking Zero's report. The Rio family did need someone else to continue the family line. Caitlin woke up as he thought, grunted, and opened her eyes. Angele took his hand back, got off the bed, and quickly put his clothes on. Stay here. I'll ask someone to send you back to the school. You're free now. Nothing has changed. Don't worry. Angele looked at her. With a flick of his finger, some thin green smoke hit Caitlin's head. Caitlin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted before being able to respond. The green smoke returned to the tip of Angele's finger right after. He put on the black robe and headed to another bedroom on the same floor. It was the room he used for meditation. A simple bed was the only thing in the room. Since he had already confirmed his assumption about reproduction, he decided not to waste any time on it for now. Although meditation would not help him that much anymore, it would still increase his mentality a bit if he could keep doing it for years. Several days later. In the morning. A small gray carriage left Aria's city and passed through the guard post. It did not stay on the main road for too long, the carriage turning to the right and entering a silent path after advancing for several minutes. It seemed like the carriage was heavy. Although there were 3 strong horses pulling it, it was still moving slowly. Vibrant green trees were on both sides of the path, and the road was full of bumps and hollows. A young man with long brown hair sat in the driving seat, wearing a brown leather suit which failed to hide his muscular body. It was Angele, who'd left the city without notifying anyone. He had the reins in his hands, not controlling the horses with energy particles. Birds and random animals were driven away by the noises made by the wheels. Water splashed to the sides of the path as the carriage went over tiny pools. Time flew. Angele traveled nonstop until noon with dark clouds gathering in the sky. It was about to rain. The chilling wind was howling through the trees when Angele reached a straight path after turning several corners. He held the reins in one hand and took out a piece of wood from the pouch with the other. He carefully checked the words written on the wood piece and returned it to the pouch. The sounds made by the rolling wheels were extremely loud in such a quiet forest. Suddenly, Angele heard a man singing ahead. His voice mixed with the howling wind, often being drowned out, so Angele could only hear a part of the lyrics. Dear. She's behind me, she's behind me. Once, twice, and then. The fruity moon, shadow black hair of hers is so attractive. The voice got clearer as Angele got closer. He scrunched his eyebrows because the lyrics had absolutely no meaning to them, and the song was weird. After several minutes, Angele saw a short middle-aged man sawing a large pine tree. He had tied his coat around the waist, and sweat was dripping down his face. Angele thought that the man was probably just shouting random words while sawing the tree, and somehow those words sounded like lyrics of a song. "Hey! You! Can you come help me? Please," Angele yelled out, stopping the carriage. The short man wiped the sweat from his forehead with a piececloth and looked at Angele. He was surprised by seeing a noble traveling deep into the forest alone. He then dropped the saw on the ground and quickly walked to Angele. Stopping beside the carriage, he bowed and asked, "What do you need, sir?" "Where's the Shadow Forest?" Angele asked in a light tone. "Shadow Forest? Go along this road and you'll reach it in 2 days. It's not too far from here, but the place is full of dangerous creatures. I saw a head-sized black spider moving out of the forest once, and it was killed by a knight from Arius. Have you ever heard of a place called Arita's Nest?" Angele questioned. "Sorry, I never heard of it." The man shook his head. "But I know there's a cliff in the forest where many swallows built their nests, not sure if that's the Arita's Nest you're talking about." "Well, can you mark it on my map?" Angele took out a leather map and asked the man to mark the location of the cliff for him. "Wait, why are you here alone? Don't you just said there are many beasts close by?" Angele asked after returning the map to his bag. "I'm a hunter and I live here. I'm preparing the materials for my wood house, but I've lost my axe so I have to saw," the man responded, scratching his head. "See, there's a watchtower on the left that was abandoned by the city. Beside it, there's a small bridge. It can bring me to the other side of the Jonah River. If I build my house there, I'll have a place to get some rest after a day of hunting." Angele looked in the direction the hunter was pointing at. There was a watchtower with a red top between the gaps of the trees, and beside it, there was a wooden bridge. The sun was almost covered by the thick clouds. Angele blinked his eyes, suddenly seeing a young girl walking over the bridge quietly. "Ha? Is that your daughter? Why would you take her here?" Angele's eyebrows furrowed. "My daughter?" The hunter turned his head around, looking confused. "No sir, I came here alone. There's no way I'm bringing a young girl to a forest. It's too dangerous here." "Really? Who's she then?" Angele pointed at the bridge, but the girl had already left. "I see nothing, sir." The hunter had no idea what had happened. Angele lowered his hand and rubbed his chin as thunder seemed to crack the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, Lingering, 1. Chapter 148, Lingering, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Dark Gem. Angele had recently started to see things others could not see. He looked at the back of his hand and the silver accessory with a faint glint to it. Its size was smaller than before, but Angele was not sure what was happening. "Well, I should have spent more time studying necromancy. It seems like I can see materialized curses and souls with hatred now? Strange." Angele's brow furrowed, and he covered his hand with the sleeve again. Crackle! Lightning flashed, a shock of white brightening up the whole forest and forking silently to the ground. Angele asked the hunter for some details, deciding to find some shelter from the rain. The hunter suggested that they go to the watchtower and Angele nodded. He quickly tied his horse and carriage to a large tree. Angele grabbed all the important items and set up the alert system by spreading his energy particles in the area before heading to the abandoned watchtower with the hunter. "I built a campfire inside, closed the door and it'll stay warm." The hunter was leading the way ahead. Lightning struck from time to time. As they walked through the forest, the surroundings were flashing in their sights. "Is it really fine to leave your carriage there?" the hunter asked in a loud voice. "It's fine. I'll find it even if it gets stolen." Angele smiled at him. The hunter was a bit confused, but he decided not to ask any unnecessary questions. They walked through several bushes, the grasses on the ground feeling like a soft, thick blanket. They arrived at the wooden watchtower built on a small hill after several minutes. Angele stood by the door, then turned around and looked down. The place was not too far away from his carriage. The gray door was thick and heavy. The tower was probably built many years ago since he could see cracks in the walls. The hunter struggled for a while before managing to budge the door. "The trees around the tower are way too high, I just found it today." "Pretty good, huh?" The door was pushed open slowly. Angele looked inside, but only saw a spiral staircase in the middle of the room. The hunter had probably already cleaned the room since Angele couldn't find a single spiderweb. An extinguished campfire was left beside the staircase, but there was still smoke rising from it. The warmth from the flame was still inside the room. However, Angele sensed something wrong as he entered the place, and goosebumps rose on his skin. He glanced around but did not find anything suspicious. The hunter walked to the campfire, poked the charcoals with a branch, and lighted it up again. Warm yellow light quickly brightened up the room. "Sir, please have a seat." "This is all I have, sorry." The hunter put down a gray blanket beside the campfire. The strange feeling disappeared as the campfire was lighted up. Angele nodded and sat down by the fire with his legs crossed. The hunter grabbed another blanket and sat down on the opposite side as well. Angele watched the hunter put up a metal rack beside the fire and start to roast meat he took out from his bag. "Hey, when you first entered the tower, did you see anyone else?" Angele decided to ask. The hunter nodded. "Yeah, I set up the fire and then met you while logging, but this place was cold as hell." Angele scrunched his eyebrows and stopped talking. Heavy rain was already pouring down the forest. He looked outside the window but the curtain of rain was the only thing he could see. The door was rattling, and the howling wind was passing through the gaps. It sounded like a ghost crying. The rain stopped almost as quickly as it came. After half an hour, the sky turned clear and the gray clouds were gone. Angele stood up as the hunter finished roasting his deer. The surface of the meat was covered in crispy crust, and it smelled incredible. "Would you like some deer, sir?" the hunter stood up and asked. "I'm good, thanks." Angele took out several silver coins and threw them to the hunter. "Thanks for the information and the shelter, but I suggest you don't stay here for too long. The place is haunted." Angele turned around, wiped the dust off his suit, and walked toward his carriage. The hunter just stood there after hearing the parting words. He didn't understand why Angele would say that this place was haunted. After several minutes, he mumbled, "What a freak." He tossed the silver coin several times and smiled. "But generous." The hunter sat down again and grabbed the roasted deer meat, starting to sprinkle seasoning onto its surface. Angele drove the carriage down the wet path and kept advancing. The road between the trees looked endless. The only thing he could see was the wet mud on the ground. "Zero, show me my attributes," Angele ordered as he slowed the horses down a bit. Scanning. Transferring results. Angele Rio. Strength, 3.5. Agility, 5.2. Stamina, 6.1. Mentality, 21.3. Mana, 20.7. Mana increased as mentality increased. Gene limit reached. Healthy. Angele's eyebrows furrowed. He meditated every day after breaking the limit, but his mentality had only increased by 0.1, and mana was still lower than mentality. It meant that some of it were not converted into mana. It was part of the side effects brought by the potions. The black lead potion increased his mentality greatly, but there would be side effects when one's mentality jumped like that. His progress was very slow recently, and it could be part of that. "My next stage is liquid, but it'll take me more than 30 years if I don't find a shortcut. Also, increasing the purity of my mentality should be my priority, otherwise, it won't increase at a normal rate." Angele knew what he should do. "After this, I need to find a way to concentrate my mentality." He quickly searched through the database for information about mentality and started reading as the carriage moved. The trees on the sides were much taller than before. Angele met many forks on his road, but was still getting closer to the shadow forest. He traveled without stopping for another 2 days. Finally, Angele arrived at a crossroads the next afternoon. It was another cloudy day. The chilling wind kept blowing in the trees, and the leaves were shaking. A brown road sign was in the middle of the crossroads, the words on it blurry, and the rain made it even harder to read. Angele jumped off the carriage and walked to the sign. The shadow forest was on the left. The direction he had come from was named Watchtower in the Woods, while the other two paths led to 2 different towns. Some of the letters were missing, so he wasn't sure about the names of those towns. Angele looked in the direction of the shadow forest and was met there with a deep, dark path. The trees on both sides left no gaps for the sunlight to pass through. It almost looked like a tunnel made by the trees. The only sunlight came sideways, and those rays of light looked like white lasers. Angele turned around and returned to his carriage. "Move." He raised his whip and hit the seat. The horses started moving to the left after he pulled the reins. However, for some reason, the horses stopped in front of the tunnel and started walking to the sides. They kept neighing and refusing to enter. Angele got a bit nervous and whipped them several times, but the horses would just not move. He looked at the dark path, then entered the carriage to equip his gear. He jumped off after several seconds with a large silver metal bow on his back along with a full quiver. He had also put on a silver chest armor. Angele looked wild and strong with the long brown hair trailing over his shoulders. There was a bag of supplies in his hand since he was not sure about the distance between him and the shadow forest. Again, he spread some wind energy particles around the carriage to set up the alert in case anyone approached. After everything was prepared, Angele walked onto the road that led to the shadow forest. The wind here was warm and gentle, and he could smell the fragrance of flowers. There was a gray rabbit won the path. It stood there and stared at Angele. Crack! Angele stepped on a branch, making a loud sound. The rabbit got scared and immediately jumped back into the bushes. Angele kept glancing around as he advanced. He was moving fast, and his footprints were deep. The clouds converged in the sky until it was almost dark, the light from the setting sun bringing some warmth to the sea of trees. Angele walked for a while, then took out the map to check his location again. After turning several times, he reached an empty ground that was covered by grass. A huge tree with a diameter of more than 10 meters stood in the middle of the ground quietly, drops of golden sunlight filling up the gaps between the shadows made by its leaves. Angele took out the wood piece he'd received from Amakade and stepped forward. He stopped near a part of the roots that was above ground, and the dark trunk of the tree started trembling. Two dark red cracks opened slowly on the tree, and a large human-like face appeared on the surface of the trunk. The branches gathered together on both sides, turning into two arms. You're a dryad? I brought Amakade's keepsake, and I have several questions to ask. Angele stared curiously at the tree for several seconds, then threw the wood piece into the air. The wood piece was grabbed by several twisted branches and taken to the eyes of the dryad. It is the item I gave to Amakade. Well, ask anything you want then. The dryad's voice was deep and hoarse. Where are the tree elves that lived where the Andes Alliance is now? Angele decided to ask about his mother first. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Lingering, 2. Chapter 149, Lingering, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem. Tree elves? The dryad stopped for a second and started to search through its memory. He responded after several minutes. They moved to another place a while ago, and people have no idea where they went. The tree elves have their own special method of preventing outsiders from tracking them down, and they will build a secret garden after arriving at a new forest or new area. The first time I met the tree elves was about 130 years ago, and they were so cute and gentle. Ah! The nostalgia. Time really flies. I remember the days they danced on my hands, and I would be woken up by their incredible melodies every day. The dryad sighed. But what you don't know is, their voices are heavenly, so people might lose their mind just by listening to them sing. Also, they brought me fruits from time to time, and roasted meat nearby. It was truly a great time. They coated the loins of the boar with jam. Haven't had something like that in years? You're not answering my question. Angele only needed to know where those tree elves had gone. Let me think. Give me some time. The dryad put a hand on his forehead. It seemed like he was having some trouble with recalling things from the past. Our time dimension is different, so I need to do some calculations. It'll take me years to arrange my hair or just turn around. You humans only need seconds to do something like that, but I can't. My life expectancy is so long that I forget things quickly. The tree mumbled as it swung its branches. Time dimension? You mean our activity circles? Have you ever met a wizard before? Angele was a bit surprised. Of course, I talked to several wizards the last time I woke up. They stood beside me, discussed their studies, and acquired some information from me. However, they didn't. Oh. Yeah. I remembered it, the dryad suddenly shouted out, its voice so loud that it almost numbed Angele's body. They're still in the Andes Alliance, but they built another secret garden. Are you looking for Tikasoyan? Tikasoyan? Is that the name of their secret garden? Angele asked. Yes, Tikasoyan. It means shelter in their language. Most of their secret gardens use this name. They should be more creative with their naming. The dryad started saying random things again. I gave them many suggestions when they were still here, but they just wouldn't listen. Also, they spent only 1 year deciding the name. But I spent several years thinking of them. Should have called it Mullow Roast or Elf's Orchard. Sounds much better, right? Do you talk random things to anyone that comes to you? Angele was speechless. Well, they wouldn't be able to wake me up without the keepsakes. A keepsake helps me adjust my time dimension, otherwise, I wouldn't notice anyone here. This place was once a town, but people disappeared for some reason. Oh wait, actually, there was an earthquake, a fire, and a huge black bear. Ah. I wanted its meat. One more question. Angele interrupted. Do you know about the chaos language? Chaos language? What's that? Never heard of it. The Dryad looked confused. Well, I can't answer your question. I think it's some secret of the wizards. Ask me something else. I'm old, you know, and I forget things. Amakate once said that I might have some brain disease, but I don't think so. You know what? Angele was disappointed. He stopped the tree from saying more useless things. Hey, do you know how to remove the impurities in my mentality? I drank too many potions. Impurities, huh? Let me think. The Dryad narrowed his eyes and started thinking. He stared at Angele for several minutes. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. Angele's patience was being tested. He almost got a headache from talking to the tree. Concentration of mentality, eh? I know the method. The Dryad saw Angele staring at him and decided to focus on the question. What is it? Angele asked in a deep voice. Well, first, you need to strengthen your conviction, and then use pure energy to penetrate those impurities. If you can keep doing that for long enough, your mentality will shift, and the impurities will be gone after being permeated by the pure energy. So, it's a method that only formal wizards can use? The others will die if they insist on using the energy radiation. Angele's brow furrowed. Radiation? Yeah, you're right. Only formal wizards can handle such strong radiation. Also, it takes time, maybe years? For me, it's just the amount of time I use to scratch my head. You probably already know that Dryads like me will. The tree finished answering the question and started changing the topic again. Angele nodded and ignored the rest of the words the Dryad said. The method was actually much simpler than he had thought. He could use the chip to transfer radiation energy to his body, but only one element could be used. He wondered if the enchanted ring's radiation had helped him to develop the affinity for wind energy particles. Thanks for your explanations. Angele bowed to the tree slightly. If I didn't see it for myself, I wouldn't believe that there was a Dryad that loved roasted meat. Ha ha. Is that so? I'm different, eh? The Dryad laughed, satisfied with Angele's words. Here, take this with you, . A small piece of wood dropped to the ground. Angele picked it up. It was the wood piece he had handed over earlier, but the words had turned into a map. A black mark was left on one location which said, Tikasoyan. Angele smiled at the tree, turned around, and left the place. He raised his head before entering the tunnel again. There were several purple swallows rotating in the sky, but for some reason, he did not notice them while talking to the tree. Angele found the location on the map right before it got dark. It was a large field beside a river. There were several wooden houses lined up on the side, but they were probably abandoned a long time ago. Angele walked around and checked the houses but found nothing valuable. It seemed like the tree elves had left the shelter a long time ago, so he decided to head back. It was getting dark. Angele returned to the location where he had parked his carriage, finding that the energy particles around were untouched. He jumped into the carriage and tried to track his mother down with the tracking spell. However, the only thing he got was just an indication of a direction. The tracking spell could only track people's location within 3 years of their disappearance. The spell was developed and modified by Master Liliana. She taught Angele a special set of knowledge that was required for learning the spell model, so even if someone stole the model, he would not be able to learn it. The night fell, and Angele hung several oil lamps on the front of the carriage. Although the horses did not need the light, he still wanted to see if there was anything blocking the path. The moons were covered by the clouds. Angele held the reins in hands, driving the carriage carefully. He was also checking the surroundings constantly. With high mentality, he could perform such a task with ease. Nothing happened that night. Angele sat on the carriage and advanced on his route back. 2 days later. A gray carriage slowly went down the road between the vibrant bushes. The sounds made by the wheels and horse hooves were extremely loud in the morning. Angele held the reins in his hands as he glanced at the trees on the right. He could see the wooden watchtower clearly in the gaps between the trunks. A panel saw was quietly lying beside a large pine tree. It seemed like the hunter had finished his work. The area was deadly silent. Angele couldn't even hear birds twittering. He scrunched his eyebrows. Halt! Slowly stopping the carriage, he jumped off it, and then quickly walked to the large pine tree. Angele touched the dew on the blade of the saw and knew that something was wrong. The hunter hadn't come back to pick up his tool after the rain had stopped, which meant something had happened after Angele left the watchtower. He probably hadn't listened to the advice. Angele's expression changed. He looked at the watchtower, raised his right hand, and created a twisted silver dagger. Holding the dagger in hand, he started walking to the tower. He climbed up the small hill and arrived at the entrance after several minutes. He pushed the door open and carefully entered the room. The campfire in the middle of the room was extinguished a long time ago. There was only a pile of black ash under the metal rack, but the hunter was not here. Angele crouched beside the campfire and dipped his finger into the ash. It was cold. He glanced around the room and saw some dark red liquid on the ground. Putting his right hand into the liquid, he sniffed it. Blood. The trail of blood led him to the staircase. He walked up the spiral staircase and found the body of the hunter halfway. The hunter sat on the stairs with hands on his knees, a pool of blood gathered below his feet. Angele's expression changed. He suddenly felt someone blowing chilling air onto his neck. Chi. Blue light dots flashed in Angele's eyes, and he pursed his lips in a strange angle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, More Information, 1. Chapter 150, More Information, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Dark Gem. Chi. The silver dagger drew an arc in the air, and a silver string was pinned to the railing. Angele heard footsteps leaving behind him and, after several seconds, something being popped. He immediately turned around and glanced around the place. There was nothing moving in his sight. He scrunched his eyebrows and stepped forward. A stain of black blood was on the floor with a thin layer of white dust on top of it. The silver string was cut off by something. Angele had developed a new alloy with the metals he obtained from Francesco, and he had used a string made from it to prevent the unidentified target from escaping. The string was hard and sharp, it could easily slice one's head off. So, this ghost or creature is best at resisting physical attacks. I should probably use energy attacks then, but it moves so fast that even Zero can't track it down, Angele muttered. He suddenly felt some intense heat coming from his right hand. The diamond-shaped accessory was melting, and he had no idea why. He checked the surroundings but did not find anything suspicious. He returned to the body of the hunter and started checking his wounds, wanting to know what had killed the man. Blood had spurted out of the man's 7 apertures. His eyes were wide open and his muscles rigid. It seemed like he had witnessed something horrifying before losing his life. Well, at least I have a clue now. Angele smiled. He knew this tower was dangerous, but this thing here was identical to the one that he had met in the Moon Jin Garden. However, the one in the tower was much weaker, so Angele decided to do some investigating. He walked to the blood stain on the ground again and created a metal tube in his left hand. He scraped some of the blood into the tube with the dagger and put the tube into his pouch. If he hadn't coated his dagger with energy particles, the thing would not have been injured. The metals were not stored in Angele's body in their physical form. They were turned into something similar to energy particles by the force field, so although the dagger strike missed, the thing was still wounded by the special silver string. Angele walked up the stairs to take a look at the wooden bridge below. Chilling wind blew into his face when he reached the top, and he saw the bridge shaking below. It was covered in green moss, the hunter being the only one who had passed through it recently. Angele looked at the other side of the bridge and saw a young girl walking forward slowly. Her face was pale, hair black, and she was wearing a black dress. He narrowed his eyes, grabbed the metal bow from his back, and pulled a dark metal arrow out of the quiver. The diamond-shaped accessory on the back of his right hand was heating up again. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and Angele's hair was flying in the air. Bam! The door behind Angele was knocked on by something. Who's there? Angele shouted out, turning around and shooting the arrow. Swish! The arrow hit the wooden door, and electric pulses exploded in the air. They disappeared after wandering around for several seconds. The blue electric pulses brightened up the top of the tower. Angele lowered his bow. He had shot in a hurry, without pulling the bowstring to full, so although he had enhanced the arrow with an electric rune, its power was still low. Whatever. Angele pursed his lips, pulled the metal arrow from the door, and returned it to the quiver. He turned his head around and looked at the bridge, but the young girl was already gone. Did you find anything? No force field was detected. The unknown target was not a special creature, Zero reported. I guess I'm not capable of solving this mystery yet. I need to leave now. Angele glanced around, making sure that there were no threats around. Nothing could be seen on the other side of the bridge, only a black sign was shaking slightly on the side of the road. A sea of trees was on both sides of the road, and Angele could hear the wind howling. He looked at the blurry rolling mountains that were hiding behind the light mist in the background and thought for a while. He then turned around and checked the door again, but failed to obtain any useful information, so he decided to return to his carriage. "Damn it," Angele mumbled, shaking his head. He jumped into the driving seat and looked in the direction of the tower one last time. The young girl appeared on the bridge again after Angele left. She was staring at his carriage, a cold and terrifying gaze falling upon him. Although Angele could not see the girl, he still knew someone was staring at him. "We'll meet again." His eyes flickered with a sliver of coldness. "Move." The horses started to speed up, and the carriage traveled back the way it had come. "0, mark the place on the map, I'll be back," Angele ordered. "The location has been marked." Angele stared at the wooden watchtower until it disappeared from his sight. "Name the location, please." "Redwood Watchtower." Completed. Redwood Watchtower has been marked as a dangerous location. Angele's journey back to the Aria city was quiet and peaceful. There was no point for him to stay in the forest anymore because the trail of his mother had ended in Tikasoyan. He discussed some of his findings with Amakade, and asked him about the assassin guild, Dark Emblem. The king sent Angele several knights as guards, but he politely told them not to worry about him. He was traveling to the core of Dark Emblem, a city named Blue Root, on his carriage, alone. Based on Amakade's intel, the place was famous for a strange plant called glowing dark tree. The locals said that glowing dark trees usually grew in areas with rich water resources, and they would attract psychedelic pigeons. The fruits on the trees were also very valuable to the knights. The legend said that knights who consumed fruits of glowing dark tree would find their own paths, so the fruit was named as Knight's Faith. Amakade told Angele many tales about the lost treasures, and Angele thought that this one could be helpful to him. The Dryad had said that if he wanted to concentrate his mentality, he needed to strengthen his conviction first, before using the radiation energy. Knight's Faith could guide knights to their own paths, so he thought that the fruit might help him to strengthen his conviction. Although Angele knew several methods found in the wizard's books that could help him strengthen his conviction, those methods would take him years to complete the procedures. His max life expectancy was 300 years at the moment, but he was not sure how long it would take for him to reach the next stage, and he wanted to save some time. Angele followed the map given by the sage, and it took him about 2 months to get to the Blue Root City. Outside the Blue Root City, there was a hidden canyon that was surrounded by a forest. There were many tall wooden watchtowers built around the canyon, and each tower had several archers standing at their tops. Those sentries were wearing green-yellow leather armor suits and had quivers full of black-feathered arrows on their backs and long black daggers on their waists. Their faces were painted in strange green patterns. The sentries suddenly noticed movement in the bushes while overlooking the forest. They immediately put arrows in their bows, pulled the bowstrings to full, and aimed in the direction the sounds had come from. "Who's there?" "Reveal yourself," a sentry yelled. A man in black slowly walked out of the bushes when he heard the words. It was a young man in a black robe. There was a silver glint to his pale face, and his long brown hair trailed down his shoulders. A silver metal bow and a full quiver were on his back. The young man threw a bronze tag to the ground. "That's my permit, Dot." There were no words engraved on its surface, but its edges were golden. The sentries saw the bronze tag, looked at each other, and nodded their heads. "Permission granted. You may enter now," the leader shouted out, lowering his bow. The young man nodded, kicked the bronze tag into the air, and grabbed it with his left hand. He then walked past the guard post and disappeared in the entrance to the canyon. The leader shook his head. "Why do they never learn? It's almost impossible to obtain the Knight's Faith, otherwise, we'd all enter the canyon. I guess this one will die too." He watched the young man disappear past the entrance and sighed. He turned around and started checking the surroundings again. The sentries here were not only to prevent the outsiders and citizens from entering the canyon, but also to protect them from getting hurt. Angele slowly advanced through the canyon, his sight blurred by the white fog. The visibility here was only about 4 to 5 meters, and the fog was getting thicker as he proceeded. The grasses on the ground were still visible, but other objects and plants were all hidden by the fog. With a flick of his finger, a strong whirlwind rose to surround his body. The wind blew his hair into the air, but the white fog would just not go away, it kept regenerating in the air. Something was trying to prevent Angele from advancing. He asked Zero to scan the area in front, and the chip immediately showed him the surroundings that were covered by the fog. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, More Information, 2. Chapter 151, More Information, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The fog was still thick. Black stones filled the gaps between the grasses on the ground. A tall withered tree stood in the middle of the large empty ground alone. Beside the tree was a still, blue lake. Several piles of bones were left ashore. Furthermore, this mysterious foggy place gave Angele an unpleasant feeling. Angele glanced around. The only thing he discovered was his own self being surrounded by black cliffs. The empty ground in front of him was about the size of a soccer court, and the lake in the middle had a diameter of 10 meters. That was all he could see here. Only the area within Zero's scan range was visible, the rest was still covered in fog. Angele wiped the dust off his black robe and walked to the small lake. He realized that the tree was in the center of the lake as he moved closer. Its trunk was black, no leaves could be seen on the branches, and several white pigeons were flying above the tree. Coo! The pigeons noticed Angele's presence, then they chirped. Intruder, you are not welcome here. This is the private garden of 6 Ring High Tower. Please identify yourself. One of the pigeons suddenly started speaking in the ancient Byron language. 6 Ring High Tower? Angele felt a bit surprised. His sight fell onto the speaking pigeon. You're the guardian? I am. No permit from my organization, please leave the canyon immediately. The pigeon glared at Angele with its blood-red eyes and warned in a high-pitched voice. Angele grunted for a second and responded, fine. If the place is claimed, I'll be leaving. He stepped back and turned around, then started heading back along the path he passed through from before. Angele stopped walking by the entrance of the canyon and waited on the side. Although he knew the garden was owned by another wizard organization, he wanted to see if other people who entered the canyon would have the same experience as him. Also, he wanted to see what would happen after people consumed the knight's faith. After waiting for a while, Angele suddenly felt intense heat coming from his left chest. When he lowered his head, he saw a white ghost-shaped pattern glowing. The pattern was blinking in a particular order. Angele's expression changed. He immediately took out a tiny black metal bottle from the pouch and opened it. Chi! Green smoke rushed out of the bottle and formed a gaseous sphere right in front of Angele's face. A green slate slowly appeared in the center of the gaseous sphere, with words written on it in Anmag. The underground races have invaded the school. Don't come back within 5 years. Liliana. This was a message board. The first message was from Liliana. Several other messages were written right below it. Master Liliana is severely injured. Our situation is grave. Without the leader, we won't survive in this organization. Moreover, the school has claimed that Liliana had betrayed the school. We failed, so we're now in deep trouble. Disciples of Liliana, don't return to the school. Eric. Last time, it was the mind reader. Now, it's our master. What the hell is going on? Damn it. Again, disciples of Master Liliana. Listen. Stay away from the school. We are now identified as traitors. We need to preserve our strength and retaliate later. Manera. This message will take a month to get to you. As a disciple of Master Liliana, I hope you will be able to understand the situation. We are being hunted down by the wizards of Ramsoda. At the same time, the underground races are attacking us. This is a planned invasion, and we're the victims. If you didn't sign the contract, stay calm. The school has no right to kill you. It's highly possible that the school is already under the underground race's control. Green Slinger. As Angele continued to read the messages on the board, his expression turned serious. He left the school not so long ago, yet it seemed that many things had occurred. Only the first message was from the master. The rest was from her disciples. Liliana was a mentor who genuinely cared for her students and disciples. Her disciples would always unite to solve her problem whenever she was in trouble. This was one of the reasons why other organizations fear her power and authority. More so, there were more than 10 formal wizards among her disciples, with one of them already in the liquid stage. Liliana had built herself a strong force and thus was feared by most of the dark wizards and people in the school. For some reason, however, the school had claimed of Liliana now being a traitor. Angele was not certain if his master actually did betray the organization, but even more than that, he could not understand the reason why Ramsoda would give up such a strong force so easily. The message slate was a one-time item with a self-destruct function after displaying messages. Luckily, Angele took Liliana's advice and refused to sign the school's contract. Otherwise, he himself would similarly be hunted down. Angele's original plan was to search for the treasures and resources he needed on this land, but it seemed that valuable resources like Knight's Faith had already been claimed by other wizard organizations. The situation will continue to worsen since the treaty has been breached, Angele muttered as he looked toward the fog right in front of him. Well, I need to check if this Knight's Faith is truly helpful. I need to strengthen my mentality. The message slate quickly dissipated in the green smoke before the latter was blown away by the wind. Angele turned around and walked into the fog once again. Once again, he reached the lake and saw the Guardian standing on a branch. "Hey, can we do a trade?" "I really need some knight's faith," Angele asked politely. He didn't want to offend the Guardian of the Garden. "Trade?" The pigeon hesitated. It was, after all, its first time to hear someone asking to do a trade. Angele did not give the pigeon time to think, only smiling as he continued. "Yeah, trade. I can see that you'll break through again soon, right? You must need a good amount of magic stones. Otherwise, you wouldn't have shapeshifted into a pigeon to preserve your power, right?" The pigeon remained silent. Angele wanted to see what the knight's faith has in store for him, so he continued to persuade. "See, there are too many fruits in this canyon. Most of the invaders got stalled by you, yet some of them still acquired the knight's faith, right? Sell me some and just consider those to have been stolen by invaders. What do you think? It's a win-win situation. Your master surely won't notice what you did." The pigeon was hesitating, but it's against the rules. "Hey, listen. After you break through, you'll become stronger and be able to finish off invaders easily. A small cost for a brighter future. Is there a better deal than this? Come on, trust me," Angele smiled confidently. He could see that the pigeon was already considering his offer. It seemed that wizards barely visited the garden. Mortals robbed the garden, yet the 6-ring high tower didn't send any wizard to pursue them, so the garden might be an abandoned resource point. But then again, there are rules here. The pigeon was still having second thoughts. It lowered its head as it began considering the pros and cons. Angele quickly took out an extremely rare high-quality magic stone from his pouch, which could be traded for many low-quality magic stones, and it contained a great amount of elemental power. It was an item the Guardian desired the most before breaking through. After seeing what Angele was holding, the pigeon finally compromised. "2. I want 2 of them." It raised its head. 1. Angele's eyebrows creased, uncertain if the knight's faith was worth 2 high-quality magic stones. "I need 2. 1 is not enough," the pigeon added. "Well, show me a sample of the knight's faith, even just a small amount." Angele stared at the pigeon. The pigeon did not hesitate this time. It hit the branch with its wings, and a white egg-shaped fruit appeared by the tip of the branch. The white fruit was glowing slightly. The pigeon grabbed it by the stalk with its beak before it threw it to Angele. Angele stepped forward and caught the fruit. The knight's faith looked like a glowing pear. He was a bit disappointed. He imagined that the fruit would have some fancy appearance, but it looked and smelled just like a pear, with the only difference being its glowing appearance. 0. Analyze its contents. Task created. Analyzing. Chi. Blue light dots flashed in Angele's eyes. Rows of data were shown beside the white pear in his hand, and new data was added every second. Analysis, done. The fruit contains special elements that will make its consumers addicted. People will feel great pleasure while experiencing hallucinations. You will be able to concentrate your mentality slowly if you can resist the pleasure and the hallucination effect. Angele was a bit speechless. So, this is similar to opium? Angele wondered. This special element affected a person's nervous system and made them experience hallucinations while gaining pleasure. If he could stay calm after eating the fruit, his mentality would be strengthened. The chip could actually simulate the effect of the fruit for him after extracting this special element. There was no point in him acquiring a large amount of this fruit. Knight's faith was rare, but it had extreme effects, and using it was risky. Angele had finally understood why this place had been abandoned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.